Today, Minister regretted that the development ended in tragedy for Murtala, whose health had deteriorated significantly before his release. He was subsequently rushed to a hospital by the officials of the Nigerian High Commission, where he died. She disclosed that Murtala was buried in Abidjan in accordance with Islamic rites at the request of his family, with his fellow former detainees and Nigerian embassy officials in attendance, after which the 5 surviving Nigerians were brought back to Nigeria. Another batch of 271 Nigerians evacuated from South Africa arrived in Lagos on Tuesday under the federal government's voluntary repatriation program. The Air Peace flight landed at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport shortly before 11 a.m. after departing Johannesburg at about 5 a.m. local time. Officials of the National Emergency Management Agency, the Nigerian Immigration Service, and Nigerians in Diaspora Commission received the returnees on arrival. The latest evacuation is part of the federal government's ongoing efforts to assist Nigerians who have opted to return home amid rising anti-immigration tensions in South Africa, and comes ahead of a June 30 deadline reportedly issued by vigilante groups and other organizations calling for undocumented migrants to leave the country. Before Tuesday's operation, 328 Nigerians already been evacuated in 2 batches, made up of a first batch of 262 Nigerians who returned on June 11, and a second batch of 66, which arrived in Lagos on June 25. Still to come, hopes of finding more survivors of Venezuela earthquakes fade. Chinese tycoon sentenced to 30 years in U.S. jail. Stay with us.
We are local.
International communities observing
When the main market is in chaos, people
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Thousands of people marched Tuesday in cities across South Africa to demand the departure of undocumented foreign nationals after weeks of campaign that has sent thousands fleeing. Police were out in force for the nationwide protest, which capped a campaign of demonstrations led by citizen-led vigilante groups that set an unofficial June 30 deadline for foreigners without papers to leave. There were isolated reports of looting, stone throwing, and confrontation, including near Johannesburg, where security forces escorted a handful of foreign nationals away from a mall brandishing large sticks. Crowds of demonstrators moved through the center of the city, South Africa's financial capital, where most shops were shut. Workers stayed home and transport hubs were quiet. In the southeastern city of Durban, the Zulu heartland, protesters turned out in traditional warrior attire, carrying spears, whips, and shields, and some draped in leopard skins. At least 2 Mozambicans, an Ethiopian, and a Malawian have been killed in the latest outburst of anti-immigrant violence, prompting several African governments, including Nigeria, Malawi, Ghana, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique, to organize voluntary repatriation flights and buses for their citizens. Rescue teams in Venezuela are losing hope on Tuesday of finding more survivors of twin earthquakes that struck the country last week, following hours of grueling work searching for victims beneath the rubble of collapsed buildings. The teams from Ecuador and the U.S. halted operations early on Tuesday in Maputo, a town hardest hit by the June 24 earthquakes, after more than 40 hours of work, when they stopped receiving responses from the mother and her 3 children trapped beneath a 9-story building. Major Jorge Montenegro, leader of the EQ-11 team from Guayale, located on Ecuador's Pacific coast, said the days have already passed, and that what they will likely find now is death. According to NASA estimates, some 59,000 buildings were damaged or destroyed by the twin earthquakes, which hit just seconds apart, with magnitudes of 7.2 and 7.5 on June 24, with widespread devastation. Acting President Delcy Rodriguez says at least 1,750 people have died and thousands have been injured as a result of earthquakes, with about 16,000 people left homeless. The World Food Programme and Agency of the United Nations warns that survivors who face risk posed by hunger and disease in the aftermath of the twin earthquakes, and has appealed for $50 million to provide emergency food assistance to up to 500,000 people over the next 3 months. Prime Minister Keir Starmer pledged on Tuesday to spend an extra £15 billion or $20 billion to modernize Britain's depleted armed forces in a long-delayed investment plan that is designed to prepare for its wars of the future and mark its legacy. In what is most likely his last major policy announcement, Starmer said that increased spending over the next 4 years went further than a previous draft that prompted his ally John Huxley to resign as defense minister this month. Starmer's defense investment plan falls short of the £28 billion wanted by the defense chiefs and represents a 5% increase in annual defense spending, which will reach £79 billion a year by 2029. It will take it to the Ankara for a NATO meeting on July 7 to 8, where we want to signal that Britain is on the path to meet its commitment to reach defense spending of 3.5% of GDP by 2035. But with its expected successor, Andy Barham, due to take power as soon as July 20, he acknowledged that new governments could build on this blueprint. Some critics said the plan, delayed for more than 9 months, was too little, too late. Guo Wengui was once believed to be one of China's richest businessmen, had been sentenced to 30 years in jail in the United States for running a billion-dollar scam. Former property tycoon fled China to the U.S. in 2017, where he reinvented himself as a Communist Party critic and built a loyal online following. But Guo was later convicted on charges of racketeering, fraud, and money laundering. New York court judge Annalisa Torres said Guo had preyed on those seeking to bring democracy to China, taking the money to fund a lavish lifestyle. Guo, who goes by several names, including Miles Guo and Ho Wan Kwok, was sentenced in a courtroom packed with his supporters. U.S. Attorney Sean Buckley told journalists that rather than being satisfied with the many legitimate opportunities afforded to him, Guo exploited the trust that thousands had placed in him for his own greed. Before fleeing China, Guo built a fortune as a property developer and had good ties with the country's government. Prosecutors said Guo raised more than $1 billion from online followers who joined him in investment and cryptocurrency schemes between 2018 and 2023. Turkish Defense Minister Yasir Güler says North Atlantic Treaty Organization NATO is adjusting and shifting the security landscape. Güler, who spoke in a media chat ahead of a NATO summit in Ankara next week, also stated the United States is not seeking to leave the alliance. Turkey would host 32 NATO leaders, as well as officials from the Gulf and Asia-Pacific region on July 7th and 8th, amid tensions within the alliance over burden sharing, defense spending, and U.S. complaints about allies' lack of involvement in reopening the Straits of Hormuz. Güler said the summit would focus on black unity, evaluating allies, increased defense spending, bolstering defense industry cooperation, and increasing support for Ukraine. Said that NATO continues to be an unparalleled and fundamental platform for Euro-Atlantic security and defense, and that there is an ongoing process of adjusting to the changing security environment. That's it on Global News. I am Barry Kumo Ado, thanking you very much for watching.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. We are local.
Just finished taking why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome once again to The Sage. I'm Dr. Kechi Obuagu, your guide on this extremely exciting journey. A journey that's been filled with discoveries. Discoveries that have made us hopeful, made us proud to be Nigerians, to be part of such wonderful people who have graced this show and come to share their lives and their experience with you. Today, in continuation on a series about young entrepreneurs in particular, we are focusing on a topic that I, perhaps as a lady, even if it's an old one, find joy in. The issue of beauty, the issue of looking after yourself, the issue of being an African proud to be in her or his skin. We have a wonderful guest who's going to share her experience with you. But before I talk about the exciting guest we have lined up for you, let me again take you back on a journey of reflection. We as Africans have begun to try to, in a way, find our lost identity. And I think perhaps nowhere does it show more than in African women or African women of African descent all over the world. As a young girl in the 60s, we grew up when people like Billie Jean King was the famous actress in the scene and began to try to be African. She would do her hair with bows and beautiful things in it. And then we moved into the 70s, which was again an adventure of redefining our African identity. As a young girl in the 60s myself, in the university, we spotted huge afros. I don't know how many of you remember that. Huge afros. And so it has been. Trying to retain and assert the beauty of our African genes and African heritage. Our curly hair, our black skin. Many of you would remember the concept that, was all over the world. Black is beautiful. It is beautiful and continues to be beautiful. But perhaps never more than at this time in history has the black identity solidified so much. In fact, I am proud to identify now with the millions of other black people and people of black origin who have been able to stand up there with our heads held high and say that, in fact, black is even more beautiful. Whether it's in terms of what we do with our hair, the braids, the styles are unending. And I like to think that what I have on is a testimony to that. Or whether it's in the sheer glamour and beauty and color of what we wear as Africans. We love color, we love the petals, and it identifies us. And in Nigeria, I think I am probably proudest of Nigeria in the whole world. Perhaps because I'm a Nigerian, but what about our geles and our head ties? They're incomparable. We are beautiful, and we are proud of that beauty that is inherent in our black skins, in our brown skins, in our curly hair, in all the many, many ways we can wear it. We can wear our hair curly, we can straighten it. My daughter says the sheer patterns and styles you can do is in itself a gift. So welcome to the show. We have with us today in this episode a truly exciting young lady who agrees with me I wouldn't have brought her to the show if you didn't agree. In the fact that black is beautiful. And that black is special. And because it is, our skin requires special care, special products. Our hair requires special care, special products that define us. She is a truly inspiring young lady. Stay with us. In the next segment, we will bring this young lady to you. Welcome back, and thank you for staying with us. At the end of the last segment, I promised to unveil this wonderful young lady to you. A lady that I love being with because she makes me feel good. She tells me what's good for my hair. She tells me what's good for my skin. An inspiring young lady who is passionate about making the black person, the black lady, beautiful. Please join me in welcoming Oma Ayegba to the studio. I always say her name wrong, but that's all right.
You said it right. Thank you for
this
having
time.
me. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Oma. Thank you. I will say Oma now to be on the safe side.
Okay.
Thank you for being here. And please tell us about yourself. Tell us a little about yourself.
My name is Oma Ayegba, the founder and formulator for Decure Cosmetics. I am a graduate of psychology turned formulator. Funny, right? Funny enough, I didn't like sciences coming up, but here I am formulating cosmetics, you know. But I studied psychology from National State University and from Kogi State.
Okay, that's great. I'm sure the psychology of cosmetics is an important field of study.
Yes, it is. For one, you have to feel good about yourself.
Okay, that is half the battle.
That is half the battle, yeah. So
it's true. But tell us, why cosmetic? What made you decide to go into that?
Okay, growing up, I battled with a lot of skin issues, a lot of acne, skin reaction to all manner of stuff, you know, and I kept spending a lot of money on a lot of things. Today I'll use this, I'll break out the more. So after university, I started working, you know. Before I was using my parents' money was cool, it was easy for me to come around it and everything. So I started researching into reasons why I am even breaking out. I react practically to everything.
Okay.
I react to even black soap. I react to almost everything. So I told myself I was going to own my beauty someday.
Okay,
yes.
I like that.
I started to own my beauty, so I started researching and understanding why I was reacting to these things. I buy a product, I look at the ingredient list, and then I try to research on each ingredient to know which of them I could be reacting to. So when I decided I was going to own my beauty, I decided I was going to determine what goes into my skin and my hair. That way, I determine what happens to my skin. I own my own beauty. Nobody tells me what goes into my skin anymore. That is how I started. It started like a joke. I started formulating for just myself. Then, you know, I'll formulate, and then it will be too much for me. I'll give to family and friends. They'll use it, they'll like it, and then I'm like, okay, I think there is market for me here. There is need for this. People, you know, Africans are generally accepting their beauty now. We are no longer interested in foreign things. We are accepting our hair texture the way it is. We are accepting our skin color. As a matter of fact, people who use things to alter their skin color are now trying to go back to their original color.
Wow.
Yes, we are owning our beauty.
Great.
We are owning our beauty, and I'm happy it's happening in my time.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and people like you are encouraging it and making it possible.
Yes, because for people like us, we are telling you that your skin, like I tell some people, in another 10-20 years, we are going to have a lot of skin issues that we need to solve because of damage that has been done in the past. So now, let us start doing the same way we are going after eating healthy. Our skin also should be healthy, right? What, like things like shea butter, for instance, in some places they use it to cook. People eat shea butter, right? Yeah. Coconut oil, you eat, right? So most of these
olive oil, all of them.
You know, you eat these things. So if it's good enough for you to eat, it should be good enough for your skin, and it should be good enough for your hair, right? So what I try to do as a formulator is like shea butter is one ingredient. Just like you going into your kitchen and trying to make vegetable soup, you have palm oil. You won't use palm oil to eat your semo. You need other ingredients to make it delicious. So what I, as a formulator, do is I bring these ingredients together, these same ingredients together to create skin and hair products.
Where did you find the skill? I mean, did you have to?
Yes, I did. First, I started doing videos from YouTube. But as I was growing, I realized I didn't need that. I had gone beyond that. I needed more. The more I do these things, the more I feel the need to research. So I took courses. I have certifications from La Botanica. I got from Institute of Cosmetic Science. And then recently, the most recent certification is from Fragrance Bar, sponsored by Conversation for Change. I'm sure you are aware of that. So yes.
We shall hear more about that.
Yes,
we shall
yeah,
I'm excited. And I think we'll take a break. When we come back, we will want to see and hear a bit more about these your wonderful products.
All right.
Stay with us. We'll be back. Welcome back. I'm excited. I can hardly wait to hear all the trade secrets. So you told us about using yourself as the guinea pig to begin with, and you really testing and mixing all kinds of products, finding what works for you so that you are no longer reacting, so that you have the beautiful skin that is obvious to all of us.
Thank you.
So what are the products? Tell us more about what are those detailed products you have now.
Okay, for skin, I have shower gels for bathing. I have body butters for this season, this Harmattan season. When I say body butter, it's not just like whipping butters together. It is emulsified. It is water-based. So your skin is not feeling so greasy. You know, so we have the body butter, an emulsified body butter. We have exfoliating body scrubs.
Okay.
You know, whether, you know, products, they clog our pores. We need to unclog them every once in a while. So we need these scrubs. For acne.
Can people with as old as me still benefit?
Yes, mommy, yes, you do. You do. It's for everybody apart from babies.
Okay.
Below 12 years. I don't encourage that because their skin is still very tender. They don't need this. They don't need things like that. But we have products for babies too. We have shower gels for babies. We have body butters for babies. We have hair care products for babies. Especially for babies that always cry when you comb their hair. We have detanglers. We have, as a matter of fact, I have a formula that I'm bringing into the market now. It's called Don't Be Naughty. It means your hair shouldn't be naughty.
Okay.
So
the naughty is the hair.
Yeah, the naughty is the hair. So it's called Don't Be Naughty Hair Detangler.
Okay.
Yeah, it's targeted at children. Because I run a salon, most parents bring their children and they are always complaining, when I comb my hair, she's always crying, you know. So when you use the tanglers, I have product that when you use, it's easy for you to comb their hair. They don't need to cry, they don't need to, you know. So we have product for natural hair, we have product for processed hair, we have product for damaged hair. We've used, before now, most people were using relaxers, texturizers, colors, all manner of things on their hair. So we've had to deal with damaged hair. As a matter of fact, a lot of people are now battling with serious damaged hair. So we have products for that also. You know, if you decide to still use to relax your hair, you should also be able to keep it healthy.
Yeah.
So we have product for that. So our product is not just for people who carry natural hair. So even if your hair is chemically processed, we still have products for you to just keep it healthy, to keep the hair healthy. So yeah, We have those two. We also have products for men.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
My product is for
so
everybody.
they're not left out.
They're not left out. No. We have products for men. The men are now going bearded.
Yeah, I noticed that's a trend.
Yes, it's a trend right now.
Yeah.
So, yes. So for grooming their beards, we have products. We have beard balms. We have beard oil. We have beard moisturizers. We have body butters for men also. Some men will tell you, I don't use anything apart from Vaseline. No problem. We have products that you don't need to spend 5 minutes applying it on your body. If you use petroleum jelly, then you should be able to use our body butter.
And they're affordable, eh?
Very, very affordable. That is the thing. Mom, you don't know my plan. Is to chase all the foreign products out of Nigeria.
Woo!
They are very, very affordable, yes, because most of our ingredients are sourced locally.
Okay.
Yeah, so that makes them very affordable.
Tell me, how did you build the structure to your business? I mean, you've talked about the products, but how did you ensure that you're functioning in a way that it's going to be a potentially profitable business? What helped you towards that?
Before now, I was producing on a small scale. I was battling. I was making from my kitchen. I'll make for like lotions. I make like 3-4 liters. Until one fateful day when on social media I found Conversation for Change that they were helping youths to expand, to train them and everything. And I just said, let me apply. I've tried such things, and then most times I even get stuck. I don't finish it up. But when I clicked on that button to apply, I realized that the requirements were very few. So I applied and then forgot about it. Then I got an email. I went for the interview, got in, and then they started training me. What I thought I knew before I unlearned.
You had to unlearn it.
I had to unlearn it because the kind of people they brought in to train us I couldn't afford them on my own. Things I thought I knew, I unlearned and learned new things. Then C4C sent me for another training in formulation. And after that, they gave me a seed grant to get me a 100-liter mixing machine. So now I can afford to make in large quantity and reach more people and make more money.
That is great. And
yes.
Are you employing anybody?
Yes, I can't do that alone. When I was doing from my kitchen, I was using spatula to mix. Now I have machines. I need people to man them. I need men that will be able to lift the heavy this thing to pour in the machines. I'm getting more raw materials. I won't be able to do that by myself. So I had to employ people.
That is good.
To do these things for me. Packaging. If I was bottling 10 a day, now I'm bottling 100.
Wow.
I have a family. I have to take care of my family.
And this is within the space of
just a few months.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Now I can't bottle all that. I can't be making the product, bottling and then marketing it or making deliveries to customers. No. So I had to employ more people to do that.
And probably your training allowed you to conceive all of that, recognize that you needed all kinds of personnel to also support and expand the business.
Part of the training, they brought in someone that taught us on human resources.
Okay.
So that angle was taken care of because after that I knew that I needed to outsource most of the things I was doing. Then another person was brought in that taught us on financing.
Okay.
How to handle our finances, how to set our pricing.
Okay.
That was very, very important. That pricing impact.
Absolutely.
It was very, very important because before I was making and I thought I was making profits until I had that class. I realized that I wasn't selling right.
Okay.
Yes. So the training helped me to restructure my pricing. So I wasn't losing too much, and I wasn't how would I put it? Overcharging. Yes. Okay. So yes, I was on the balance. So
this is exciting. This is exciting. We will have a break. We will have our last break, and when we come back, we will take you up again,
All right.
learn a little bit more.
All right.
Were there any challenges and so on and so forth? Stay with us. Welcome back, and thank you for staying with us. But I know you've been enjoying, like I have, this exciting journey down beauty lane. That's what I want to call it. I'm already itching. I think for sure I'm going to be more beautiful from today. I'm going to sample her
You
products.
decide to own your beauty from today.
I used to think I did already, but I'm willing to learn some more.
Okay.
It's been wonderful, truly wonderful. Jokes apart, I think you've been courageous and you've recorded great success.
Okay.
Have there been any challenges along the way, or was it just easy pansy?
If any business person tells you it has been easy pansy, please, I want to meet that person because it hasn't been easy. We've had a lot of challenges, but the one that I want to talk about was the COVID. The COVID came and it almost crushed us in the beauty industry because I also run a salon, and people have to come in. My salon is where people come to test my products. So people were no longer coming in. I couldn't reach out to people. Business was declining, you know. And then I'll still talk about conversation for change. After my trainings with them, there was follow-up and everything. And then during the pandemic, I got a call or a message saying if I had any challenges, we could brainstorm and work something out, you know. And then we had that meeting, and there was an eye-opener for me. You know, it was there I realized that, okay, even if people couldn't come to me, I could go to them with my market, with my business. I figured out a way to reach out to people. Okay. You know, and before the COVID, I was making just skin and hair. I wasn't thinking of sanitizers. Okay. Because after the brainstorming, I realized, I could actually make sanitizers, because at this time, this is when people are going to really need these sanitizers, you know. So I decided
that
to
became part of the things you formulate.
Yes, it became part of the things I formulated, and I didn't just formulate it myself. I formulated it, and those clients that were no longer coming, I decided to send to them to remind them that I was still in the market.
Okay.
And so I sent some sanitizers to them, and then reminded them that you could actually still make your hair while you're at home. Just get the product to teach you how to use these things in the house. You know, so that was how we managed to
survive that period of lockdown.
Yeah.
So this is truly exciting, and I can see you're going places.
Thank you.
And so I wonder, is there room for people to invest? And I mean, unless you think you have all the money you need, is there room for people to invest so that the business can grow?
Remember I said my plan was to chase most of the foreign products out of Nigeria, right? I can't do that on my own.
Absolutely.
We need to come together to do that, to achieve that. We need to make Nigeria a better place. We need to make Nigeria. We need business. If I have investors, I'll expand and I will employ more people, and there will be the issue of unemployment will be reduced greatly. So yes, I need investors. I really need investors.
Great, great. So for many of our viewers out there, this is somewhere you can reach out to Oma. We're displaying her contact. Apart from the great cosmetics and other products that she has, it's also somewhere that you can invest some money, and definitely it will go places. Before I let you get off the hot seat, do you have a few last words for some of our viewers out there, other young people like you? What would you say to them?
If you're out there, you are a mother, a housewife, a young adult who just finished school, and you're saying there's nothing for me to do, there are so many things for you to do. I chose to own my beauty, and I took this journey. You can, as a housewife, you can also learn to formulate and own your time and your beauty. You can do from your kitchen. A lot of big brands still operate from the kitchen. So if you are a housewife thinking of what to do not just sit and say that the government is not providing jobs. You need to create a job for yourself. If you're a young adult who just finished school and you're looking for a job and you're saying, no jobs, I've been submitting CVs, look within you. There's something you can do for the country. You can give back to the country. You can create these jobs. You don't have to sit and wait for the government to come knocking at your door, or some uncle somewhere who probably has his own issues to give you some money to spend. No. On your own time, get something doing for yourself. You don't need so much to start.
Wonderful advice. Wonderful advice. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
And so to all our viewers out there, we thank Oma. It's been wonderful listening to her passion. So it's been wonderful. Let's celebrate ourselves. Let's celebrate our innate beauty. Let's celebrate being Black. Let's celebrate life. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Until the next time.
Thank you.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just
We are officially in the second half of the year. Welcome to a new month. Today is Wednesday, the first day of July 2026. And you are watching Signature Morning coming to you from Signature TV. Good morning to you. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. And after this break, we will look at our newspaper headlines and review in a moment. Do stay with us. We are back and ready to look at the headlines on the papers this morning, starting off strong with the Vanguard newspaper. Lagos underwater, floods sack homes, paralyze commuters, commerce. Drainage encroachment, indiscriminate waste dump, major cause. Ikorodu Road, Yaba, Ikeja, Oyimbo flooded. Residents stranded, Ago Palace Way, Bagada communities, submerged floods, submerged parts of Isashi, Iba, Ojo, Okokomaiko. Residents beg government to clear waterways. Lagos moves to stop FG reclamation plan at Kuramo Beach. Orders demolition, sealing of buildings on drainage alignments. Lagos will continue to provide safety resilience. Commissioner. Outrage over army personnel's assault on Union Shun students. Borno school attack, 37 children still missing, parents. US Supreme Court blocks Trump's bid to end birthright citizenship. Finance Minister defends FG's borrowing, seeks commercial dispute tribunal. Discourse and expose on Herbert Macaulay, the first Nigerian nationalist, Bode George. Evacuated Nigerians, FG to seek compensation for South Africa for damaged properties. This report says 79,323 killed, 34,773 abducted in 6 years, on page 5. Over to the Guardian newspaper. Coastal states wary as floods disrupt Lagos economy amid disease fears. NDC granted access to INEC portal for uploads. Switzerland returns 23 cultural artifacts to Nigeria. Terrorists recruit, raise funds online, army warns. ASU chapters threaten strike over unimplemented pact. Atiku asks Tinubu to suspend probe Gbajabiamila as group cautions. Violence, tension in South Africa as FG evacuates 271, seeks compensation for Nigerians. INEC worries over vote buying ahead of Osun polls. INEC registers 1.57 million Nigerians in CVR exercise. TET Fund charges Nigerian scientists to develop Lassa fever vaccine. Now looking at the Daily Trust, questions over Phantom Council, which is the major headlines on pages 3 and 4. Niger varsity students block VC, protest robbery attacks. FG to demand compensation for abandoned Nigerian businesses in South Africa. Access codes not yet Uhuru for ADC, PDP, NDC. Police launch manhunt as gunmen kill 2 cops in Rivers. Aggrieved aspirants caution APC over candidates' replacement. Stakeholders warn of higher costs as green tax takes effect. How 23 Sokoto residents, Kebbi youths died in road crashes. On the Punch newspaper, the major headline on page 2 says xenophobia, Nigerian embassy packed. 269 return as South Africa protests rise. Fear hunger as Nigeria takes shelter in embassy, churches. Returnees arrive Lagos, FG insists evacuation ongoing amid anti-migrant protests. Nigerians in South Africa Nigerians in South Africa, ex-envoys push for diplomatic dialogue. Just beside the mast, FG to scrap JSS and SSS structure, over 20 million dropouts. Borno abduction, parents list 36 missing children as youths protest. NDC uploads Obi Dixon as INEC restores portal access. Wabara BOT seeks INEC recognition for Turaki PDP. On page 22, Discos earn 801 billion naira despite persistent blackouts. Marketers reject fuel pricing curbs, threaten shutdown. Saraki says, I never rubber-stamped foreign loans as Senate President. Flood waters submerge homes, disrupt power supply in Lagos. 59,323 killed, 34,773 abducted in Nigeria in 6 years, reports. Looking at the Nigerian Tribune, it says candidates list, APC governors to meet Yewada. Political parties begin upload to INEC portal. PDP, NDC, LP confirm receipt of access codes. Wike-led PDP receives code as confusion hits Turaki camp. We have uploaded Obi's name, says NDC. Lagos residents express frustration over recurring flood. Thousands march in South Africa to enforce June 30th anti-immigrant deadline. Federal High Court issues new 2026 pre-election practice directions, repeals 2022 rules. Airfare in Nigeria rose by 20.86% in May, reports. Amotekun arrests father, 3 sons over kidnapping, rescues victim, recovers ransom in Ondo. Gunmen kill 3, injure many at mining site in Plateau. FG to scrap JSS SSS separation policy. And a health study says that climate change linked to rising childhood stunting across Africa. Now on the Nation newspaper, Akpabio, Barau, Abdulrazak, Uzodinma, Yero on APC list. Abbas, Carlo, Faleke gets nomination forms. Governors to meet Yewada. UK asylum seekers to pay £10,000 before consideration. Lagos gets NRC license to run train services. New army recruits are accused of assaulting female students during hostels invasion. Anti-migrant rallies shut businesses in South African cities. Page 6 says Tunji Bello, one of his generation's most accomplished public servants, and this is from Tinubu. And we've looked at the headlines on our papers this morning, and over to Chris Maduka for the review. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Uche. Good morning, my dear people. Welcome again to today's edition of Newspaper Review on Signature Morning. We give glory to God.
Of course. Now let's look at the headlines. Lagos is underwater. Floods have affected homes, paralyzed commuters, commerce. A lot of roads have been flooded, and the commissioner is, calming people down. Orders demolition, sealing of buildings on drainage alignments, and the likes.
The Nigerian Agency for Meteorological Services, that name it, warned about flooding. And this flooding has become yearly in Nigeria. And the prone areas of flooding in Nigeria are known. But like everything about our country, once we see what is bigger than the farm, we go and sell our barn. Because of election in 2027, nothing else matters in Nigeria. As far as Lagos State is concerned, flood can carry part of Lagos while they are working on 2027 and who will return and who will not return, whose name appeared on INEC portal and whose name will be submitted. That is the agenda. Flooding, climate change, security emergencies in Nigeria, those ones can wait. Of course, a very top officer in the government in power, as the Senate president, told us that every other thing can wait till after 2027 election. But he didn't include that the allowance they collect for sitting about doing nothing, we wait. So it's okay. The flooding in Lagos, nobody will see it as an emergency. NIMET warned against it. Even though it was up to 26 states in Nigeria were warned over 6 months ago that they are prone to flooding as it comes. If you ask me, NIMET has done their job. They've done their bit. But Nigeria, is that the story of the children who are eating mushroom? The mushroom, legendary story. Nigeria, in the last 12 years, have been witnessing flooding. Every year, Nigeria will lose citizens by flooding. They will lose millions or billions worth of property in flooding. They will lose farmlands, villages. They will lose time, money, and energy. Flooding. Is it not high time that the state government of these prone states or areas of flooding start putting it in budget, that when it gets to a certain time, they get NIMET warning. They move some people to a safe area. Is it not possible? If it's not possible, then it shouldn't be news that a part of Lagos, of course, Lagos is underwater, it's by management. When it rains, the whole drainages will get blocked. Cars will start swimming. So Nigeria should also become creative. Think about in these cities that get flooded to start buying boat cars. When it gets flooded, you spread your wings and paddle along the water. Otherwise, Lagos is not more news than Lagos. Most of us go underwater, seasonal flooding. But the government of Nigeria, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Works, state government, all the ministries, big names of people sit down eating groundnut and cola nut in the offices. Nothing is being done. But we really not no anticipatory action. Since NIMET warned against flooding in Nigeria, what anticipatory action has Nigerian government at different levels put in place? What has NEMA? What has SEMA? What has the Ministry of Environment at federal and state done? What they didn't come out with blueprint of since NIMET warned against this flooding, what they've done. As far as they're concerned, they are living in secluded areas. Just like what's happening with security and the insecurity in Nigeria. So we can reel out figures of how many Nigerians who were places who were flooded. If you see that viral video, they opened the roof and were pulling out babies from the rooms because the flooding took over the whole house. People now use the ceiling, the roof to move. No emergency situation like you see in some sane society where you have this flash flood and it gets to that point, you will see all the emergency agencies, they will be at work paddling, saving people from emergency. But Nigeria own is not like that. It's unfortunate. So you don't even expect that anything will happen. That's Nigeria for you. That's Nigeria for you. So,
okay, now moving on to the issue in South Africa, Nigerian embassy is packed. 269 returned. The protests are rising. Fear and hunger as Nigerians are taking shelter in embassies and in churches. And it says that Nigerians in South Africa and ex-envoys are pushing for diplomatic dialogue.
What dialogue? When Ramaphosa the other day was speaking for the first time against this that has happened over 6 months, is it dialogue at the point where Nigeria has evacuated at its own cost over 1 million Nigerians and more are there, and the government is still fighting to bring them back at the expenses and settling them, profiling and settling them with a large cash. So at what point will the diplomatic talk come in? The level of diplomatic talk has gone. It is Nigeria to revenge. That is the best diplomatic action that South Africa will understand. I do not understand. I do not work in diplomatic or Ministry of External Affairs. I do not work with diaspora affairs, but I don't know what they do there. All we're expecting as Nigerians is that certain things will tell you that people they are representing you in certain level of offices are working for you instead of keeping mute. Let it not be because certain number of people from particular ethnic group in Nigeria are more involved, because I've had it in the street. I've had people say, because certain tribe in Nigeria are more involved, Nigeria will keep quiet. And if you must know, the tribe they are talking about, more Igbos are involved in South Africa, xenophobic attack. Whether I'm right or wrong is what I had in the street. They can come back and do survey. The Nigeria is where nobody uses any information for anything. So, assuming it's right, then is it noble that the government is handling whatever is happening in South Africa with kid glove? And they are still giving deadline. And we are here talking, mumbling talk from, chewing talk from both sides of our mouth, not taking decision. Of course, they've taken decision. They are evacuating. By evacuating most of Nigerians, most of the civil servants involved in the evacuation will get their own. Nice Nigeria. Somebody told me in Nigeria, if they give you 1 million naira government money to pass through an account that you control to do a project, he said at least, some remnant of that money will drop on the. That's almost the corrupt culture of Nigeria. Even in fighting insecurity, in fighting xenophobia, everything Nigerians want to benefit from it. Nobody wants to put the strong leg forward to fight it and save humanity. And he said this is a country where we have sold our humanity to mammon and devils. Well, it goes round. It goes round. Once the other countries have seen how Nigeria handles South Africa issue, they will deal with, because Nigerians are the most vulnerable now in the world when it comes to Japa. And then, even the ones that have returned, with the settlement is just to welcome back to hell. No matter how they settle you, how long will 1 million naira last for somebody who has come back from that point? Before he will say, I'm back to Nigeria, he will back into unemployment market and he will still look for another country to japa, hoping that they will not xenophobic the person back to Nigeria. Is this the leg Nama will take rich here? When are we going to sort ourselves out? When are we going to sort ourselves out and handle the major issue instead of leaving the substance and chasing shadows? Of course, everything will wait until 2027.
Okay, now federal government is to scrap the JSS and SSS structure over 20 million dropouts.
What made the 20 million dropout? Was it the old system? I've told you Nigerians pursue shadows and leave substance. What is making children drop out in Northwest, Northeast? What is making them drop out in Southeast, where most of the young people are inside the market, want to do apprentice? Beautiful. What is making children in Kwara? What happened in Onile in Oyo town, of Oyo town in Oyo state? If children drop out and do not go to school, is it the system? The Minister of Education in Nigeria as of today, was it this system that made him not to get there late? Or is it the system that is? What is the system that is our problem at this time? Get the children secured first in the schools. Once our children are secured in the schools, we can now talk about another thing. You first secure the land before you look for mat. If you secure mat and you don't have land, where are you going to spread it? The security situation in Nigeria is the highest point of threat to education in Nigeria. Not all these 65 to 70. Whichever way you make it, children are supposed to stay in primary school for 12 years. Or is it primary and secondary for 12 years? Are they mixing up the situation? Are we going to have primary and secondary in one place? So it's not the numbers or jumbling it, doing it like a betting. Picking number, whether it's 6334 or 4336, or it does not matter. At this point, security of people who will follow 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 situation, it is what matters. And until that is done, we are wasting our time. Because you can get up another system on stage 3, 4, whatever you call it, and the children are kidnapped every day, abducted with their teachers beheaded. And people will sit down in Ministry of Education talking about 6334. For who? How many of them are the top level of Ministry of Education that their children are in school in Nigeria who they are creating 6334, whatever system? That will tell you we are not serious. Honestly. There are so many things wrong about our situation, and we want to close our eyes to them, thinking that by closing eyes to them it's like you are quarreling with your wife at home. You did not settle the quarrel when you wake up in the morning. You think that when you come back, Uche, this one is familiar. Women will not forget. When you come back, the woman will bring back the fresh agenda of talk. Everybody will begin afresh. So better settle the first thing first. Settle security for education. Pay the teachers. Put a budget in there. Let the teachers have facilities in schools. Let's have children. Let's have their teachers well paid. And the children in Nigeria will continue the education. All the people in Nigeria today pass through the system they are trying to change. It did not make them not to get to be National Assembly members, to become president, governors, to become House of Assemblies and the Federal House of Reps, to become even local government. The system did not stop them. So let us sort ourselves out first. Otherwise, we are wasting time. Of course, they will have to keep busy juggling figures so that it will look like they are working. But we know it's not the issue. Every Nigerian will tell you what the problem of Nigeria is today.
Okay, so in our universities, we see outrage over army personnel's assault on Uniosun students. And in Niger State, another group of students block VC and protest robbery attacks.
Yes, now. There's a saying in my place. They say, when you were reading it, I had a recruit. You see? Somebody that been under the process of recruitment is already attacking students, and abusing students. Probably when they want to fall short of saying they were raped and abused the female students when they attacked their hostel. Somebody, they have just promised you they are going to recruit you into the army. You are behaving this way. What will happen if such person is finally recruited? My people used to say, somebody they promise you. So that's why the funny thing about Nigeria. And this thing will be swept as it has come up in the headline, so it will go. After some time, it will come up again. They will go and they begin to, these are people they should train on how to go to the bushes to start looking at how to fight the insecurity that's come to Nigeria in different angles. They are raiding the campus hostels, female campus hostels. What they are looking for there, I do not know, under no guard. Because abuse of power and the rascality has taken over Nigeria, and they will do this and get away. And nobody, and we have army authorities, and this news will get to them. They will sit down on it and not follow it up until the thing will breed. Such people will still get recruited into the army after committing becoming using this as a entrance exam into army. They will do this. At the end of it all, you would think that it's going to work out well. Well, God will help us.
All right, Chris, I think that is the much we can take on our newspaper headlines this morning. As always, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Che. We thank God for another opportunity to do this morning. Thank you, all the people that have joined us. Join us in the rest of the programs on Signature TV. God bless you. God bless me. God bless Signature TV. God bless you, Che. But remember that God's blessings are always meant for those who deserve to be blessed.
Of course. Thank you once again, Chris Maduka. And we have come to the end of our newspaper headlines and review segment on Signature Morning. Keep watching as the program will be back shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Now we're looking at 2027 political build-ups, deregistration of opposition party, looking at it from the constitutional and legal perspective. And right here in the studio with us this morning is Ozo Nadume Ofokansi, who is a legal practitioner. You're welcome. Good morning.
Uche, good morning, and thanks for having me this morning once more.
Thanks for joining us. It's been a while.
Yeah.
First of all, what opinion do you have about this entire deregistration of parties process with INEC and the courts?
Well, you see, I keep on saying is that this is just one of the very bad times to be a judge. It's also one of the worst times even to be a lawyer, because this issue of muzzling of the opposition by the ruling party using the courts is giving a lot of people jitters, because one might ask, why use the courts? The judiciary ordinarily is an independent arm of government because I have three of them: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. But like the judiciary now is working like an appendage of the executive, doing the biddings of the executive, lacking that autonomy which the Constitution created them to be. From day one, when Tinubu was sworn in on 29th of May 2023, he started his second term campaign. He didn't have any time to work. His concentration was on second term. And because he felt, even though he was declared winner by INEC, he felt he didn't win the people because these are two different things, winning an election and winning the people. So he felt he didn't win the people. So how is he going to do the second term if he didn't win the people? He now started by coercion, forcing in every other election victor who must have won an election, whether you're in PDP, or whether you're APC, or whether you're in Labour, whether you're in APGA, whichever party you are, he forced all of them back into APC. They now have close to about 32 governors out of the 36 governors in the states. They have virtually 80% of members of the Senate. They have over 75% members of the House of Reps. That was not enough for him. He tried to muzzle down the institutions of state, the police, the army, the navy, the road safety, every institution of state. He tried to muzzle them in. Now he extended his fangs to the judiciary. People now tend to ask, why must the judiciary be the institution that will be used for the hatchet job? Because this is a hatchet job. Pluralism is about democracy, multi-party pluralism. Every party given its opportunity to contest the election, either lose or win. But this time around, he kept muzzling the opposition. And like I said in one of the programs I came here, I said that the only opposition I have in Nigeria is P2B. As an individual, not even a political party. If you trace the history from his days in Labour Party, immediately he won the election. It came to them as a surprise because they never knew he would win, he would get the kind of things where he got during the 2023 election, which even Erufai now confirmed later where he fell out with Tinubu, that it was P2B who won the election. He published the result himself and showed the world. But that is by the way, I think I declared Tinubu, so be it. So, but he knew in his heart of hearts that he didn't win the election. And that is why he now decided that he wanted to have a coronation rather than an inauguration or a swearing in. Because when you have muzzled down every opposition party, what it means is that you want yourself to be coronated as the next president. How did I say P2B is the only opposition? There are over close to 26 or thereabout political parties that are registered by INEC to contest this 2027 election. You can Google it. There may be more, there may be less, but I know that it's not two parties, it's not three. Now, when P2B was in the Labour Party, immediately the election was concluded, lost and won. The ruling party brought their spanner and placed it into the bulk of the Labour Party. Julius Abure, every day he'll be organizing a press conference, either trying to run Obi down or trying to run Alex Oti down. They went to court. At the end of the day, the Supreme Court ruled that Nemadi Usman faction of the Labour Party is the authentic because Julius Abure's tenure has expired. That was around April last year or thereabouts. They rolled out the order of court, took it to INEC, P2B, Alex Oti, Nemadi Usman, and the court bailiffs and other parties towards. They went there. They can serve them that court order, reorganizing Nemadi as the authentic leader of Labour Party. INEC said they are studying it. They studied it the whole of May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. That is approximately about 8 months. They were still studying it. So on 31st of December, 2025, Peter Obi now went and joined the coalition of ADC. In January or February, just about 20 or 30 something days later, INEC now recognized Namadu Usman, having seen that Peter Obi had left Labour Party. Having done that, they now faced ADC, where Peter Obi has gone into now. Gombe. Mohammed Gombe, what is his name, was hired. He filed an action in an existing suit. Court gave injunction to maintain the status quo. Everybody started interpreting status quo in Nigeria, both lawyers and non-lawyers. Before you know, the other person filed an action in the same ADC. Before you know, there were over 3 or 4 actions filed against ADC because Peter Obi has joined the ADC. Peter Obi, in his wisdom, quietly put his hand this way and went to NDC, leaving ADC. Immediately he left ADC, everything in ADC died down. The court actions, the court litigation, we no more hear about them. That of Labour Party, nobody hears about Labour problem in Labour Party again. Abure doesn't organize press conference again. Some of the party chairmen who wake up every morning and come to Facebook to lambaste Peter, they don't come to Facebook again. Now, people were rejoicing, said, but I told them, you don't rejoice in that kind of thing. These people don't rest. They will find a way to penetrate NDC because a lot of people in Nigeria are hungry. Before you know it, they now pulled our own brothers, the one is Zowuru, through what they call the Peace Movement Party. That is not even registered. Judge has given judgment in December last year. December, January, February, March, April, May, June. He now gave another judgment in June, saying that what he got to them, the other people now claim that their logo is similar to the logo of NDC. And therefore, he ordered the deregistration. In other words, judgment he had delivered, though, which ordinarily, if you want to do anything there, you go and appeal. Or if you want the judge to set aside the judgment due to either it was obtained by fraud or the judge gave the judgment per incuriam, that is in error, or that the judge has not even any jurisdiction to determine the matter being issued. These are few of the 4 conditions that will exist before judge can. But the people who make that application has to be parties in that suit. Not a non-party who was never a party in the suit coming back to the court and telling you that you should set aside what you have done. If the party who is a new party wants to come into the suit, the first step is to apply for joinder. Join yourself, make yourself a party, and then ask the court for relief. Peace Movement Party never did that. The next thing we now had was that the judge has set aside the judgment. Now, that's why I said the question everybody keep on asking is, why must the judiciary be the institution that will be used each time to truncate Nigerian democracy? If you go down memory lane, many of you might be very tender, very young. Let me not go too far. Let me start from 1979, during the Awolowo Shagari era. There was controversy over whether Shagari got 2/3 of 19 states then. The matter got to Supreme Court. Supreme Court got a literal interpretation of 2/3 of 19, even though they said it is for social justice, so that peace will reign, the army will go, so that it will go to democracy, but we should not cite them as presidents. Lawyers kept citing them as president until eventually they reversed themselves. That was not the intention of the voter. If Shagari didn't get 2/3 of 19, they should refer them back, let them go and do a rerun, rather than pronouncing Shagari as the winner, as against the people who voted maybe for Awolowo. I'm just trying to show you times when the courts have been used against the people.
But why is the judiciary an institution that is supposed to
protect the people?
Of course, why do they allow themselves to be used for
that's where I'm going. That's why I said that Shagari era came and went. In 1993, we tried our hands again in democracy when Abiola contested with Alhaji Tufa. Abiola won the election. Babangida tried annulling the election. It led to uprising. Nigerians rose wherever they are. There was protest everywhere. Culminating the one who called it Ebola and also Abiola. At the end of the day, what happened? It was still the courts that cancelled the election. Justice Ibeme, under a candlelight by about 9 p.m. in the night, annulled that election. A judge of a federal high court in the same Abuja here, having annulled the election, Abiola, out of anger, declared himself winner of the election in Egbetedo. He was arrested by the army. Abiola died in detention. 28 years after, when Buhari was in power now as a civilian president, Buhari now recognized Abiola as the winner of that 1993 election and now gave him GCFR posthumously and declared June 12, when we had that election, as Democracy Day. That's how Democracy Day came about. Stay caught to fast forward it again to 2023. We were contending that Tinubu didn't win Abuja as written in the laws of the land, that is the constitution. Number of states you have to win, including Abuja. They made it federal capital because they felt the draft man writing the constitution felt that that federal capital is a conglomeration of all the states in Nigeria because everybody is there. So at least you have to win there. If you can't win in individual state, at least win Abuja. Supreme Court now said Abuja is not a special state. It's just like any other state, which is not what the Constitution says, because all of us read English language. They also said that the beavers INEC introduced was just issue of rules of INEC, not law. The same court. They now upheld what Mahmoud wrote with his hands as against what we used to see. When we are calling the election result, we've seen it on the screen. Still against the people. I'm a lawyer. Sometimes there are places I go now, I won't proudly tell people I'm a lawyer. Reason? That there are people who say, I say, look, if you are the ones truncating our democracy. Because many people don't know the difference between a lawyer and a judge. They see everybody in black and white as lawyers or as judges. So, back to our discourse, the deregistration of NDC. One, that court was what they call fontus official, that it has finished its business with that very application that came before it 6 months ago. It doesn't need that power to come and revisit it again. And this is a final judgment, mark you. It's not even a ruling on an interlocutory application. Maybe there's a case pending, you put an application, they rule on it and continue the case. This one is final. What you have given 6 months ago, you went back to it and said, you are reversing it. That is now why people say this is the voice of Jacob and the hand of Esau. Because you can't see, you see, I say it most often, that there are still very decent judges in Nigeria with due respect to the bench. Very, very decent ones. We can count very many of them in every state who still have conscience. But I still wonder how these politicians identify the gullible ones. Because they identify these ones very easily. Maybe they have some hatchet men who look for those gullible judges they can use. If they don't use your Motosho, they use Lifu, they use Abdul Malik. Now they have either the Abdasha or whatever he calls himself. Before it was Ebu. In ENUGU here, they used Justice Naji when he removed Ngige in Anambra State as a governor. Even though Naji was reported to the NJC, NJC sacked him as a judge for that single judgment. You're not free to give any judgment you like because you're a judge. But the judgment he gave still stand until they went to, it is still stood until they went to court of appeal to vacate it. So if a judge, like this one now who gave this judgment, even if you write petition now to NJC, and NJC tells him he did something wrong, sack him from that job, that judgment he gave, he will still be there until court of appeal sets it aside. That's the rule.
So what about INEC? I mean, we are looking at the judiciary, but INEC is also a central figure in all of this.
Yes,
well.
the only way I blame INEC, you see, if you are in a competition and the referee blows the whistle, you move out, and somebody scores first position, you won't say because they moved out, that was why you scored. It was because the referee blew the whistle. I blame INEC partially, because but INEC cannot disobey the court order. If court says delist, they will delist. If court say add, they will add. So INEC always has a defense that it was they are trying to obey the order of court. So that's why I concentrated on the judiciary. Because if INEC disobeys the order of a court, they will say INEC doesn't apply the rule of law. So, but because INEC was given that authority by somebody, but what they now do is that in that kind of case, INEC now plays safe. They always want to run the full circle as opposed to what they have been doing before. Like when they gave them the judgment on the Madus man, they didn't upload it into their portal until almost 8 months or 9 months later. But this one, court ordered you to the register. The people said they are going on appeal. They have filed appeal as at Monday. Filed, that is a motion for stay of execution. So INEC has no choice rather than to open the portal and take in their presidential candidate yesterday. So they will still take the vice presidential candidate today. They keep on taking their candidates until Court of Appeal rules. If Court of Appeal rules reversing what the man did in Kogi, fine and good. And if INEC says they are going to appeal Supreme Court, still to Supreme Court. If the Supreme Court now rules still in favor of NDC, NDC remains. So, but public opinion is treating so adversely against the judiciary that the leaders of the bench should, in fact, the bar also should step in. Our lawyers, our MBA, we have a role to play. Most of these judges who give this kind of perverse judgments, it's not because it is NDC today. They could be another, they did it with NDC. They did it with Labour Party, which I have been giving you examples. And you also find out, if all these judgments that are being churned in from here, left and center, how many have been given against APC, the ruling party? That's why people now say, this is the voice of Jacob, but the hand of Esau. So because Tinubu want to muzzle down every opposition party. Look at even what they are doing in the States. 150 million to put billboard posters if you are in the opposition. The billboard you are seeing in ENUGU is about billboard of Peter Mba and every other person. Have you ever seen the billboard of any opposition member in ENUGU? You are in ENUGU here. You can look around. They have placed a fine of 150 million for you to put one signboard, some post, for you to even plate flyers or paste flyers at the back of Keke Napep. They will get you, charge you for defaulting. And when, in fact, the maximum threshold that you are allowed to spend in campaign by the Electoral Act, it doesn't even up to 150 million. But for you to now advertise yourself or your party in any billboard, in any of these states controlled by APC, you pay 150 million. The circulars are floating online. They are everywhere. So that's why you don't see any opposition signpost. But the question is, if they can muzzle opposition that level, I hope they will not also muzzle opposition in our phones, because we shall still see the advert in our phones. So that shows you that what is happening with the courts is still the handwork of the ruling party.
And, you know, a lot of people are of the opinion that maybe this problem starts from the Constitution, because while we have separation of power and the judiciary is supposed to be independent, there's still a huge influence of the executive there. And there are a lot of ideas that, okay, maybe there needs to be a change in the Constitution to see if there could be a new way whereby the judiciary can have that independence. as away from the executive, or giving the executive the power financially and otherwise. What do you think about that?
No, see, it is not about the law. The laws are, Nigeria has very beautiful laws. It is about obeying the laws and compliance to the laws. The constitution that separated the powers of the three arms of government is there. But the question is, are the three arms of government actually separated? Let us also come back to the judiciary again. You find out that the money to run the judiciary ordinarily should have come in through the consolidated revenue account. Once they make their budget and the budget is passed by the National Assembly, they shift the money to the account of the judiciary. Because the account of the judiciary is different from the account of the Minister of Justice. Just like you shift that of the presidency to the president. Or even if they are not taking it once, through the Accountant General of the Federation, whenever make the requisition, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, who is the head of the judiciary, makes the requisition, and the Accountant General provides the money. But today, what do you see? You see Wike building mansions for judges in Abuja, furnishing mansions for judges in Abuja. He who pays the piper, they say, dictates the tune. Now, with that kind of edifice, if you're a judge, and somebody builds that kind of building for you, furnish it very well, with all the terrace and all the lawns therein, and then carry all the key and give to you, and tomorrow he has a case before you, you're human. Invariably, you have to look at his face, because he accommodated you, accommodated your family. But you also find out that that thing is possible because the executive are muzzled in the account of the judiciary. Now, the governors for the high courts and the magistrate courts in the state, the governors will buy cars and share to the judges and share to the magistrates. If the money of the judiciary comes straight to their own account, and the chief judge separates the money to the 36 states and Federal Capital Territory judiciary and pays in that of the ENUGU state, for example, to the account of ENUGU state judiciary to be managed by the chief judge of ENUGU state, the accountant of the accountant of the high court, and he sees that judges don't have good cars, it is for the CJ to approve purchase of cars for the judges and not for the governor, so that you go cap in hand tomorrow and say you are thanking the governor for giving you people new cars. Or the governor now gives you land and say, we have allocated land to you. I tell the governor, so grateful, my Lord, Your Excellency, for giving us this land. And tomorrow you take public interest litigation to the court against the government, and you expect to get justice. Man, the judge who has been given all those favors, he is human. But if they have been operating on their own, you don't need to have any fear. I wonder how many people today will have cases in court or have cases in their village and say well, they want to go to court. If you tell them, let us go to court, I say, go to court, I'm not going. Because they have seen what is happening in the court. Nobody is blind, nobody is deaf and dumb. They are seeing and they are hearing it. So that level, some of our politicians have brought down the judiciary. And they are doing this to the judiciary because judiciary is the only arm they can't get overseas. So they want to suppress it here. But education, how many schools are still functioning? Go and check out the public schools. The schools that are now working are the private schools. Because our leaders, our politicians have taken all their children to schools overseas, where other politicians are made very comfortable. Check our hospitals. Doctors are threatening to go on strike. The politicians are not interested in our hospitals. They are not interested in our health because they are taking their health holidays overseas, where politicians like them have made perfect. But because they cannot get justice overseas, that's why they are building these things for the judges. If it was possible for them to go and sue people in London and get justice in London, they could have abandoned the judiciary too. Just like the National Assembly tells you that then the mandate of the president they stand. If the president comes to the National Assembly to present a budget, they'll sing on your mandate to stand. When they are the ones who are supposed to do oversight function against the executive, they are now ones singing on your mandate you shall stand. And when the wife of the president invited some of them to one ceremony, Ababio told them it's like a mother inviting his children to a party. So the members of the National Assembly are the children of the party. It's like a kindergarten school now for the wife of Tinubu. So you see, Uche, there are a lot of things are going. So the issue is not about the registration. It is about what is behind the registration. What is behind it is that the man wants to be coronated as a president. He doesn't want to run any election. Tinubu knows that if you, Uche, contest election with the Tinubu tomorrow on a free and fair ticket, you will win him. But because he doesn't want to, remember, he has told the world that power is not given a la carte. You fight for it, you grab it, you run away with it. But now he has grabbed the power. Running away with it has become a problem. Look at insecurity. Look at people who are dying every day. Look at how terrorists can be so bold to come online and tell the world that if they want to get a governor, they can get a governor. If they want to get any of the government, they can get them. Terrorists. And you ignore them. You say you don't know where they are. But content creators who do online content creation, once they say anything bad about government, you look for them wherever they are and you find them. And they tell me it is not by design. It is by design. They deliberately are doing that.
Now, seeing the trajectory that we are going, particularly in our democratic system, and this constant attack on the opposition, what would you say are the implications for this action, particularly to our democracy, and also looking forward to 2020?
No. The man, it started like this in a lot of countries. Cameroon started this way. Before you know, it turned into a one-man dictatorship. Rwanda started that way. Paul Kagame started that way. Everybody was hailing him. Before you know it, it turned into one. Uganda started that same way. Just name any African country you can think of, apart from South Africa, where people lose power and they go, because they are a mixture of both whites and blacks. Many African countries, Mugabe did the same thing in Zimbabwe. He came back as a freedom fighter, ended up as a single dictator. And you can't expect it to say that with all the money Tinubu is pumping into politics, that he will be able to relinquish power on a platter of gold like Jonathan did when he lost the election. They know he would certainly will not do it. But what we're also saying is that the implication is that he cannot also coerce us into a one-party state. We will resist it. Certainly Nigerians will resist going into a one-party state. Nobody dies twice. Everybody has only one death. So if somebody's death will bring peace to Nigeria, so be it. If mine is committed to it, I wouldn't bother. So this is what I'm saying. So the implication is that the man wants to run a one-party state. They want to muzzle the opposition. But the opposition will keep on thriving. There must be opposition. There must be opposition. There is no way you cannot. Even in countries where the governors and presidents are doing very well, there are still oppositions to make them do better. If you are doing well, do better. In Abia State, for instance, where everybody is applauding the governor for doing well, there is still opposition in Abia State. And the opposition will still be pointing out where the governor has not done well. So the governor will go there and do it. And the only way to make sure, if you want to have a smooth run by going into the next level, maybe second term without stress, do to the populace. There's no rocket science about good governance. No rocket science. Many people acquire what they don't need. At my age, for instance, of over 60, there are certain things I cannot acquire now and say, what am I going to do with it? Is it like they wasted their money buying yachts? Since they bought that yacht, how many times have you gone on sea campaign, sea escapade, or sea fair party? It has not gone there. That yacht that was bought, millions of money, is still there. How many private jets do the president park in our airport in Abuja? What is he doing with all those things? These are enough waste for a government that borrows virtually every month. So you don't kill the opposition by just trying to muzzle them by force, because the more you try to muzzle them, the more you are making them popular. If you want to make you popular now. After this program, let DSS arrest you. The next day, you will see everywhere in all social media Uche of Signet TV arrested with a vacancy for running a program. People who don't know you say, who is Uche? They will start asking, googling you. Before you know it, you become so popular. So what they are doing by trying to muzzle the opposition is even making the opposition more popular. Because people now see that they are targeting P2B. The only person they are targeting is P2B. Atiku is in ADC. Since P2B left ADC, nobody is interested anymore in ADC. Since P2B left Labour Party, the Labour Party now started begging people to come and take their forms for expression of interest. How many people are contesting election on the Labour Party again? So why I'm saying that everybody, now that is it, check the number of people that got expression of interest form in NDC. In ENUGU West Senatorial Zone alone, there are about over 40 people got expression of interest form. But the party, because it's a disciplined party, said, go to screening, go to primary election. If you win in the screening, win in the primary election, only one person will come and buy nomination form. We don't want people to waste their money when we know you are not wanted. So at the end of the day, they now narrowed it down. They are not like the party that says, go and buy nomination form, go and buy expression of interest so that the party can make money. At the end of the day, they bring 10 heads together and people start fighting themselves. So if it is House of Reps for the Ezeaku Federal Constituency and 30 people bought expression of interest, only one person buys nomination form. And that person must have come first in the screening, must have come first in the primary election. And they try to make it as transparent as possible. No politics is perfect. But the level of transparency there, because I was a front runner, I was in the front of both the screening and the primary election. So, and the ones we did, the ones I did, because I can't be everywhere, I know I did it as transparent as I can. So, but you cannot suppress that opposition like I'm saying. The implication is that when you try to suppress them, you are making them more popular. So if they don't know, let them know it now.
But speaking of opposition, I mean, it's one thing to have an opposition, and it's another thing to have a strong opposition that actually stands a chance against the ruling party. And from what you said, it's one man that the attention seems to be on, not particularly on the party itself.
Yes.
So would you say that the opposition parties we have outside this one person is strong enough to withstand the ruling party?
Yeah, because see, this thing happened in 2023. Adam Oshimene said that P2B doesn't have that crowd that people think he has. That it is 4 people tweeting in a room and using artificial intelligence, AI, to double the number. Which, of course, you can use AI to do it. We left him. Let it be. Because if they're challenging him, it will look as if you don't know what they are doing. We kept walking on the ground. Then after the polls, he swallowed his words. Now, what he's now saying is that they don't want a trader economy, like P2B is going for president. You have not told us what you have done. I saw him in campaign the other day, I think in Benin. He was jumping up as usual and telling the world that they don't want a campaign of a businessman, the economy of a businessman who imports everything rather than manufacturing. That their own party is going to give jobs, is going to do that 4 years down the line. Add the one Buhari has done for 8 years, because it's still the same party. Add it to this one now. So that makes about 12 years in power. Rather than becoming better, Nigeria is going that fast down the drain. And they are watching it. So that is why whenever P2B makes a speech, you see Bayo Nanuga will come and react. Atiku will make his own speech, they don't react. Any other politician will make their speech, they will not react. But if P2B tweets anything on his Twitter, that is X handle, the next day it becomes response from Lasorok. So you ask yourself, why? Because like P2B was asked when he went to London immediately after the election. They asked the international press people like you that were asking, somebody say you came third. Somebody came second, according to Nigerians' electoral results. Why is the attention focused on you, rather than focusing on the person who came second? Because if eventually the person who came first goes, the person who will take over the position is the person who came second, not you who say came third. You know what the man answered them? Well, if you are a thief and you stole from somebody, you know the person you stole from. So if I steal your cup now, your cup of water now, each time I come in here, I'll look at that place where I stole the cup from and look at you. I pretend I have not seen you. Because I know I stole. I will not look at Chris. I'm not looking at any other person in the studio here. So if you are a thief and you stole from somebody, you know the person you stole from. So it was started as I left them. So and that is why the attention is on him. That's why everybody in the ruling party want to make sure Peter Obi is not in the ballot. Whatever it will cost them to make sure that Peter Obi didn't appear in the ballot so people will vote for him. That is, they will do it. So they started from Labour Party, like I gave you the history, down to this NDC now. But they cannot also stop the man from being on the ballot. Because even if they say they registered NDC permanently, what about if another party adopts him as a presidential candidate that are not been registered? There are many people, like I told you, there are about between 16 and 20 parties that are recognized by INEC. What about if any of them, or if a coalition of them now says, we adopt Peter Obi as our candidate? So if you want to vote, vote for either PRP, vote for whatever vote you put for PRP, you are putting for Peter Obi. It will still carry the same wave. The only thing it will now cause is that people who got ticket under the other parties will now have some little problems beside the presidency. So you can't muzzle the opposition. So if they keep on trying, but they should know, like Peter Aka, the Koran, the Peters warned, you don't, in your bid to secure a second term, lose Nigeria, because that will be greater, it will have greater impact that you are angling to get a second term, you are doing everything possible to get a second term, you are muzzling the opposition, you are allowing insecurity to thrive, people are dying in their droves. If Nigeria revolts tomorrow and say they don't want Nigeria again to attend Israel, I wonder where you are going to do the second term with. Are you not going to be the second term of your own family? So let them not in their bid to get a second term with the careless way they are going about things, also lose Nigeria at the end. Because nothing is cast on stone. A lot of countries are broken up. Somalia, Sudan broke up. Name them. There are thousands of countries that, even the Soviet Union, there was a time we call United Socialist Soviet Republic, USSR. It was this kind of thing under Gorbachev. You know, it's everybody to attend Israel. You now have all the Balkan republics now. So nothing is cast on stone that you must rule us by force. If Nigerians say, please go and rest. Allow younger ones to try their hands. There's no law that says you must rule by force whether you like it or not. You don't impose yourself further on people.
So with all that is happening now, what do you foresee in the elections next year? How do you think that this could possibly affect or impact 2027 election?
No, 2027 election is already stated. And we often say, when we get to the bridge, we talk about crossing it. You see, this ruling party, you know the kind of people you disclose your strategy to. Because if you disclose your strategy today, they will wait for you. What do you don't need? Maybe get another Justice Issa Adehassan to maybe stop you from even contesting the election. So, because they have people they can approach who do their bidding. So they thrive. The only way you can catch them off guard is by showing them surprises. All right? Because they thought they had boxed Peter into a corner in ADC. Maybe if you can't agree, because they were still fronting Atiku. Atiku, who is supposed to rest? The thing has been zoned to the south. You will contest when it is named. You are the person who said election, the president should be zoned. And people listen to you. When it was the turn of the south in 1999, two major people contested this election, Olufalaye and Obasanjo. Two of them are Yorubas. They say it is southwest because maybe to placate the death of Abiola. Now, he did their own tenor. It came up to the north. It was because of the death of Yaradua that now made his vice president, Jonathan, to step into the foray. Jonathan now did the remaining 2 years and then did 4 years. They now told him, we remember that you are using our ticket. It is now deemed that you are using our ticket. Say, no problem. So immediately Jonathan finished, he wanted to contest for a second tenure because the one he completed was Yar'Adua's tenure. That one couldn't go to. That was where he lost the election to, what do you call him, Buhari, who is from the north. Now Buhari did the first 4 years, contested again for the second 4 years, and won. The Martin now came to the south in 2023. It was Tinubu and P2B, front runners in the game. Atiku also was in the game. Now this time around again, Atiku again is also in the game. So it has been a serious contender for presidency. Whether it is zone to the north, whether it's zone to the south, he doesn't care. He will always contest the election. So if he has allowed the south to sort themselves out, it will narrow the weakness of the opposition so that they get a bigger strength. But he doesn't want to do that. But what we are saying is that the voting public in Nigeria know where they are going and they know who they want. And they are angling for it. So that is what I keep on telling people. If you are contesting an election and your voters know who they are voting for, it is no more top to bottom. Even within the APC rank themselves, they know that not everybody that is contesting the election they will vote for. Maybe if they vote for governor in ENUGU State, it doesn't follow them all to vote for the Senate or vote for the House of Reps or vote for House of Assembly. No. People now look at who are you voting for. If we know, we'll now ask you, what is your own party? Even if it is YPP, then people can vote for you there. That's what the 2027 election is likely to play out on. People now vote their candidates on an individual basis, on your merit, not because of your party. Because very many people who are contesting the election are not even known by the electorate. Even in APC, even in PDP, even in our NDC. There are people who got the ticket, but the electorate may not even know them. And they know better somebody who is in the other party. Because they keep on asking me, oh, is he in our party? I tell him, no, he's not in our party. He's in ADC. Okay, this is so person. Is he in our party? I say, no, he's in Labour Party. So you see, the way you warm yourself to the heart of the people depends on the kind of vote you get.
So do you think that independent candidates is better than political parties?
No. That is what I have ever said, that Babangida did a good job when he floated the two political parties, SDP and NRC, in I think that was when he came in, 1989 or thereabout, before we got into 1990. Apparently, that was what happened even in 1993 election that produced Abiola. It was Babangida's idea of a two-party system, NRC and SDP. I told them that could have moved Nigeria faster than this multi-party democracy. The only amendment they could have added is to put clause for independent candidates. So that, like they are now hunting this young man from political party to political party because our constitution says you must contest under a platform for a political party. If there had been an opportunity in the constitution of independence by now, everybody must have learned their lesson. So it is easy. If you SDP is not doing well and you don't like the ideology anymore, you switch over to NRC. When NRC is no more doing well and you don't like the ideology anymore, either you become an independent, or if you don't like the two of them, you become an independent and canvass for yourself.
A very big thank you to you, Ozon Nadume Ofokansi, for joining us this morning on the program.
Thank you,
It's always a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure, really.
Ozon Nadume Ofokansi is a legal practitioner. We just talked on 2027 political build-ups, the deregistration of opposition parties from the constitutional and legal perspective. Do stay tuned, as Signature Morning will be right back.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Still on the topic of the deregistration of political parties from the legal perspectives, coming up next is an interview with Haya King, who is also a legal practitioner. It's a pleasure seeing you as well on the program this morning. So let's kick it off with, the constitutional aspect of this deregistration process. What would you say is the real purpose behind empowering the states to deregister political parties, seeing that the Constitution allows political parties to exist, subject to certain legal conditions?
Well, the truth is that I may not be able to know why they are doing what they are doing, because if you look at the political trend, it appears that deregistration is what is in vogue now. But I don't know if you are asking me the reason. I may not know the reason, but I can tell you it's a political game. It's really actually a political game, and it's a very, very dangerous situation for Nigeria. It's a dangerous situation after 26 years or 27 years that we thought we have had democracy, and suddenly this is happening. It's very, very sad. I can tell you that it will haunt everybody. It will haunt those doing it now. It will haunt them tomorrow. If it doesn't haunt them tomorrow, it's going to haunt them next tomorrow, because they are not going to remain in power forever. The only person it will not hurt, it is the person that will remain in power forever. But once you are not going to remain in power and you are not going to live forever, it's going to haunt you. If it doesn't haunt you, it will haunt your children, it will haunt your children's children, it will haunt your generation. There's no way. If it will haunt your brother, it will haunt your cousin, it will haunt your friend, it will haunt everybody. Nobody is going to be free. That is what I want the politicians to know. For me, I believe democracy is a game of numbers. Let minority have their say, but let majority have their way. But the trend of deregistration, it's alarming. It's extremely alarming. If you know that these parties did not meet up registration requirements, why did you allow them to get to this point? You shouldn't have allowed them. That means INEC is blowing hot and cold. You tell me I'm registered today, tomorrow you say I'm not registered. You tell me I'm proper today, tomorrow you say I'm not proper. It's going to haunt even the judiciary. It's going to haunt the judges, their brothers, their friends. Let me tell you, when you make a law, and when you set a precedent, usually you think it's for your purpose, yes, for your own purpose at that time. But the table may turn, the circumstances may change. They have to be on the other side. Let us not forget that the present crop of people that are in power, they were in opposition for 16 years, 16 years before they took over. And they have been in power now going to from 2015, 2010. This is the 11th year. By next year, they will be 12. The same thing the PDP did, if you recall, making sure the opposition, but what the PDP did, these people are taking it to the next level. It's worse. Instead of improvement, we are degenerating. We are going down. Even all the achievements we made before, we are no longer making them. I am just saying, some of them are my friends, my brothers, my sisters, my colleagues, our friends, our townsmen, our Hausa brothers, our Yoruba brothers, our Igbo brothers, our Ijo brothers, our Ndoki brothers, Opopo brothers, Ikwere brothers, Angas brothers, Full Food brothers, all of them. We are one. But remember that the precedent you are showing today, if you make those laws and at the end of the day you leave power, they will use it. If they don't use it against you, they will use it against your brother. They will use it against your candidates. They will use it against your townsman. They will use it against your state. They will use it against Nigerians. That is why, as a leader, let me say this, sorry, going forward, I am not speaking for MBA. I am speaking as Higher King human rights advocate. I am not speaking for MBA. Either Uyibo branch, River State branch, national, I'm not speaking for MBA. I'm speaking as a concerned Nigerian. I'm not speaking for MBA, so let me make it very, very clear. So what I'm saying is that the trend, the precedent we are, you see, in law, we thrive on precedent. What is precedent? The layman, example. We strive by example. We say, my Lord, in a case of Madukolum and state, in a case of Gani and state, the law said so, the court said this, the High Court said this, so a Court of Appeal said this, and Supreme Court cemented it by saying so. We quote, we try to marry our present case with a decided case to be able to convince the court. That is actually what we do. So it's called precedent. Something that happened 1800, 1700. Catholic smoke ball and Kahir. We say, look, this, that if you make a contract, you can make a contract with the whole world. We say, oh, look, if whatever you have in your compound, if it escapes, gets into mine, it's tortious. I will sue you. So these are the things, these are how cases are decided. These are how cases are decided. The same thing in law. And these people are in government. That is why they are able to make those laws, make those decisions, those judges. Remember, you will not be a judge forever. 65, 70 max, you retire and go. When you go, your son may want to be governor of a party tomorrow. Your brother may have the party bearer of a party tomorrow. Even may have opportunity of becoming the president. He will say, oh, no. There was a decision by his father, so time. That decision is the one we are going to use, and they will use it to bring down your son, bring down your brother, bring down your father, bring down your cousin, your townsman, your friend. That is why it is not good to do evil. That is why it's not good. I know I'm talking morals. Yes, I'm talking morals. But I have always said that Nigeria politicians, they don't do what is right. They don't do what is constitutional. They don't do what is moral. They don't do what is good. They only do what is political. So like I answering your question in holistically, what is happening is a political game. And once you see Nigerian politicians telling you it's political, know that what they are doing is anti-constitution, anti-human reasoning, anti-reasonability, against the law, unreasonable things. That is what they call political things, unreasonable things.
Okay.
So that is actually what is happening.
You speak to us just for context, because INEC seems to be at the center of all of this. What exactly are the powers of INEC constitutionally? To what extent is INEC empowered to determine whether a party stays registered or not? And where exactly is the line drawn between judicial intervention and INEC's independent constitutional powers?
It's simple. The Constitution, which is the ground norm, has made provisions for INEC to regulate political parties. Their duties encompasses registration of new political parties, regulating their conduct, supervising of party primaries, supervising of conducting of general election. That's their job. The INEC, INEC is like is an umpire, like a referee. Have you seen any referee? World Cup is going on. I think South Africa is going to be playing, and the US, they are all going to be playing. Brazil will play in their group matches tonight, I mean tomorrow. Now, if these teams are playing, have you ever seen the referee? Have you ever seen the referee openly being biased? It's never done. Yes, I can tell you some referees are biased, some are Man U members, Man U sympathizers, and all that. But once that is found out, that referee will be changed. We have had it in football several times. So INEC is like a referee. He is there to monitor. If this one foul this one, he will blow against him, give him a yellow card, this one a red card. If you blow, he will give you penalty. If you do, he will send you off the pitch. That's what the referee is for. They're unbiased. That is the job INEC ought to be doing. But unfortunately, I have said this several times, this is not the first time. Even when PDP was in power, INEC is being controlled by the government in power. And he who pays the piper dictates the tone. I have said this, that INEC is not independent. The same way the judiciary is not independent. The legislature is not independent. The executive controls everybody because of the powers, the enormous powers being given to them in the Constitution. I have said this several times. INEC, the executive made Nigeria Constitution. They wrote Nigeria Constitution. Who empowered the people that wrote the Constitution? It was Abdul Salami. Abdul Salami was part of the executive. Abdul Salami cannot be part of judiciary or legislature. He was the president, the head of state. He empaneled people and asked them to write constitution, and they brought back to him. He removed what he wants to remove and put what he wants to put. So the executive wrote the constitution and gave all the powers to themselves. That is one of the major problems we are having. Even the major problem INEC is having. Sorry. I've said this before. If you are an INEC man, INEC chairman, and the government, the board calls you, say, this is our interest. And they are the one that appointed you. You are at their beck and call. They are the one that graciously appointed you among millions of Nigerians. Wouldn't you favor them? The same thing with a judge. I sympathize with them, actually. I sympathize with them because their hands are tied. A judge, you know that among millions of lawyers, thousands of lawyers rather, and you are appointed, even when you are not qualified, even when there are people that are qualified more than you, and the governor brings a matter, the president brings a matter, the politician brings a matter, and you tell him you to hell, you can't do that. Appoint you chief judge, appoint you CJN, Chief Justice of Nigeria, and you tell the president to hell, tell the governor to hell. It's not possible. It's not possible. We are humans. It's not possible. Even we that are in private practice, there are cases where we have sympathy. Yes, we have sympathy. There are places where we have sympathy. I will tell you about a matter I was handling. I was prosecuting a matter for a man to go to jail. I was prosecuting him, seriously prosecuting him. While I was prosecuting him, this man started coming to me, calling me, he wants to see me. I said, I don't need to see you. I refuse seeing the man. I refused. At a point, he called and called and called and called and called and called and called. And one of the days, I said, okay, come. I brought some of my staff, and the man came, and he said he have another matter in court that he wants me to defend him in that one. And I told him, no, I am still prosecuting you, that this one I'm prosecuting you, the matter is not done yet, that I cannot do that. I told him I cannot do that. And politely told him, he left. Do you know what I did next? Whenever I go to court, I started having sympathy. You know what I did? I recused myself from that matter. I dropped, and that was what I did. I didn't complete that prosecution. I left that matter. And I went to police. I said, look, take me out. I dropped the fiat. I no longer want to do that matter again. I left the matter. That was how I left that matter. I didn't continue that matter. So you can see what happened. Simple, just small, simple thing. I said, why do you come to me? He said, because the way I'm comporting myself in court, prosecuting the matter, I'm not witch-hunting him, I'm not persecuting him, that he likes my way, he likes my manner of, the way I approach my matter, that I lost me so much. He wants me to defend him in the other one. And I said, I cannot be blowing hot and be blowing cold. The next thing I did, I dropped that matter. I didn't conclude that matter. So you can see how some of the judges feel, the INEC people feel. So you can see. But if the Constitution makes it a way where the INEC is independent, he is not appointed by the president, he's not appointed by the governor, he is on his own. The same thing happens to service chiefs. The service chiefs, too, they pass through this same psychological torture. It's a psychological torture. I was tortured. Each time I come to court, I'm looking at this man that calls me a good man. Oh, you are a good man. You are prosecuting very well. Oh, no. The man, I said I have feelings. And I said, I won't continue with this matter. In fact, I said, if I had known, I wouldn't have even received him in the first place. Because he persuaded me every day. I want to see, why do you want to see me? So every day, I gathered people, come and see me. He came. So from that day on, my perception changed. So you can imagine if a man employs you, appoints you a chief judge, appoints you a president, a chief justice of Nigeria, appoints you service chief, appoints you INEC chairman, appoints you, and you tell me you won't be here, you won't have sympathy. So then you are the father of the devil. You're not even the devil. You are the father of the devil. You can't do, no human being can do that. It's not possible. I talk to judges. I have friends in Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, High Court. We talk. I have them. They tell us how they feel sometimes. They tell us what they go through. So it's not easy. That is the major problem. Until that is done, where you give full independence to the I have also worked as INEC, ad hoc staff of INEC. I have gone for return of election. I've done that. I have faced it before. I did it 2011, 2015, when I stopped work from 2019. I said I won't go again. My life was at stake. In one of the elections, I was returning office. I was carrying my results with my escort. We are going to collection center to the headquarters. My result was being announced on the air. I was sick. I don't submitted. I said, who gave them results? He said when I got there, you have to you will announce at the polling units. Then I announced. I said, this result. He said, yeah, this was your man carry. He said, they announced and announced something else. And I was like, why? How? I have been there, so I know how it is. But one of them, I was in the field.
All right, Barrister King. Now let's also, while we're talking about INEC, and just like you mentioned, the lack of independence of INEC because of other external influences, let's also talk about the judiciary as well and the limits of judicial authority, particularly in the involvement of electoral administration and just electoral processes generally. What are the limits of judicial authority or judicial power? Where does it begin? Where does it end? When it comes to courts being involved in matters like this?
Well, it's spelled out in the Constitution. It's spelled out at every hierarchy of courts, what court or which court should determine certain issues, pre-election, post-election, and things that should be taken to court. But I can tell you, my sister, sincerely speaking, some of the judgments and some of the rulings we are getting, they are no longer in tandem with their jurisdiction. Some of them have overstepped their jurisdiction. Some of them have, especially when I see defend the judiciary. Let me say this. Some people may disagree with me. The judiciary is still very, very good, upright. When it comes to private matters, like if I'm having a matter before a judge now, I can tell you that 75-80% you can still get good judgment individually. But when it comes to political cases, I still defend the judiciary, from the magistrate or the customary court to Supreme Court. When it comes to criminal matters, chieftaincy matters involving individuals, our Nigerian court can still do justice. But where they have a problem is just these political matters. And I have just explained that is because of the influence these politicians bear on the judiciary. That is actually the challenge a lot of the judges are having. But when they have individual cases, let me tell you, it's not easy to bribe a judge. It's very, very difficult to bribe a judge. To talking about giving him money, how much are you going to give him? You don't have that kind of money. The only people that can bribe a judge, if judges are being bribed, is actually the politicians. I can give them good money. You remember, it was in the news where they went to houses of judges. They say they found millions of dollars, millions of pounds, and all that. So I'm not the one saying it. So so how did you know that such money was in the house of the judge? Who gave him the money? How did you know? Are you not the one that gave the money? I went to bring out the money again. So you can see, no individual presently in Nigeria will have that kind of money. For instance, if I am in a chieftaincy matter, for instance, and the chieftaincy matter, I want to be the chief of my family, and I'm doing that matter, and how much am I going to gain in that matter that I will not take such huge money to go and give to a judge? Judges are well paid. They don't lack anything. To be frank to you, they don't lack anything. That's the truth about it. They don't lack anything. So you can't bribe them. Individuals cannot bribe them. It's only the politicians that can actually bribe them or influence them. Sometimes it's not even monetary bribe, it's influence. Like I was influenced in that matter. They tried to influence me in that matter. That's actually the truth about it. So they are the ones that can actually influence them. So if you ask me about political matters now, the judiciary, they are bearing their limits. My dear sister, when it comes to political matter, I cannot tell you, because I've seen bizarre judgments. I've seen terrible rulings and judgments overruling themselves, saying something in the morning and saying something differently. I've even seen the court even overruling the Constitution, violating the Constitution, raping the Constitution which even makes provision for them. They are presently, especially political matters. I emphasize political matters. You won't find that in private matters, like you are dragging a land, you have a land dispute. And how much is the land? How many of Nigerians can bring out $1 billion, $200, $5, $5 million, $2 million, and go and give to the judge? For how much land? How much is the land? How much is the chieftaincy title? How much are you going to gain from there? Or a criminal, in a criminal matter, a criminal will now go and bring that kind of money. Where is he bringing that kind of money? For criminal matters, don't even pay, because the man is already a criminal. The properties have been confiscated. So when they hire a lawyer, they don't even pay well. How is he going to bribe a judge? It's difficult. Except influence. Influence, yes. Relationship, yes, it's possible. But it's still difficult for individuals to get to a judge. But politicians can do that. That is actually the truth about it. Because of the overbearing power the Constitution of Nigeria 1999 as amended gave to them. Don't you see the way we are referring to our Constitution? Constitution of 1999 Constitution as amended or as modified. Why don't you overhaul the whole Constitution? Why don't you set the Constitution, throw it away, and panel a panel? Let us do a people's constitution, a constitution where the judiciary will participate, legislature will participate, executive will participate. Not the one written by executive and given to everybody. Executive have all the powers. They appoint everybody. For instance, what business does the president have to appoint members of board, if not political reason? Why? Why should they appoint members of board? Civil service. Head of civil service of the federation, chief of army staff. Why don't you allow them to succeed themselves? IG. Why politicians go and put their hands there? Why don't you allow them? If you are the next IG, you become the next IG. You are the next man in the rank, you become the chief of staff. You become the chief of naval staff. You become the chief of air staff. Allow the civil service to flow. Allow them to go. Allow them to do their thing. Why are politicians interested in appointing the chief judge, appointing the IG, appointing chief of army staff? What is his interest? Is that man not a Nigerian? Doesn't he know that he needs to safeguard Nigeria? The chief of army staff, doesn't he know? But once he becomes political, that is why you see even the insurgents, the terrorism in Nigeria will not abate. Some of the army generals have spoken about it. That is political thing. I'm not the one saying so. Some of the chief of army staff have said so. That is chief of defense staff, all of them. That is a political thing. That if, in fact, I have a general friend, my general friend. You know what he told me? He told me, say, higher king. I say, yes. He said, you see, this is my major general rank. This is my rank. I don't want anybody to mess me up. You know how many years it took me? I'm about to retire. I will give me 3 days. I will finish Boko Haram. 3 days. He said, 3 days. Then the president said, hey, General, take over this thing, solve it. Don't report to me. Just when you finish, come and report. He said 3 days. So if not the political influence in it, why would it last? Why would it last? I think it was Abacha. Some people are credited to Abacha. Either Abacha or this man, PLO president, Cuban president, that said that if an insurgency, if a crime festers for a long time, government is involved. And I agree with them. Why Boko Haram insurgency is festering in Nigeria, government is involved. I'm not the one saying this. These things they are in the public domain. A lot of people have said it. I'm only repeating what generals, air vice marshals, chief of army staff, chief of general staff, chief of defense staff have said before now. It's only when they leave office they begin to say. A country where
when you spoke about
being abducted and killed.
You mentioned that there should be an overhaul where both the judiciary, the legislative, and the executive, everyone sits down to rewrite the constitution. And now I want to get your
new constitution, a new one.
The way Nigeria is structured and the pattern that we already have in all of our systems. Do you really think that this overhaul you speak about would be of any significance or will create any significant changes to the way things are being handled in the country currently? Or would it be another document that is there but it's not actually practiced?
I don't think so. I don't think so. By the time we have a new constitution, a people's constitution, we sit down, we agree on what constitution and what should be in the constitution, and we implement it. We implement them. By the time we begin to implement them, for instance, the army chief of staff, the army chief of army staff, he knows that, look, I don't have to be appointed by the president. The IG knows I don't have to be appointed by the president. I have to be there on merit. I will just wait. Even if he's going to be there for 6 months, you give him his turn. 6 months. Whether he's Hausa, you give him. Whether he's Igbo, you give him. Whether he's Yoruba, you give him. This thing about it will work. It will work because we agreed on it. But this constitution that we have now, we did not agree on it. One man wrote the constitution. One arm of government wrote the constitution. Abdul Salami wrote the Nigeria Constitution, 1999. He wrote it. He wrote the constitution and put all these powers to the president. Gave it to the executive. He wrote the constitution. So if we sit down, everybody now say, okay, this is our constitution. It's a fallacy. Say we, the people of Nigeria. When did we sit down? We people of Nigeria in 1999. We did not. We did not. It was the military that gave us. One man. Executive. That was why he has all the powers. Even if we say, okay, go and bring first pre-independent constitution of Nigeria, the regional constitutions. Many Nigerians didn't know that we have 4 constitutions, 3 constitutions before independence. And later on we had 4, where we now had the Midwest, the North, the South, and the West. Then we now had Midwest later. We had constitutions. Even post-independent, after independence, we can even go and bring that constitution. That constitution that Agbo Ironsi suspended. Even 1999 constitution was better. 1979 was even better than 1999. A lot of things were removed. There are things, for instance, we have in the exclusive list that is still there. What are they doing there? Just for the governor, sorry, just for the president to have attention. The president wants attention, that's all. The executive wants attention. I'm not speaking particularly to Bola Tinubu. I'm talking about Nigeria's presidents, all of them. The man wants attention. That is why the job is overwhelming him. There are things the president should not even do. There are things that should be given to governors, given to local government, given to councillors to do, and Nigeria will be moving well. But the president does everything. That is the problem. The man there is even, the job is choking him. Haven't you seen our president how they look when they are in power? See how Jonathan is looking now. It's a choking job. The job is choking place. So they should reduce some of these jobs, remove them, delegate them. That was why Moses was advised by his father-in-law. He said, look, bring the men, delegate this job is too much for you. That is what is called delegation of powers. Reduce this job, only you doing it. It's too much. You can't handle it. The president, then, the kings in the olden time, they tried to do some of these things alone. That is how the law was even developed. The king of England was judging cases. This court you see today, lawyers, it was the king that was doing it. In Solomon's time, it was Solomon that was doing it. David was doing it. They were all infused together. What we have abrogated thousands of years ago, Nigeria still went back to that level. Today, the president of America, he has his own job. Everybody has their own job. And you will do your job. And the president comes to intervene and says, Mr. President, I'm sorry. This is not the way it should be done. I'm going to be doing it this way. And the president cannot fire him.
All
the
right,
president cannot do anything to him.
King, let's just very quickly, before we go, looking at the recent court judgments and everything surrounding this deregistration process, what precedent do you think that this is capable of doing, particularly reshaping the Nigerian party system come 2027?
It's going to destroy Nigeria. It's destruction. It's actually destruction that we are heading to. I'm telling you the truth. Because these things are things that another president may come and he will want to take it to the next level. Somebody said that you never can tell how wicked somebody is until you give him power. The present president, he wanted him. I still remember, he was opposition. Obasanjo dealt with him. Yoruba man, Obasanjo dealt with him. But he stood. Some of us stood with Bola Tinubu. We talked. We were with him. I said, no. We challenged Obasanjo. Say, look, this man is a Democrat. This man is a human rights.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Thank you for staying with us on Signature Morning. Do stay tuned as Signature Morning continues from our ENUGU studios. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, wishing you a happy new month.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
I think it's a good step. Number one, the older people grow, the more experience they have. Am I right? And the more you dwell on a particular profession, the more expertise or skillful you become. So Even 65 is okay, but if we can have people of 70 years that can still be brought back into service that are active, I think is a good one. Because abroad, they employ old people that are skillful and are specialized in some field. So 65 is nice, but it could be better.
I don't see anything wrong about it, because with my perception of that profession, doctor, I believe it's an experienced profession. Okay, so if I walk up to any of the hospital, could be private hospital, could be general hospital, and I felt the doctor attending to me is of age, I feel there should be an experience in him. Okay, because it's something that he has done for several years, practiced for several years. With that, I'll be able to have confidence in them. Like now, I had a fracture on my leg. So when I walk up when I was amending my leg, and the younger doctor were coming around, but I wasn't having the confidence. But when the surgeon came in, I saw it's an elderly. I said, oh, for such an elderly person to be in this field, we operate my leg with, experience. And I had a very good confidence about that. So I think that is a good one.
It's a good idea, because based on the unemployment I have, we have more youth that finishing their NYSC, there's no job, lack of employment, and the rest of it. If they increase the doctors, I am not going against it fully, but the thing is they need to look at the other generation that is coming. So if they increase their retirement age, what provision the government made for the upcoming doctor that is coming? So is there any job for them, and all this we need to look at it.
Nice indeed. Nice. Because one of these days I saw something in YouTube. A doctor wants to undergo some operation like that, and he was watching a YouTube tutorial before he undergo that kind of a thing. There are quite lots of these days. But if we can use that old brain, and if they have that that old knowledge that they can treat and get it right, I think it's better. It's better like that. I like it that way. You get me right? Yeah, it's okay. I'm in support in that. Very, very support. I have that full confidence that these old men will do better than the younger ones, because they are no longer studying. How can you go on YouTube before you undergo a process like that? So I'm in support of that.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language, all with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
The ENUGU state government is intensifying its efforts to go into strategic partnerships that will position the state as the hub for global investments. The state governor Peter Mba, who played host to a high-level delegation, urges the Chinese government to explore the possibility of establishing a Chinatown in ENUGU and citing major international business headquarters in the state. The governor told the delegation from the People's Republic of China, led by Consul General Yan Yunshen, which included executives from China Communication Construction Company and China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, that ENUGU is ready for large-scale investments. He informed the delegation about the improved security, modern infrastructure, and investor-friendly policies, highlighting flagship projects including the new ENUGU City, smart green schools, expanded road networks, and a modern transport system.
we also felt that we need to have a modern city with modern facility and to make it also smart, since that's the direction the world is going. And we're happy to be partnering with a Chinese company in the development of the new city, the CCCC, China Communication Construction Company. Yeah? So we have also visited their headquarters in Beijing, and we believe that it's a company with the capacity to meet our desire for a new city.
The Chinese Consul General commended the development vision of the state government, describing ENUGU as a city of opportunities. She assured of China's commitment to deepening collaboration in infrastructure, technology, education, and industrial development.
In China, we have experience. If you want to be rich, you must at first build road. So I think that infrastructure, yes, is already our traditional area of cooperation. But in the future, we should develop the digital economy and also like agricultural modernization or industrialization, and especially the talent development. All Chinese people we know, Igbo people, do business the best. Yes. So really, I think that here we hope, yes, to develop the corporate in vocational education.
For residents and investors alike, expectations are high that this partnership will translate into concrete projects that will not only shape the commercial landscape of the state, but also reinforce its emergence as a preferred destination for business and innovation in Nigeria. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Hello, let's welcome you to our Abuja Center this morning. Coming a bit late, I must say that to you, and let's apologize. A bright morning in Abuja here. It rained last night, and so it's a bright but cool morning in the Federal Capital Territory, and my name is Nwaboze Njoko. Now, Nigeria has so many ungoverned development areas. And why do I say ungoverned development areas? Parts of the country that are not experiencing actual development. Not by virtue of government inactivity, but by virtue of the paucity of economic activity. And such areas have problems, population problems, in the sense that naturally people will move from such development of ungoverned areas into where there are economic activities. Today, they say Lagos is bustling with activity. And that is because it is an economically governed area. Once upon a time in this country, the fastest growing region in Nigeria was Eastern Nigeria. What there is part of South-South and the whole of Southeast, growing at more than 9%. That was a world record. But today, when you begin to denominate Nigeria's development ungoverned areas, you point at the Southeast. And with that has come a number of challenges. Movement of population out. Abandonment of once thriving cities. You know, in the United States, there are cities that they say are dying. If you go to the Southeast, a number of cities are dying.
And so some people got together, not the government, some private sector initiative got together and said, to be able to reinvent that growth, there has to be a new momentum. And that will also create population stability, address insecurity at the larger national level. The Southeast Economic Renaissance is our point of conversation this morning. What are the steps towards achieving that objective? Who are taking this initiative? What is the ultimate objective? What are their action steps? And so this morning I have in the studio Dr. Ifedi Okwenna, who's on my right. Dr. Ifedi Okwenna is the Executive Secretary of this think tank, the Southeast Business and Investment Summit Group. Dr. Okwenna, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure. Thank you, viewers.
And on my left, but pardon me, because you know sometimes when beautiful women are around you, you seem to falter. You know, you should not falter. Should be, especially if that woman is a lawyer. So let me please be clear about who the person is. Can I put on my glasses? Thank you very much. And on my left, I have Barrister Ujunwa Rita Ezani. She is the secretary of the National Organizing Committee of this group, Southeast Business and Investment Summit Group. Barrister Ujunwa, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
I should have denominated you at an intellectual level, but don't mind me. You know, men, they want to see the beauty first, but please, I'm talking with you purely on an intellectual level.
That's all right.
Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, viewers.
This morning, I understand that your group is holding the second in a series of summits. The first summit took place last year, 2024. There is another summit coming up this year. But before we get into that summit, it's interesting to ask, what is this Southeast Business and Investment Summit Group? What does it do?
Thank you very much. Thank you, viewers, once again. The Southeast Business and Investment Summit Group is a body of Southeast businessmen and investors who felt that this is the time for us to take our destiny in our own hands and then to be able to reinvent and remake Southeast as an economic powerhouse. It's always clear that you said it at your intro, that the Southeast was once the fastest growing, that Eastern Nigeria was once the fastest growing part of the world. And then we cannot say the same thing today. We were able to get to that level until the outbreak of the Civil War. And then after the Civil War, we managed to throttle, and then it was not that easy. But that resilience, and our people made them to recover from the war very fast at the rate nobody could have imagined. But after recovery, we found that we were not accelerating the way we should. We were not getting to where we were before the war, caused by mainly economic turnaround. We were going backward, regression, and that caused migration. Our people left our homeland, looking for greener pasture, in parentheses, because actually the indices of development was not favoring us. Before the war, the eastern and western economic corridors were competing, but after the war, the western corridor took off and the eastern corridor regressed. That's why everything started going to Lagos, and Lagos has its Port Harcourt, and the eastern has its regressed. And then it affected, the federal projects were no longer cited in the east the way it was, And there is the atomizations of subnationals. Then it was an Eastern Nigeria. Eastern Nigeria was a big economic bloc. Today we have that Eastern Nigeria today is about 9 states. Just remove Delta and Edo. The other South states were part of the Eastern Bloc. And then there used to be one state governed by probably a premier and about 5-10 regional ministers or commissioners, and then building a very strong rural economy. But with the creation of states, because the subnationals continuously become smaller, and then the necessary common services were not even shared. Most of these people, every state want to thrive to be independent and pride themselves to be independent. And then the process, we started eating cake instead of baking cake. And then the system of economic resource control, as it was so it seems, favors the federal and not the state. So little fund was coming to the states, and then they succeed in paying all the salaries. And what do you expect the industrials and the engineers Southeast people? They migrate to area of action. Most went to Lagos and the Southwest, and some others went to the North, because most states were coming in the North. The industry took them to go and take care of opportunities in that place. A lot more others migrated to the diaspora. Outside is to Americas, Europe, and the Asian countries, and then Southeast nosedived. What are we doing? SEBI's Southeast Business and Investment Summit Group said, no, we cannot continue, because if you leave vacancy, there's no nation doesn't abhor a vacuum. The miscreants are taking over. You could imagine the people who give us controls our states in the Southeast are those who are not, who supposed to follow naturally. They are not leading. So we felt that politics is not the answer. What is the answer is economic re-engineering and economic development. We want to come back to massively invest once again in the economy of the South, both infrastructure, both businesses. We identify area of comparative advantage, business. This is where we have advantage over others. We want to use this area of comparative advantage to redevelop the Southeast. And when we do that, it will be better for the Southeast and it will be better for Nigeria, because a lot economic input we have added into it. We are targeting to return back to where we were pre-war time.
Well, targeting to return to where we were before the Civil War, that's a very tall order. There has been some population injury, I must say that, but I do not want to dwell on that. Let us take off from your last effort. The last effort, have you taken a record? Have you looked at how far you went in the last summit? Yeah,
we started last year. Last year was an introductory kind of summit. We brought the best of the Southeast from home and abroad. From the WTOD, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, to the chairman, the Bio Furniture, Abogidi himself, Igwe Namika Shevan, CFR, and so many to our own Mazi Samuel Huabuma, so many of great industrialists and great business entrepreneurs converge on ENUGU. And then we took decision to once again not to lament again, and not to cry for marginalization, but to be able to use what we have to get where we want to be. So that was where we started, and so last year was more of an introductory statements. And having done that, we set up committees, and then each committee have gone to work. We have a project committee that have come with worked on 8 thematic areas and generated bankable projects that we felt that can, when we inject it in the South, it will make some meaning, especially in the area of agriculture, including ranching, because we know that apart from Lagos, we are the largest consumer of beef. So we felt that we must at least give ourselves enough beef, and then to give to outsiders, then regenerate agro potentials, because up to this moment, the effort of Emma Opara in the eastern Nigeria is still operating in the area of agriculture. Then we look at MSME, we are the hub of medium, micro, medium, small-scale industries, MSME. And we find that we originated the Eba Boy, the apprenticeship scheme. That is,
by the way, Anambra State had done something wonderful and signed it into law.
Yes. So we've done that. We are the owners of that. The United Nations and the Harvard School of Business have adopted it as fastest system for poverty alleviation. But again, unfortunately, we are losing out. There is no accelerator. People are no longer going for apprenticeship system. We cannot afford to do that. So we must reinvent it by putting accelerator programs, whereby when you learn these businesses, you get support to accelerate your business. These are some of the things we are looking for. Then we are looking at fintech. We find that we have slush funds in the Southeast. People unbankable money here and there in Aba, in Onitsha. People still carry money in Ghana must go because they don't have the trust in the banking system. We want them to have their own, and then through that system be able to re-engineer and remake their businesses, support their business, accelerate their businesses. Then we are looking at the area of energy. Energy is the greatest challenge we have in the Southeast. The megawatts of energy supplied to us is very meager, and the gas is not piped through our area. So we are looking at how we can think of putting some energy packages in the comprehensive energy package in the Southeast. Then we look at security. It's very important for us, and we believe that while we are charting government will do something, we are encouraging government to do something, but we as the private sector want to bring ideas, making it business-like. You can make money from protecting the citizens. So that's some of the things we are looking at. Then there are some area of sports. You see, what gave an Igbo man the leverage after the Civil War was sports. We went to that National Sports Festival 1973, and stamp authorities, those who lost the war, came to win in sports. Then Rangers International took off and then won the first Nigerian club to win African Cup. So we are losing out again to Delta, Edo, and some other states, more recently Bayelsa. So we say no. Southeast must come back. I thank God ENUGU State is going to host the National Sports Festival. That's where we're heading to. And by the time we took ENUGU host that sports festival, Southeast will come back to control the sport. Then creative art. We started Nollywood. Today Nollywood is not the way it was planned to be. We want to re-own it again and be able to make it one of the lowest hanging fruits. So on the creative industry, we are putting energy there, so that, because to us, music and art are one of the fastest ways you can engage our youths. So basically, these areas are the areas we are putting much emphasis. We call it low hanging fruits. By the time we finish it, we know where we get to be. We give ourselves a 5 years benchmark, so that after 5 years, we look at where we have gone to. This year's summit, the 2.0, is where we are presenting this project.
I'm going to come to that point, because that's a critical thing. You know that I was at an event at which you spoke so passionately about the impact of young people seeking greener pastures in other areas, and the kind of experiences they have that are really heartbreaking. In other words, this situation of poor economy in the Southeast has caused immigration, and that immigration is having some consequence on our young people. And therefore, if the Southeast is remade, you could begin to address some of those problems. I think it's necessary for us to understand what is the consequence of a Southeast economic bloc that is not working. Can you address us on that?
Thank you, and thank you, viewers. I would say the the Southeast economic and business situation that is not working is really bad. Is really bad. Because we are busy people. A Southeasterner, an Igbo man, is energetic, very energetic, ready, always proactive to engage in activities. But it's just by nature, and that is well known about us, about a Southeasterner, an Igbo man, anywhere, both locally and internationally. So since there are no activities, legitimate activities, especially in terms of economic activities, business activities that are operating in the Southeast, that drive, that natural drive that we have, that is in our children, in our boys, in our sisters and brothers, in our relatives, that drive, you can't take it away, it's natural. So, since there are no engagements there, like the executive secretary said, it gave result to migration from that space. And that migration has not been all that palatable to our people. First of all, some start migrating to different locations to get engaged economically, because an Igbo man is always an economic person, a business person that wants to, get this, put it this way, and realize some profit and all that. It's natural. So it caused migration to different locations, and when they get there, they start doing what they know how to do best in different locations in the country, within Nigeria, outside Nigeria. And you find out that by the time they start investing, doing what they know how to do best, and start progressing and start investing there, because there is a saying in Igbo adage that says that Ebonye become awaj. So as they're making progress, they're investing there. But sometimes, when you look back home, nothing is happening there. They keep on investing in these locations, and they find out that when one wants to go back, when you look back home, you find out that it's like nothing is happening in your place of origin, and it's a concern. It becomes a concern to us, a concern to a lot of Southeasterners. But many people, when they feel concerned, is like, there's nothing I can do. They move on with the same activities. Then some of our youths, because of that energetic nature in them, also try to find a space again, a location where to go and thrive in businesses, in economic activities and all that. And in the process, like I spoke that day, in the process of trying to get to those destinations where things are happening, where they believe they can get their greener pasture, they encounter a lot of pathetic experiences, ugly experiences, which I may not like to
let us,
so,
because when we get into those experiences, where our hosts, they call them hosts, our hosts, we feel that we are ungrateful. I don't think that's what we want to discuss.
No.
We want to move forward.
Yes.
Now, moving forward, let me just, because I have a reason for interjecting. There are necessary action steps you want to take.
Yes.
Towards this year's summit. And I told you, wait, I'll come to this year's summit.
Yeah.
Doc, you said the 2024 summit was introductory statement. We have looked at this situation. We do not think that government should be saddled with the entire responsibility. The private sector, private individuals have a role to play in this redemptive journey. That was the first statement.
Yeah.
What is the second statement? Because have a summit again this year in ENUGU.
Yeah.
What is the second statement?
Yeah, of course, the second statement this year is that we want to take action. It's no longer, like I said, we'll stop blaming ourselves. We'll stop lamenting. No more lamentation. We must utilize what we have to achieve, to get to where we want to be. Where we are today is not good. Where we were yesterday was wonderful. Where we are today, not good. But where we want to be is very bright. I've never seen the Southeasterners so mobilized as they are getting now. Everybody is charged. Everybody, with events in Nigeria, in different parts of Nigeria and in different parts of the world, has started making them to ask questions. Is there anything wrong with us? Are we really real? Because you look at it from the point of view, our environment is the best in Nigeria. Natural rainforest, permanent and constant temperature. We don't have extremes of temperature. The landscape is flat. The land is fertile. The greenery is wonderful. And suddenly we leave these places. And we go to these to savanna areas, and we go to swampy areas. We start entering the Atlantic oceans and the Lagos Lagoon and covering them and building mansions, and then living our wonderful land. Is there anything wrong with us? Business is such that where the producer is, the buyer goes. Look for him. But how do we then have these businesses in the East and then carry it and start looking for people who buy? Do you know that of the import goods that come into Lagos port, 64% end in the Southeast? This the statistics for NIWA.
Yes.
64% of the containers offloaded in Lagos end up in the Southeast. Then what going into Port Harcourt, 99% enter abandoned on the channel. That means that there's a lot of activities. All we want to do is that let's put the infrastructure, let's put production lines so that we won't be concentrating on trade alone. We want to be producing, because when we produce, we create job, we create the economy, we make our place a destination. This year, the level we are going, like you said, the second statement, let's put something down. And that's why we package these projects. Now we are setting JVs, joint venture partners between these sectors. The government is becoming wonderful because they are now, you can't do without government, no doubt. So they are willing and ready to partner now with us by providing the enablement, the enabling environment for these businesses to thrive. The challenges of the last few years is about being corrected, because if you talk, we are close to our pride investors, like people like Innocent, people like Chikasim, people like Master Energy, who have been wonderful investing in the South despite all these conditions. They will tell you the experience. You shed tears for them. Now, with this kind of thing we're doing, all of us are now saying, how do we make this environment enabling? And the ease of doing business is now gradually changing. I thank God for some governors of the Southeast who are doing wonderful. Abia is wonderful. Enugu is wonderful. Anambra is coming strong. Imo and Ebonyi, they are not lagging behind. So partnering together, we are looking forward that we are taking the journey, the second step of moving forward. We are launching a 50 billion MSME fund.
Just for medium and
small scale business, yes. That project is to re-energize that sector. If you re-energize that sector, it's like activity will start picking up once again, because people who learn one business or the other but they can't start take off can leverage from this fund. It's a very comprehensive program to re-energize and accelerate that sector. Now, when you are doing that, there will be large economic activities, and I tell you, it's a non-kinetic way for fighting insecurity. It's a chicken and egg thing. People will say, oh, which one comes first, which one follows. I tell people that when you energize the economy, the security condition of any place increases, it improves. So that is the way we are seeing it. While we put this fund, we are setting up an IDC center, Industrial Development Center. Industrial Development Center, in the sense that there are a lot of boys who learn one art or the other, one trade or the other, one production line or the other, but they don't have equipment. I remember as a commissioner then we had an incubation center built by federal government, which my state government acquired, and then we developed it, and it became a wonderful place where people with ideas enter every morning, buy your materials, and you enter that place. You can produce whatever. It was then in ENUGU. I don't know whether it is there, but then you can see young boys doing motorcycle spare parts, motor spare parts inside our IDC. So we want to replicate this. This time around, we're looking at somewhere in Aba, where in Asia, where these young men are. They have wonderful ideas. In Aba, for instance, if you put an IDC center, have tailoring equipments for massive garment production. Now, I've discussed with one of our investors a few days ago. He said, with this IDC center in Aba, he's going to put a textile factory in Aba to supply this IDC with materials. Now, at that IDC center, you wake up in the morning as a young man, you get to the IDC gate and pay 1,000 naira access fee. You enter, you use every machine. You have to sew your clothes, sew everything, and then sell. And because of the fintech aspect we are putting up, the fintech is a microfinance will be situated there to give credit facility to these young boys to buy materials. You buy that materials, you enter there, you sew, you sell to the export cluster, those who want to buy to export. The same thing with shoes. Aba is known for shoes. So we are looking forward to converting these boys into clusters to massively produce these shoes, and they become made in Aba, no longer made in Italy or made in Spain. We'll be proud of made in Aba because the qualities are going to be high. We're going to put quality assurance mechanism in the IDC center so that whatever comes from that center is definitely going to match whatever you get in Spain, in Italy or Brazil. So these are the kind of ideas we want to use to energize the youths of the South, is to start thinking, give them hope once again. Our president said renewed hope. Yeah, we are renewing their hope in the system. It will stop the migration. When somebody migrates to Saudi Arabia or to Libya, and he doesn't know what he's going there to do, and he has a better facility in Aba or in Onitsha, he will stay in Onitsha. I mean, why was the essence of going to look for 3, 4, 5 million to get visa? When you can use that to use money, and 1 month you make more than that 1 million in Aba IDC. So these are the concepts we are coming with to energize the system.
I'm coming to you presently because these youths who move out, some of them hear stories.
Exactly.
That the pasture there is green.
Greener.
They have not seen them, and they just go. What steps are you doing? Are you taking rather to mobilize our youth, to mobilize for this event, so that it's not a matter of what we're just speaking on television now.
Yes. Yes.
Because unless they hear and understand, they can't key in. How are you mobilizing our people to buy into this thought? Doc, I'm still coming back to you because along the line you said a number of bankable. I'm going to come back to that. Mobilization. What are you telling them? What are you doing to get them to buy into this?
Thank you very much for that question. In order to get our people aware of the strategies that Southeast Business and Investment Summit Group is putting in place in the Southeast space, we had last year organized a summit called Southeast Business and Investment Summit, where people gather together, investors, businessmen and women gather together and deliberate on this, on the way forward, on the renaissance of economic renaissance in the Southeast. Excuse me. Then this year, in a wider range, we are organizing another summit in ENUGU on the 22nd, from 26th to 28th of November, where more light will be thrown and more strategies will be organized on how to make the economy in the Southeast busy. Then, for the awareness, that summit is a platform for the awareness of what we are putting together there, so that our youths, investors, and the rest of them will catch on, will catch into that. Apart from the summit that is coming up on the 26th and to 28th, we are organizing what we call roadshow. Roadshows. We call it roadshows because it's going to take place in 7 cities across the country to mobilize these youths, mobilize our women, mobilize investors, businessmen and women that are interested. In fact, they should be interested because we have said it that we need to build our place. It doesn't stop us from building other outside, but you build your place and also build other place. So the process of mobilizing the youth for this awareness is through the roadshow, and which we call roadshow stroke town hall meeting. The first one will be coming up. The roadshows will be taking place in 7 cities: in Abuja, in Lagos, in Aba, Abia State, in Owerri, Imo State, in Onitsha, Anambra State, then in Abakaliki, Abia State, Ebonyi State, sorry, then finally in Enugu State. And this, the Abuja one will be coming up on the 17th, which is just few days from now, 17th of this October, just few days now, at Top Rank Hotel in Jabi. The process of mobilizing mobilizing our youth is through this town hall meeting, through roadshows, and we are contacting all the Southeast groups that are in the FCT, the market associations, the Igbo cultural groups, the women organizations, the youth organizations, like we have the town association, town union associations in Abuja. We have contacted all of them. And there is Ohaneze group again. We've contacted all of them, both the Apex body and the group segment of the organization. We've already also talking with other subgroups here and there to make sure that nobody is left behind and nobody is unaware of what is taking place in the Southeast.
Okay, Doc, this is not just a mass movement, but it's supposed to be investor driven.
Yes.
It is not a carnival, it's investor, it is an economic activity driven by investor interest. Along the line you used one expression, bankable projects.
Yeah.
It's necessary for us to understand. At the ENUGU summit, you're talking about bankable. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, thank you very much. Definitely, you don't develop by emotion. I want to build a ranch. How do you build a ranch? So we notice that most of the time we arrive at a summit and people deliver wonderful papers and paint a kind of picture of an Eldorado. No, we say no. This time around, we must go to the nitty-gritty. If we say, okay, this project is where we want to be, we now say, okay, we set up people to study on that project. The experts went to the field, consider the site, its environment, and look at the challenges and prospects of each of these businesses, and then design this project, put figures. What makes it bankable is that you've seen the viability and feasibility of those projects. And the return on investment, break-even point of those projects. These are all designed so that if you come to the summit as an investor, you say, okay, I want to set up a meat processing factory. This is a project. You take the project, you look into it, and say, if this project is sited in ENUGU, this is what it will cost me, and this is the capacity. This is how many the tons of meat we can be producing, and this is the market. This is the market. This is the environment that will support you. This is the possible sales. And this is how much you need to start. This is the expanse of land you need to start. This is the amount of money you need to start. These are possible profit you make in the first year, in the second year. When is the break-even point of that business? So that if you are putting your extra amount of money, you'll be able to know when you are making your profit will start coming up. And because the banking people are coming, both the development banks and the commercial banks are all coming, they will be able to engage the banks and say, I'm interested in this. Are you going to? And we are looking at the point of investment. The kind of investment we're looking at is not basically where Okeke and Sons will come and open his small business there. No, we are thinking of how do we bring investors coming together, even if you are not staying in, because like she said, we are not asking you not to stay where you are. So we are asking you just put a percentage of whatever you have in the Southeast. If all of us put 30% of what we have in the Southeast, it will be a bloom. It will be very fast in growing again once again. So now we are asking people to form JVs, joint ventures, and we expect that a number of joint ventures will be signed at that summit, whereby people will say, okay, XYZ companies are coming together to set up a power plant to generate power that will be evacuated to a certain area. The QRJ is interested in producing security equipments that could be used either in monitoring or gathered or exported everywhere. That QRJ will be able to do this on say hospital, because part of what we are looking for is in health. We notice that a lot of our hospitals are already having some challenges. We want to pick 5 hospitals per state, and commercialize that hospital, networking with fintech system, and get the medical experts to be able to use as a case study that once you enter any of these hospitals, if it's not your time to die, you will survive. You will not die. So these are the kind of things we are looking at. So a lot of people are interested in getting the medical lab equipments and trying to commercialize them and make profit out of it. A lot are interested in putting a medical emergency system into the system, so that anywhere you are, at any time of the day, you make a call, there's an emergency system that will save that person. From that point, in the next 5-10 minutes, somebody has arrived to pick that person to a nearby hospital. But while you are in the ambulance, you're already getting treated. A lot of people are equally interested in community health insurance, so that no person is denied of taking adequate Medicare on the condition of pocket, that you don't have money. A lot of people are willing to put small change in the community health insurance that will be available for whoever needs it. So that once you are subscribed to that community health insurance, if you are sick, there's a fund and to be taken care of. And those people are not doing it just for charity; they are doing it for business. So these are the concepts we have. So, and that's why these projects are bankable. We study them, we come out with their break-even points, and we ask investors, come listen to us, invest in it. There is a tech system group. We have over 100 tech founders coming for the summit. Those tech founders have ideas and to control various challenges we have in the Southeast. Now, when you have, a tech system now is that they work to provide solutions to challenges, and then we are now exposing to the venture capitals, so that they will demonstrate their pitch deck at the summit, and then we expect the venture capitals to invest into it. As a venture capital, you are investing not because you are coming to manage it yourself. No. After all, the money points of this world, the kudas of this world, were all investors. It was venture capitalists that put them on, and they are reaping their benefits. So these are things we are packaging, and these tech founders are there. They come with very, very necessary and needful pitch decks, which investors are going to look into it and buy into it. That's the sense of this.
When I still want to stay with you, I'll come to you presently. This is our conversation.
Yeah.
To what degree is the money class buying into this? That is my question number one. I want you to join with, is it an exclusive opportunity for the Southeast money class, venture capitalists, businessmen, or is it also open to other investors from other parts of the country and other parts of the world to come in to invest in South?
Okay.
Is necessary?
Okay. Thank you very much. This is not exclusive to the Southeast. Investment is open. There are even foreigners that are showing interest. People from China, people from Thailand, people from Vietnam that are showing interest. So Southeast is home. You know, when my state used to be home for all. Yes. Forget the fact that we changed the light of the nation. You come into Southeast, one of the easiest place to navigate. Southeasterners welcome visitors more than they even welcome their own. So it's only when people who don't know think that because of the way they see us out there, they think we are hostile. We are not. We like competition. Come there, show us. I know one business school in the South, the biggest business school in the South, is owned by Yoruba man. Yes. So he's thriving. The man is even speaking Igbo more than me. So these are we are opening it up for people to come. That's why the summit is not exclusive to Indibo.
This is a business
It's a business conversation. And then the buy-in of the businesses, they are buying in. We have the Chikasins, we have the Innocents, we have the Ibetos, we have the Master Energy. They are all queuing in. And as a matter of fact, we are celebrating them during the grand business dinner of the summit, to be shared by Prince Atoeza, who is a #1 core businessman. It's going to share the occasion where we are celebrating all these investors and heavy businessmen from the Southeast. So that shows you they are coming in. They are looking forward to this occasion. All of them are making contacts that they want to be part of it. and we're giving more opportunities, because do you know why we're celebrating them? They took the bold initiative when it was tough. I remember talking to Chikas, and he told me his ordeals investing in Southeast, but that he doesn't regret it. So such person, you will celebrate him. You celebrate an Ibeto who has done everything. You will celebrate an Innocent who has taken us on the map with a vehicle manufacturer. So we are celebrating them. Why are we doing that? We want the young people to look at them. That's why I went to Terra Heptis the other day, the drone boys. I reminded them that they must invest in the Southeast too. And they are eager because they felt that, of course, SEBIS, Southeast Business and Investment Summit, is doing nice thing by approaching them and bringing all the businesses together so that we can remake that zone. I think it's clear that we're getting to somewhere there.
Would you?
Yes.
Let me express a fear.
Okay.
When the Jews began thinking of an Israeli nation, some countries in which their personnel were critical stakeholders feared that Zionism was destruction of the economies where those were linked. Can you please speak to any thoughts that this is the Igbos' exodus, beginning a run on other parts of the country?
Thank you very much. Like the executive secretary rightly said, that these projects remaking the Southeast as economic powerhouse. That's our project. That it is not just for the Southeasterners. It is not. And because it is not just for the Southeasterners, even the Southeasterners, wherever they are, in any part of Nigeria, in any part of the world, we are not asking them to leave their locations, to leave their spaces. Rather, we are asking them to invest in the Southeast space. That is why, like the executive secretary said, that is why there are these bankable projects that has economic structure, where it's not a father and son, Okeke and son's business, or Peter and daughter's business. No, they are viable, wide structured business and investment structure that anybody from any part of the world can invest and be part of it. You have there are other business, Liver Brothers, PZ, millions.
Owners don't even live in Nigeria
at all. Millions are owners of that business, and they don't live in Nigeria to be part of it.
But you have raised something, please allow me. You have raised something that I want Dr. Okona to address. She said it's not Okeke and Sons, it's not Peter and
daughters limited.
Permit me to express what I don't like. Our people, the Southeasterner, likes to struggle, make his money, and be in control of it. If you talk to him about the capital market, he doesn't buy into it. But the money for lifelong, forever investment is there. Are you talking to the stock exchange? Are you talking to the banks? Are you talking to our people? So that all these ideas, all these bankable projects will not stay on the table because Okeke and Sons only want to deal with it. They can also access funds for the capital market that can drive these things.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Actually, that's why that's where we are coming from, as a matter of fact, because the way it is, the established people may not return to Southeast. But we are asking them to invest in Southeast, and they are not going to invest 100% and own it 100%. It's not possible. And that's why we come out with this JV, where you say JV are working on the joint venture system. It must be you coming together and invest. Then you can put an investment fund, an equity fund you are throwing into it. Then the company on formation can then leverage funding, other capital funding, or overhead funding from different. Then gradually we grow. That we tell you we are working well. We put a 5-year benchmark. The first 5 years will be for struggling and making these companies to start cashing up. Then we are already talking that these people should divest your interest.
Not you won't begin with that.
No, we are not bringing with that. That's why we are saying we get to a point. It's a gradual thing. You now say diverse interest, and then if you already have 50% interest in a business, then diverse the other 50%. It will help you. That means that you will succeed after your exit. That leads us to another program we have, which is succession planning. Succession plan is important because most of our big businesses seem to die after the owner has died, and we cannot allow it to continue this way. Where is big names that used to employ so many? Because the implication, people don't know that the date of a business not only is a loss to the zone, for the whole zone, for the entire economy. If you look at the volume of business, Sawanku, Aaron Kwachas, Sadi Ojuku, Ekenede Chuku, all of them have. If you pull all the businesses, they are still thriving today, the economy of Southeast will be bigger.
Okay, my colleagues are telling me that my time is up, but please, you have to address something before we leave here.
Okay.
The Abuja pre-summit roadshow. Talk to me about it.
Yes, thank you very much. The Abuja Pre-Summit Roadshow is a project. We want to mobilize our people. You can't do it. Must be a movement. My people are not easy to convince. That is the reality. I'm an Igbo man, and we must tell ourselves the truth. They must see it. So we now decided that we are going to do a 7-city roadshow, starting with Abuja on Friday. They were bringing over 3,000 Southeast investors and businesses and the owners of businesses and traders into Abuja, and we're bringing experts in business to talk to us on possible ways of investing in the Southeast, and again on opportunities. There are a lot of opportunities, the free trade zones in the Southeast that want to come talk to them, come invest in the free trade zone. It wasn't only in the Lagos so good that you invest in free trade zone. We have free trade zone in the Southeast that are still empty, and nobody's investing. So we are now coming to talk to them. Come home, invest there, put some percentage of what you have. So that's what we are doing in Abuja. After the Abuja, we will do it in Lagos. Talk to our people in Lagos. Opportunities, prospects, profit margin you can make it. You can make more. Some of them don't know that you make more profit in the Southeast than in Lagos. This is what we want to tell them. Then we'll do it in Onitsha market. Onitsha city. Do it in Aba city for Abia. We do it in Enugu. We do it in Abakaliki. We do it in Owerri. These are 5 Southeast states, and from Lagos and Abuja. We're starting with Abuja this Friday, and we're employing every businessman or woman, whether Igbo or non-Igbo, come to Top Rank Hotel Galaxy in Otako, near Chida Hotel. You will talk to how do we remake Southeast, using the opportunities that are available in the Southeast, the openings that are available in Southeast. Some of them doesn't know what free trade zone is. Some of our people, they don't know that 1,001 reasons they can benefit from locating their factory and their manufacturing concern in a free trade zone. This is what we want to talk to them about. You don't need to go to my village and open one forest and start cutting grasses and cutting trees. It's already there. The infrastructure is already there in the Brown Business Park, in any economic city. These are how business free trade zone in South.
Okay, my producer is talking to me, said you are overshooting. I said with Dr. Ifedi Okonna here, we might as well be. I think he lives this project, and all we need to do is to live it with him and see how the Southeast economic environment can be remade, remaking the Southeast economy. That is what the Southeast Business and Investment Summit Group is doing. The summit comes up in ENUGU in November 26 to 28, but here in Abuja, pre-summit event mobilizing the people takes place on the 17th. 17th is Friday.
This Friday.
Well, in the past 1 hour, if not more indeed, I think I apologize to my colleagues that I'm overshooting. I've been talking with Dr. Ifedi Okonna, the Executive Secretary of the Southeast Business and Investment Summit Group. Doc, thank you very much for coming to the
Thank you for this opportunity.
Also, I've been talking with the Secretary of the Organizing Committee of the Southeast Investment and Business Summit Group, Summit 2, taking place, of course, I've told you, in ENUGU between November 26 and November 28, as Barrister Ujunwa Rita Ezani. Ujunwa Ezani, are you from around this zone?
I'm from Ichida.
Ichida.
In Anocha local government.
I was
Anambra State.
Because I know the Ezanis who are all medical doctors and there's some around this.
They are family of highly educated. The same thing with the Ichida group. The Ezanis are known for their.
Yes. And that's our program for this morning. Please let us see how this goes. And I know that we'll be telling you developments along the line as they move. And let's congratulate them in advance for what they are going to achieve in that summit. My name is Mwapos Njoku. Please enjoy the rest of the day and good morning.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Lost 10 minutes.
This is Signature Television Unscripted. My name is Mike Obani. We are going to examine crucial developments in our country in the last 1 week. And we are going to talk about the primaries of the ruling All Progressives Congress, the primaries to elect candidates for the National Assembly, the governorship, and the state houses of assembly. How did it go? There have been lots of complaints arising from the primaries. Some politicians feel that they were shortchanged, that the system didn't go, the exercise didn't go well. There were lots and lots of manipulations and rigging that saw them out of being defeated in the election. And the question is if the ruling All Progressive Congress cannot organize free and fair primaries. What will happen to the general elections in 2027? Is it the kind of thing we are going to see? Are we going to see a free, fair election or a rigged election? Then we come to the issue of the book or the autobiography written by the former head of state, General Yakubu Gowon. He just launched his autobiography, My Service of Duty and Allegiance. And a lot of people who attended that book unveiling praised him for unifying the country and also for introducing the 3 R's: reconciliation, reconstruction, and rehabilitation. That we ask ourselves, so many years after the end of the war, has there been, have we seen the reconciliation? Have we seen the reconstruction and the rehabilitation? Then we are happy that the court the other day extended the time, or rather knocked off some INEC guidelines regarding the conduct of the election, and one important one has to do with the time lag, for the different political parties to submit members, their membership list to INEC. In fact, by going by the INEC guideline, it ended on 10th of May. But the court has now said, no, this is contrary to the provision of the Constitution and the Electoral Act, and extended the submission of a membership list to September, and that gives room for, so we are going to look at the implication of, this court ruling. And with me in the studio to do justice to these topics and more is on my immediate right, Mr. Martin and Mr. Ani. You are welcome to the program.
Thank you, Chief Obani.
Thank you, Dr. Ukeje. You're welcome to the program. It's nice having you. And to our listeners, viewers, we say, stay with us, and we are going to serve you well. So, what do you make out of let's start from the book launch.
Okay.
Go on, the book launch.
Well,
okay. So what do you make out of the book?
Well, I have not had much insight into the book because it was just launched, I think, 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, the book was launched 2 days ago, but just like every other book, it's his own thinking, it's his own understanding, and he's entitled to script whatever he felt that transpired, within 1967 and during the war and all that. So, but the key thing that I gleaned out of the book was when he mentioned that it was Ojukwu that caused the war. But I recall vividly that that was what they had as Aburi Accord. So then, well, if Ojukwu and Gowon had gone to Ghana in Aburi and then agreed to do a particular thing, and then by the time, as we were told, Buhari, what is his name, Gowon came back, I realized that he didn't do a good bargaining, and that the agreement he signed on to wouldn't favor him, and then started going against the agreement. So you can't say it was Ojukwu's, Ojukwu disobeyed. No. So that's actually what I see. But like I stated earlier, he's entitled to whatever he felt, and then to the extent he has gone to reconcile Nigerians with his Nigerian prayer, that's one thing we have known him for. So after the war, he turned born again, according to him. We don't know who is born again and who is not, except the Lord himself knows who he is. So he has been praying around. I think with that prayer team that has been going around, I think he has made some impact to heal the wounds of the war. But with regards to what transpired in Ghana, after Ghana and all that, I don't think it's squarely on Ojukwu. You can't put the blame entirely on Ojukwu. It takes two to tango. So Nigerian government must have done something also to have triggered the war.
Yeah,
the killings, the backtracking and all that. So that's just what I want. So I congratulate him on his
Yeah, just like so many officials of government have congratulated him, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, congratulated him, the vice president, and all that. Doctor, looking at I don't know whether you've read the book. I'm sure you've heard about the book. Even if you have not read it, you've heard about the book. But one issue I want us to look at is the issue Gowon was praised for the 3 hours, for introducing the 3 hours, after the end of the war. And here we are. Do you think that those 3 hours, reconstruction, rehabilitation, and were carried through, after the war? Any reconstruction, one can talk about in the war-affected areas, especially the southeast, where we are today. Any rehabilitation? Is the unity there? A lot of people said God will unify the country. Is the unity there? Is it possible that he succeeded? Because after the war, he was head of state. He was head of state. The war ended in 1970. He was overthrown in 1985, July 29, 1985. So he has 85 rather. Is it? 75. Yeah, 75. Right. That's 75. Yeah. So he had 7 years after the end of the war. Did he implement those policies that he initiated after the Civil War?
I think we have moved from the book launch to some other thing, because the
that's still part of the book.
The 3 R's is a government program, not his personal program. Yeah. But I can tell you that the war damaged Nigeria, or at least damaged the eastern region. The damages of the war included personal houses, personal homes, personal companies. I'm not aware of anybody who had a company or who had a home damaged during the war that received compensation, that was helped to reconstruct. A majority of the schools in the war-affected areas were owned by missions. Catholic Church had the most, followed by what is now called the Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion, the Methodists, Baptists, few government schools. Bishop Okoye was the assistant bishop of ENUGU Catholic Diocese. He made efforts to reconstruct the schools that were damaged. I attended a Catholic school. The government didn't do anything. What they did was to seize the school and say, we are taking it over. People should go to school, there will be no fees. But before we arrived, they said they had formed parent-teacher association without the parents, without the teachers, and asked students to pay levies imposed on parents and teachers. People who were poor. Government facilities, like Ojiriba Power Station. My father worked there. It was a functional power station before the war. But it's not here now. So where is the reconstruction? The Nkalagu cement factory. The federal government invested in the company to reactivate it. But it was part of the people that killed it, because the production process was a dry process. You needed to feed it with coal, put in the kiln to burn the limestone and produce cement. The coal corporation was not rehabilitated. So Nkalago is gone. I don't know what is rehabilitation, except that the war also helped some people, helped us in a way. Many of our leading academics and administrators were working at the University of Ibadan, University of Lagos, and the federal government. Many of them who came back because they were no longer safe remained. Nsukka was a university, all right, but it was just a university. The major people who were driving the university were foreigners attracted by Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe because he studied in the US. Those people ran away for their lives during the war. They didn't come back. So it was these people who came back from University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, who reinforced Nsukka and got it to where it was able to recover somehow. there was the second national development plan to succeed the first national development plan, 1962 to 1968, which was from 1970 to 1974, yes, which the government started. If it was part of the reconstruction, it affected people outside the war-affected areas benefited more because the Federal Commissioner for Works, Alhaji Okunu, although he was yes, although he was classmate with a lot of Igbos in King's College, but he took it upon himself to be bitter with the Igbos. You know, he was openly, even in the Executive Council, enunciating that things should not be done here, and nobody sanctioned him for it.
Okay.
You know, this book has come. It's good that it has come out so it can be examined. I've not read it, but I know that I have read a lot of accounts. It's from Umahia. He used to sympathize with the Northern People's Congress before the war. After the war, he was appointed a Federal Commissioner for Agriculture.
Okay, that's Dr.
Yeah, he's a PhD holder.
Yeah.
Well, at the Federal Executive Council, he was almost being opposed. He was the person that handed over the School of Agriculture, Omudike, to the federal government for rehabilitation. You can see where it was. At the time I was in secondary school, if you went to Omudike for 2 days, you were almost like an agricultural assistant because there was something you could get. Now it's the Federal University of Agriculture. But it's just a university. People are starving around the place. I don't know whether you have passed from there to Ikotek.
Yeah.
So there was damage. The School of Hygiene at Aba was producing people who could inspect streets and make sure that drains are cleaned. Where are they today? You know, so it's good that he has given an account, but I can tell you that I have read books by Jem Bengo. I've read books by several people. Even Lindsay Barrett wrote something, you know, a kind of promotional for T.Y. Danjuma. Late Husseini also wrote or gave interviews. The objective of the counter coup was abandoned, and Igbos were being killed just like. So if he said he was reconciling, those people who were killed unjustly, they were not coup makers, they were not related to the coup makers, but they were killed. I can tell you one person, Francis Ella, is from River State.
Yeah.
He was a teacher in a school around Abeokuta. But some soldiers from the north traced him to the secondary school to kill him. He was lucky he escaped with his life. I know somebody who lives in ENUGU here. He was the engineer in charge of the water works at in Lagos. He was nearly killed. He was just rescued by the act of God because he was a kind person.
Yeah.
Somebody from the north who lived around there. People called him. He spoke to these two soldiers who wanted to kill him and said, "Please leave me, he's my friend." Is that what have you reconciled? Immediately after the war, there was a lady who was killed in Kaduna, one Caroline, an Igbo girl. Nothing was done. He has not. In 2011, when Jonathan won the election, people were killed, and mostly Igbos. In Bauchi, 5 people, foreign graduates, who came back and they were doing youth service. They were burnt alive because Jonathan won in the place. But Jonathan's sympathizer, the current governor of Bauchi State, is still in office. So, a state is a unit of the international system. But Nigeria is a state, and it's a country. But it consists of many, many nations. The concept that will unite Nigeria has not come.
Yeah.
And I believe that that book, the writing, is consistent with some conspiracy to alert people. Maybe that Obi is an Igbo person. They have come again. Because some of the things even he wrote in that book, that some officers wanted to kill Ojukwu who was not available to them. So how can you say you didn't want to kill him? That some, what you call young officers. Ironsi tried to reconcile by appointing him below rank to give people a notion that what the people who executed the coup did were bad. Now, if you did overthrow Ironsi, why don't you return power to those people who were unjustly killed? I mean, their team. You didn't do it. You remained in office till 1975. But these are personal things now, because we are talking about things that are older than us.
Yeah.
What people do depends on the circumstances they find themselves in. On this note, I just want to say that, what we will be talking about in intergroup relations, interpersonal relationships are different. I've met Gowon when he came to see somebody, a lady whose husband died in ENUGU.
Yeah.
He came very simply, and he was an impressive person. But I don't think I can read the book, because if Dangote donated 3 billion, the printer may not print again.
No, T.Y. Danjuma.
T.Y. Danjuma, okay. 3 billion.
3 billion.
Dangote, 500
million.
Yeah.
And
then,
so many, I'm even surprised that the Vice President Shetima, imposed 25 million naira on each of the state governors, 36 state governors of the Federation, asked them to pay 25 million. For the book. We're not going to leave this issue until we talk about the inability or the refusal of General Gowon to apologize to the Igbos for, there was a coup, 1966 coup, January 15, 1966 coup, which was allegedly masterminded by Igbo officers, and there was a counter coup followed by massive, killings of Igbos. We do know, or still remember about the massacre of the 3,000 young men in Asaba. And nobody, even Gowon himself, Gowon was head of state when all these things took place. And looking at his book, no apology, no remorse, for the unjust killings, of Igbos during the Civil War. And I don't know how you respond to this.
Well, a general is a general. So what do you expect from him? To start crying and then falling on the ground. So I think he has never done that. He will never do that. The man is at the departure launch. So he's racing against time, and he's able to come up with this book. So since he hasn't apologized from that date, of course, he has told us that it was in the service of the nation. All that he did was professionally, as a professional military man. So you didn't expect that it was a personal thing that he did. Both the Civil War, the engagement, military and all that, were all in the service of Nigeria. So it was not a personal thing. So you don't expect the man to apologize. He's a general and he remains one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because apologizing is almost like saying we regret the war. And then you can imagine the issues that will follow. So because if you say you regret the war, people will say you should not compensate. People should say you should be able to
Dr. KJ,
that's my take.
There's something called karma, retributive justice. A lot of people have said that the killings in the Plateau region, the current killings in the Plateau region, in his domain, which he has not been able to stop as a general, is as a result of the killings of Igbo, the massacres of Igbo, the program that took place during his watch as president, as head of state.
I think we are Christians. We don't, karma is a kind of imagination. Actually, during the, pogrom, the traditional ruler of Jos did not want the Igbos attacked. He didn't approve of it. But because the people there, the Birom, are a minority, it is the people who are immigrated into that area that effected their wish. The same thing in Yola, the emir was protecting the Igbos, but I mean, the rioters could not do that. So even now, the problem in Plateau is on the Birom. People from other parts of Plateau are not sympathetic to the Birom people. If they were and they joined them, I mean, the matter would have been settled. And you can see Jonah Jank came from that place. And when he was governor, he tried to tackle the problem. I think the other governor that was also removed was from Jos area. So it's not common. It's only that Nigeria was set up by force. And that force continued to propel. Just look at what happened in Oyo State. That place is Ogbomosho.
Yeah.
Area. Huh? Where Akintola comes from. Okay. Adekunle was a staff officer in ENUGU here when the first and second coup happened. When Ejo, their commander, became a military governor, he came up. Yeah. When Ojukwu decided to declare Biafra or felt that people were unsafe, he approved that weapons should be given to the soldiers who are not from the Eastern region to let them go out of the region, and that they should return the weapons after. And Adekunle and these people moved, and they didn't return the weapons. One of the things that made Akintola bitter was that Akintola was from his area. He is also from Ogbomosho. Today, the people he protected are kidnapping his people, cutting off their head. Where is the anger? I don't think we should be bothering ourselves about this thing, because what when you hear some people, you discover that the factors of that war had damaged psychology. El Rufai's son, the one that is in House of Reps, there was a time he made a snide remark about Igbo people. He said the Igbo cry, because a lot of women were raped here. The people who raped them, when they went home, they made it a story. Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, the current emir or one of the emirs of Kano, he wrote in a book that Igbos were taught a lesson. He was a child at the time. You know, if you are talking about rehabilitation, the secondary school that Nzogwu attended, St. Patrick's in Kaduna, it had been converted to a Muslim school. The Catholic Church handed it over to them. He did it. So I think he said he didn't want to open old wounds. You know, there's an English saying that silence is golden. Given what many people have spoken about, and he was silent for a long time, personally, I would believe that, you know, if he was talking about his memoir, his life, he could have just concerned himself about himself.
Yeah.
If I see the book, if I see the book, because he was not the organizer of the coup, from what other people said, he should have just left it. Good thing, he also admitted that Igbos were killed in the north. Many other people didn't say it; they just glossed over it. They called it retaliation. So he could have concerned himself with his personal life.
Okay.
One of the things I would like to see from that book is, why did he try to run for president under option A4 in Wusasa, and he was, defeated. Very much defeated. And before this book came out, I think he called on Tinubu. I don't know what he went there to do. This book has now come out, you know, to create an atmosphere that could have a political dynamic. But like I said, I don't believe in karma, because God is in charge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody doing anything must be very ethical and moral.
Gentlemen, the politics is heating up, and we've seen the primaries, conducted by the ruling national APC, and I believe tomorrow the presidential primaries will take place. But those, or is it today? Yeah, today. Okay. We've had a lot of APC members complaining that they were rigged out, that the election was manipulated, you know, and there is a possibility that some of those aggrieved APC members may defect to other political parties, especially now that there is a window, you know, for you to do so, given against the backdrop of the recent ruling of the court, you know, extending the timeline for the submission of membership list to INEC. But you know, is this a mirror of what we are going to? That's what is going to play out during the 2027 general election. If the ruling political party cannot organize a free, fair, and credible primaries, you know, the expectation is that they will do worse things during the general election. I don't know how you react to that.
Okay, just to, you know,
because in Nasarawa,
yeah,
in Kwara, in Cross River, in Delta, in you know, all so many states in the federation, there are complaints.
Some former governors losing as well. So the point here is this: I keep saying that it's Nigerians. We are a people that find it difficult to play by the rules. We are hardly rule players, and that's the problem. Every time we are talking about making laws, making regulations, making constitution, the same people that make the constitutions, make the rules, make the laws are the same lawbreakers. To the point that people mock some of our lawmakers as lawbreakers. So the point I'm trying to make is that these parties have rules, they have regulations, of course subsumed under the constitution, but the point is that they are never ready to play by the rules. Okay, take for instance, consensus candidate and all that. Is that democratic? A situation whereby one or two persons, some they call themselves party leader, you know, party leader, that kind of name. Once he summons the people and say, this person will go, and then you expect that the rest will keep quiet. Even when the person that has been nominated to go or considered better ahead of others doesn't have the capacity and what it takes to lead, doesn't even have a plan for the people. So that is why we're having these issues. And all of them flocked into APC because they believe that with the president as the leader, who is running a command and control system, look at what has happened in the Rivers, just at the snap of the finger, a sitting governor has pulled out of a governorship primary. What does that tell you? So the same thing is playing out. You have seen what has played out in Lagos. Hamza, the deputy governor, has emerged. I think he's the only deputy governor emerging among those that their governors are leaving, current governors are leaving, because the leader has said this is the one that will go, irrespective of the opinion of the people, irrespective of what democracy, you know, expects that people should government of the people, by the people, and for the people. But they are not playing by these rules, and that's why you will see quite a lot of implosion in APC. Everyone who has studied what has been going on, the carpeting, cross-carpeting, and the camping and the campaign, have seen that this is almost a mini Nigeria. APC has become a mini Nigeria where everyone is flocking. And they are living in that delusion that once they elect anyone, that person will win. So the point now is that there is going to be serious implosion because what has played out in these primaries are never democracy. They are just in position of candidates in what they call consensus candidate. And you see that at the end of the day, so many people will be shortchanged. If the man doesn't like your face, he will remove you. Whether you're serving or not, it doesn't matter. And people are not allowed to vote. So the point I want to make briefly is that the primaries are full of surprises, as we have seen, including, I think, Goje, one former governor of Gombe, Senator Goje, so many of them who are very influential, not because the power brokers, you know, the current power brokers doesn't want them. Not that they are not able to win an election. So what we are expecting that with this window of opportunity stretching to September, you will see quite a lot of them join other parties and also maybe possibly try to get elected. And then the race will be very interesting ahead of 2027. But what I'm trying to say is that, if, like you say, whether it's a foreshadow of 2027, I want to say that it's still a foreshadow. Because if people cannot play by the rule in their small party politics, then what will happen I think this is what America foresaw under George Washington. If you go through records, you see that George Washington ran as an independent candidate because it was expected then that the parties were becoming something else, uncontrollable, and the parties were stood down. And then that was how George Washington ran.
Was made for.
And he became one of the best American presidents, in history.
Yeah,
so
before we run out of time, Dr. KJ, I would like your views. I would like you to comment on the withdrawal of the governor of Rivers State from the race. You recall what transpired in the past. We had an emergency rule in Rivers State for 6 months because arising from the struggle for power between Fubara and his godfather, Jesse Wike, who is the minister of the FCT. Do you see the withdrawal of Fubara as a triumph of godfatherism in Nigeria? How do you look at it? For me personally, I look at it from the prism, from the point of view of the triumph of godfatherism. Otherwise, why would a sitting governor, having bought form maybe for 50 million, 100 million, at the end of the day, he said he was after he was withdrawing.
That peace will reign.
So that peace will reign. What do you make out of it? Is that still democracy in action?
Well, I said that Nigeria was created by force. There was no way Fubara could have survived his ordeal with Wike working with Tinubu. It's just not possible. Bear in mind that Fubara was not a politician. He was an accountant general, he was a civil servant. But because he was a person trafficking money to Wike, when Wike was in the PDP, the EFCC was deployed against him. But they couldn't arrest him because he was a sitting governor. They wanted to arrest Fubara. So he kept Fubara in the government house where they could not come in. And then from there, he made him governor to make him unarrestable. Now, common sense should have dictated that if you ride a tiger, if you step down, it will eat you. At the time that Fubara and Wike started having problems, a thorough civil servant would have resigned from the governorship. And nobody would have been hearing about him today. Many people in the PDP were bitter that Fubara was made governor because he wasn't among them.
He wasn't a politician?
He was not, yes. So there was nothing he was struggling to achieve. And the person who could hold the balance, the president, was the employer of your persecutor. So I don't think, even saying that he withdrew is just like a joke. A serious person would have even resigned both from the governorship and the party and go his way. But the reward of public office in Nigeria is so high that even an angel will be corrupted by it. So I don't think there's any news about it. It's all the same force system. Because look at it. Chinda, who is the nominee, remained in PDP until he won the election. He was the minority leader in the House.
But he has not resigned.
That I'm telling you.
He has not resigned from the PDP.
And that's why when he was talking about the INEC timetable and things like that, these are jokes. They are all planning it. Maybe where OP is now is where they want to see if they can vandalize. Yeah. Because what the INEC and their collaborators are doing, it looks like politics is a drill where you order people up and down. Politicians are not people you order. And something you cannot administer, don't establish it as policy. It doesn't make sense. He talked about George Washington. Many of these people who are running for nomination, have they visited their party members in different locations to address them on their policy choices? In the United States, in the UK, people go on tour talking to the constituencies They are party members in different constituencies. But have you ever seen it here?
These people don't
So
matter.
it's a drill list.
Yeah.
Once you have a list, you take, you share money, and people go. So I don't think we should bother ourselves about it.
No, we should really bother ourselves about what has happened. I am saying it's a triumph of godfatherism.
Yes.
Because what happened in
triumph.
Rivers, yes.
And it's something that sends wrong signal to our democracy. That if one man says you are going to be there, then you'll be there. If that same man says you are not going to be there, even if the people love you, even if the people are ready to vote you 100%, you are not going to get any ticket. So that's the challenge. Remember also Wike mentioned that Ireti Kingebe was not going to return back as a senator. And suddenly there was a suit against candidature. Suddenly. So you can see
the court has struck out that.
Yes, just yesterday. You can see the influence of strong men in politics with deep pockets. Oh, we are no more talking about how they call up a judge at night and give him Ghana must go. And then the judge goes to the court and tells blah, 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 and rules in their favor. You see the kind of influence they run. One young man was in Lagos, a House of Assembly member who was contesting a Surulere, and suddenly he said his police was withdrawn. Just to make sure, tell him, look, we don't want you again, and there's nothing you're going to do about this. So they try to.
No, there is nothing surprising about this.
So
you know, Fubara comes from a family of highly learned people. I think about 3 of them, his brothers are professors. He shouldn't be in, he's not in weakest rank in terms of family background. Are you following what I'm saying? His hometown, Opobo, is one of the the cities that got education earliest. That's number one. But it's a machinery system, it's machine politics.
Okay.
We are hearing about Fubara because of where he is. As I was coming here, Okowa, Ifeanyi Okowa, the daughter, has one nomination for House of Assembly in Delta. Ibori's daughter, Uduaga's daughter, 3 of them.
Elitist politics.
Then Okowa himself is
seeking for senatorial.
So is the one you are hearing about is machine politics. That's why people should not pay attention to it. There are many capable people in Nigeria who do not participate in politics because they have ideas, but they don't want to use their ideas against other people.
I just want to say again that the parties have been hijacked by these persons. So as soon as you are floating a new party, they will send in their people there and hijack the party. And the party will
Just watch what will happen, because this rule by the court was not challenged by INEC. They say they are reading the judgment to know. They will discuss and say, okay, let us take it to December so that we can go and roughen the waters everywhere.
So this actually informed why Obi foresaw this coming and ran away entirely and disappeared from ADC and launched himself in NDC. So because the parties have been manipulated by the power brokers, by money bags, and those with wide influence in society, and they have actually collapsed the institution. That's my worry. The judiciary has been collapsed. The legislature has been collapsed. You see what's going on with the Senate president. Whatever they want him to do is what he does. He's seeking re-election, and the Senator Hope also want to upstage him. He's standing as a hand, but he's getting
gentlemen,
to return back to
our
the Senate.
time is.
So you can see the my back, I rub your back.
We don't have time.
I've supported Tinubu, so it's time for Tinubu to repay me with Senate president.
I wish we have more time. We would have discussed the rationale behind the operation the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, to come back to politics and contest the presidential election, and one would ask, what did he forget at the presidential villa? I do hope that when we come back next time, we'll discuss about that. But that has to do with what the court says about, he was, his position is, somebody sued him for the court to determine whether he's qualified or not to run for another time. Gentlemen, we've come to the end of our discussion. I thank you for calling. I thank you for participating, and we'll do that some other time. Thank you. Thank you very
God
much.
bless Nigeria.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
very
And
much.
deliver her
Thank
from
you.
political
And
Thank you
bandits.
for our viewers.
God bless Nigeria and deliver her from political
watching
bandits.
Signature
That's our
Television.
prayer.
Once
Let
again,
God
my
bless
name
us and leave Nigeria
is
alone.
Mike Ubani. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language. All with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
The Enugu state government is intensifying its efforts to go into strategic partnerships that will position the state as the hub for global investments. The state governor Peter Mba, who played host to a high-level delegation, urges the Chinese government to explore the possibility of establishing a Chinatown in Enugu and citing major international business headquarters in the state. The governor told the delegation from the People's Republic of China, led by Consul General Yan Yunshen, which included executives from China Communication Construction Company and China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, that Enugu is ready for large-scale investments. He informed the delegation about the improved security, modern infrastructure, and investor-friendly policies, highlighting flagship projects including the new Enugu City, smart green schools, expanded road networks, and a modern transport system.
We also felt that we need to have a modern city with modern facility and to make it also smart, since that's the direction the world is going. And we're happy to be partnering with a Chinese company in the development of the new city, the CCCC, China Communication Construction Company. So we have also visited their headquarters in Beijing, and we believe that it's a company with the capacity to meet our desire for a new city.
The Chinese Consul General commended the development vision of the state government, describing Enugu as a city of opportunities. She assured of China's commitment to deepening collaboration in infrastructure, technology, education, and industrial development.
In China, we have experience. If you want to be rich, you must at first build road. So I think that infrastructure, yes, is already our traditional area of cooperation. But in the future, we should develop the digital economy and also like agricultural modernization or industrialization, and especially the talent development. All Chinese people we know, Igbo people, do business the best. Yes. So really, I think that here we hope, yes, to develop the corporate in vocational education.
For residents and investors alike, expectations are high that this partnership will translate into concrete projects that will not only shape the commercial landscape of the state, but also reinforce its emergence as a preferred destination for business and innovation in Nigeria. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff. It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
At 30 Government Secondary School, Peggy Community in Kuje Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory, students, parents, teachers, community leaders and government officials gathered for a sensitization program aimed at educating children on their rights and how to report abuse. The program, organized by the National Human Rights Commission, focused on empowering children to understand and protect their rights against abuse, violence and exploitation. Representing the Executive Secretary of the Commission, Tony Ojukwu-san, the Director of Women and Children Department, Ngozi Okorie, said despite existing local and international laws protecting children, many still face violence, neglect, early marriage, female genital mutilation and exclusion from decisions affecting their lives. She noted that protecting children requires collective action from families, schools, religious institutions and communities.
Every child has the right to survival. Every child has the right to protection, education, participation, and dignity. Yet, we know that in practice, these rights are often violated through neglect, through violence, child labor, early marriage, female genital mutilation, infanticide, and exclusion from decisions that affect the children.
Okorie also encouraged children to speak up whenever their rights are violated, stressing that children must not only know their rights, but also understand safe channels for reporting abuse. She said the Commission remains committed to promoting and protecting the rights of children across the country through community engagement and sensitization programs.
When children understand their rights, they can speak up safely and demand respect. When parents and teachers understand, they become protectors, not barriers. When traditional and religious leaders lend their voice, harmful practices lose.
Disconnected.
When the whole community faces shared standards, accountability becomes real.
Chairman of the School-Based Management Committee, Taufik Kadir, said many children in rural communities still lack basic awareness about their rights because they have little exposure beyond their immediate environment. According to him, formal education alone is not enough to equip children with the knowledge needed to protect themselves from abuse and exploitation.
We have villages surrounding us here. Some of these archaic and old traditional practices still happen, whereby the child rights is being violated. That is why, if you heard my speech, I was talking about 2.0. We had one when the Child Rights Act was passed, Child Rights Bill now formed into Act when it was passed. I invited the National Human Rights Commission to come and educate the students what their rights are and the channels of reportage where they can make reports and where they can feel safe in making such reports. So these children, some of them, you'll be shocked, have not left this community ever since they've been given birth to. So they don't know what happens in the outside world there. So we try to bring whatever government brings to protect the children into the community so that they can benefit from it.
Kadiri revealed that some children in the community are prevented by guardians from completing their education in order to keep them in domestic servitude, describing the situation as only a fraction of the challenges many children face silently. He called for stronger community support systems and continuous sensitization to ensure children feel safe enough to report abuse. In Abuja, Chimize Zadima, reporting for Signature Television.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, federal government to scrap JSS-SSS separation policy to address the high incidence of school dropouts in the country. Peter Obi urges political class to prioritize Nigeria's survival over 2027 elections. U.S. Supreme Court rejects Trump bid to restrict birthright citizenship in the country. And Iran rejects direct talks with the U.S., casting doubt on peace deal. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The federal government is to abolish the education policy that separates the junior and senior secondary schools across the country. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, who announced the plan in Abuja, said the policy, which requires junior secondary schools, JSS, to operate separately from senior secondary schools, SSS, both physically and administratively, has not achieved its intended objectives. The minister, who spoke at the inauguration of the Universal Basic Education Commission, UBEC, Ministerial Implementation and Monitoring Committee, noted that the policy has brought about a huge enrollment gap between primary and secondary school education levels. According to him, over 20 million children who began their education in primary schools failed to progress to the senior secondary school after dropping out along the way. The minister said the UBEC committee is mandated to ensure that hundreds of smart schools, bilingual schools, and alternative schools funded by UBEC are completed, handed over to states, and open for learning. Alausa noted that despite heavy release of funds by UBEC, many projects remained unfinished, while several completed schools had yet to be handed over to state governments or integrated into their education systems. The federal government, through the World Bank supported Hope Governance Program, has approved the disbursement of $27 million in performance-based grants to states that met key governance and budgeting targets under the initiative. The national coordinator of the Hope Governance Program, Asad Hassan, announced the approval during a retreat for commissioners, permanent secretaries, and directors of budget and planning from the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory in Abuja. The coordinator disclosed that Adamawa, Bayelsa, Borno, Delta, Gombe, Kano, Plateau, Taraba, and Yobe qualified for $500,000 each for adopting harmonized budget guidelines and chart of accounts for local governments. He added that Abia, Bayelsa, Borno, Edo, Ekiti, Enugu, Imo, Jigawa, Kano, Kebbi, Kogi, Nasarawa, Ondo, Plateau, and Yobe would also receive the same amount each for publishing their 2025 citizens' budgets for basic education and primary health care. While Bayelsa, Borno, Kano, Kebbi, and Yobe states qualified for $1.5 million each for adopting comprehensive guidelines for preparing and submitting consolidated work plans for basic education and primary health care budgets. Hassan said the states that failed to qualify either published the required documents after March 31st, 2025 deadline, did not meet the stipulated assessment criteria, or failed to publish the required documents on their official websites. The Lagos State government is appealing for calm and understanding from residents following the flash flooding experienced in many parts of the state over the last 2 weeks. In a statement, the State Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Tokumbo Wahab, said the rainfalls have produced an unusually high volume of water within a short period, overwhelming drainage channels in some locations and resulting in temporary flooding. Wahab said the incident is not peculiar to Lagos, as similar heavy rainfalls also affected other African countries and even North America, resulting in flooding across some cities. The Commissioner assured residents that the Lagos State government remains fully on top of the situation through continuous monitoring of drainage infrastructure, flood-prone locations, and other critical water channels. He said that emergency response agencies have remained on the ground to ensure that flood waters recede as quickly as weather conditions permit, while providing support where necessary. The Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, says it has uploaded the name of its presidential candidate, Peter Obi, to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC portal, after filing an appeal and an application for a stay of execution against the court judgment ordering the party's deregistration. National leader of the NDC, Senator Seraki Dixon, who disclosed this in a statement, said that the party had served the appeal and accompanying application on the INEC chairman and urged the electoral body to act in accordance with the law. Dixon maintained that the NDC remained a duly registered political party, noting that it had participated in all electoral processes and concluded its primary elections under INEC's supervision. The former Bayelsa State Governor added that the party remains within the timetable released by INEC, stating that submissions for National Assembly candidates will close on July 11th, while those for governorship and state assembly candidates will end on July 17th. Dixon also appealed to party members to remain calm, saying there was no cause for panic as the reconciliation process had begun following the conclusion of the party's primaries, and assured unsuccessful aspirants that they would be accommodated in the party's campaign structures and committees. The presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, Peter Obi, has challenged Nigeria's political leaders to place the country's mounting security and economic challenges above partisan political calculations. Obi made the remarks after completing his nomination inquiry form at the INEC office in Abuja, an exercise he said prompted him to reflect on the quality of leadership required to address Nigeria's pressing challenges. In a statement by the spokesman of the Peter Obi media reach, Idris Zekeri Jr., the former Anambra State Governor said some of the questions contained in the INEC form underscored the need for greater accountability and transparency in the country's electoral process. Obi explained that while completing the INEC form, one of the questions that drew his attention was whether an aspirant had ever been adjudged a lunatic or declared to be of unsound mind. According to him, the question inspired a broader reflection on the state of leadership in the country and whether political leaders were demonstrating the sound judgment required to confront Nigeria's multiple crises. He noted that at a time when insecurity, economic hardship, and other national challenges continue to affect millions of Nigerians, leaders should be concentrating on finding lasting solutions rather than allowing political competition to dominate national discourse. According to him, a leadership committed to the national interest would convene stakeholders across political parties and other critical sectors to collectively address what he described as existential threats confronting the country. As the race for the 2027 general elections gathers momentum, a new movement which is rooting for the re-election of President Bola Tinubu has been unveiled in Abuja. The group, known as Renewed Hope for Better Nigeria, during its formal unveiling in Abuja, called on Nigerians to embrace constructive engagement, national unity, and sustained support for the reform agenda of the Tinubu administration. National convener of the movement, Dr. Callistus Anyanwu, said the organization was established by patriotic Nigerians who believe that the renewed hope agenda provides a pathway to building a stronger, safer, and more prosperous nation. Anya will say the movement is committed to educating Nigerians on the objectives and benefits of government reforms, promoting informed public discourse, and mobilizing grassroots support for policies aimed at advancing national development.
The renewed hope for greater Nigeria was not conceived in the pursuit of political patronage. It was born from the belief that leadership should be judged by performance. Reforms should be judged by results. Public policies should be judged by their impact on the lives of ordinary citizens. Our members and supporters include professionals, farmers, artisans, business owners, academics, traditional leaders, women, youths, members of the diaspora, and grassroots mobilizers, united by one purpose: to promote informed public understanding of reforms that seek to lay the foundation for a stronger, safer, and more prosperous Nigeria.
The group also disclosed plans to embark on nationwide town hall meetings, stakeholder engagement, and public enlightenment campaigns aimed at explaining ongoing reforms, gathering citizens' feedback, and strengthening communication between government and the people. A federal high court in Abuja has granted a 200 million naira bail to Omoyele Sowore, activist and presidential candidate of the African Action Congress. The presiding judge, Mohammed Umar, at the resumed hearing on Tuesday, restored Sowore's bail with fresh conditions, including providing 2 sureties. According to the judge, one of the sureties should be a traditional ruler from Sowore's community, while the second surety must own landed property within the Federal Capital Territory. The judge also ordered Sowore to deposit his passport with the court registrar as part of the bail conditions, pending the determination of the case. The Department of State Services is prosecuting Sowore on a 2-count charge over a social media post in which he allegedly described President Bola Tinubu as a criminal on his X and Facebook accounts. The activist had pleaded not guilty to the charges and was subsequently granted bail on self-recognition. However, on June 16th, the presiding judge revoked Sowore's bail and issued a warrant of arrest against him after the activist failed to attend the day's proceedings on the ground that the letter seeking an adjournment on Sowore's behalf did not provide reasons for his absence from court. Meanwhile, Omoyele Sowore says incarceration will not break his resolve to fight for justice in Nigeria. In a post on his X after his release from Kuje prison on Tuesday, Sowore reiterated his resolve to continue his struggle for justice. He said that prison has never broken the resolve of those who fight for justice, saying that if anything, it only strengthens the determination. Sowore ended the statement with, "The struggle continues. We will never surrender. #Revolution Now. #Sowore 2027. The Federal High Court has issued the Pre-Election Practice Directions 2026 in a move aimed at ensuring the speedy, efficient, and fair determination of pre-election disputes across the country. According to a press statement signed by the Director of Information of the Federal High Court of Nigeria, Dr. Catherine Obi Christopher, the new practice directions were approved by the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Justice John Soho. The statement said the new guidelines are designed to strengthen the handling of pre-election matters, in line with the 1999 Constitution as amended, the Electoral Act 2026, and other applicable laws. It added that the Federal High Court Pre-Election Practice Directions 2026 have formally repealed the 2022 Practice Directions, making the new rules the applicable framework for the conduct of pre-election cases before the courts. The court urged members of the bar, political parties, litigants, and the general public to familiarize themselves with the new practice directions, noting that a copy has been made available to guide all stakeholders. The federal government has vowed to launch a formal diplomatic challenge against the Ivorian authorities following the tragic death of a Nigerian citizen, Usama Murtala, in an Abidjan hospital just hours after being released from a year-long detention without trial. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu, disclosed this in a statement posted on her official X handle on Tuesday. According to the minister, 6 young men who traveled from Sokoto to Abidjan for the phone parts business were arrested under what she described as suspicious circumstances and detained at Maka prison without being charged or tried. She said the ministry only became aware of their plight in April 2026 and was surprised to discover that the Nigerian embassy in Abidjan had not been notified of their arrest by the Ivorian authorities, who subjected them to difficult conditions, with one of them, Usama Murtala, falling seriously ill while in custody. The minister regretted that the development ended in tragedy for Murtala, whose health had deteriorated significantly before his release, and was subsequently rushed to hospital by officials of the Nigerian High Commission, where he died. She disclosed that Murtala was buried in Abidjan in accordance with Islamic rites at the request of his family, with his fellow former detainees and Nigerian embassy officials in attendance, after which the 5 surviving Nigerians were brought back to Nigeria. Another batch of 271 Nigerians evacuated from South Africa arrived in Lagos on Tuesday under the federal government's voluntary repatriation program. The Air Peace flight landed at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport shortly before 11 a.m. after departing Johannesburg at about 5 a.m. local time. Officials of the National Emergency Management Agency, the Nigeria Immigration Service, and the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission received the returnees on arrival. The latest evacuation is part of the federal government's ongoing efforts to assist Nigerians who have opted to return home amid rising anti-immigration tensions in South Africa, and comes ahead of a June 30 deadline reportedly issued by vigilante groups and other organizations calling for undocumented migrants to leave the country. Before Tuesday's operation, 328 Nigerians had already been evacuated in 2 batches, made up of the first batch of 262 Nigerians, who returned on June 11th, and a second batch of 66, which arrived in Lagos on June 25th. Still to come, hopes of finding more survivors of Venezuela earthquakes fade. Chinese tycoon sentenced to 30 years in US jail. Stay with us.
We are local.
international communities observing the
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Thousands of people marched Tuesday in cities across South Africa to demand the departure of undocumented foreign nationals after weeks of campaign that has sent thousands fleeing. Police were out in force for the nationwide protests, which capped a campaign of demonstrations led by citizen-led vigilante groups that set an unofficial June 30th deadline for foreigners without papers to leave. There were isolated reports of looting, stone throwing, and confrontation, including near Johannesburg, where security forces escorted a handful of foreign nationals away from a mob brandishing large sticks. Crowds of demonstrators moved through the center of the city, South Africa's financial capital, where most shops were shuttered, workers stayed home, and transport hubs were quiet. In the southeastern city of Durban, the Zulu heartland, protesters turned out in traditional warrior attire, carrying spears, whips, and shields, and some draped in leopard skins. At least 2 Mozambicans, an Ethiopian and a Malawian, have been killed in the latest outburst of anti-immigration violence, prompting several African governments, including Nigeria, Malawi, Ghana, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique, to organize voluntary repatriation flights and buses for their citizens. The U.S. Supreme Court has rejected President Donald Trump's historic bid to restrict birthright citizenship. The court, in an eagerly awaited decision on the final day of its term, ruled 6-3 to maintain the right to American citizenship for nearly everyone born on U.S. soil. Trump signed an executive order last year on the first day of his second term in the White House, decreeing that children born to parents in the United States illegally or on temporary visas would not automatically become U.S. citizens. Lower courts blocked the move, ruling that under the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment, nearly everyone born on U.S. soil is an American citizen. In an unprecedented move for a sitting U.S. president, Trump personally attended oral arguments on birthright citizenship at the Supreme Court in April. Trump's bid to end birthright citizenship was part of his wider campaign to restrict immigration, which includes the expulsion of millions of undocumented migrants. The Supreme Court's rejection of Trump's bid to end birthright citizenship is the third major loss for Trump this term. The justices struck down most of his global tariffs in February, and on Monday, they blocked his bid to fire Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. Iran has ruled out direct talks with senior United States envoys, casting fresh doubts over prospects for a lasting peace agreement, as both sides remain divided over the implementation of a fragile ceasefire and the future of Tehran's nuclear program. Iranian officials said on Tuesday that no meetings had been scheduled with President Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, who arrived in Doha for high-level discussions following the recent outbreak of hostilities. Iran insisted that both countries must first resolve outstanding issues surrounding the ceasefire, agreed 2 weeks ago, before discussing more contentious matters, including possible restrictions on its nuclear program. The developments underscore continuing disagreements over key elements of the preliminary framework, which proposes that Iran ease restrictions on shipping through the Strait of Hormuz in return for financial incentives and a 60-day negotiation period aimed at securing a permanent peace agreement. Qatar's Foreign Ministry spokesperson, Majed Al-Ansari, said lower-level technical talks between the two sides were expected to begin, while Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani met the U.S. delegation. Despite the diplomatic uncertainty, oil prices have fallen since the weekend following U.S. strikes on Iranian military facilities and Iran's retaliatory attacks on American military sites in Kuwait and Bahrain. Rescue teams in Venezuela were losing hope on Tuesday of finding more survivors of twin earthquakes that struck the country last week, following hours of grueling work searching for victims beneath the rubble of collapsed buildings. The teams from Ecuador and the US halted operations early on Tuesday in Macuto, a town hardest hit by the June 24th earthquakes, after more than 40 hours of work, when they stopped receiving responses from a mother and her 3 children trapped beneath a 9-story building. Major Jorge Montanaro, leader of the EQ-11 team from Guayaquil, located in Ecuador's Pacific coast, said the days have already passed and that what they will likely find from now is death. According to NASA estimates, some 59,000 buildings were damaged or destroyed by the twin earthquakes, which hit just seconds apart, with magnitudes of 7.2 and 7.5 on June 24th, with widespread devastation. Acting President Delcy Rodriguez says at least 1,750 people have died and thousands have been injured as a result of the earthquakes, with about 16,000 people left homeless. The World Food Programme, an agency of the United Nations, warned that survivors would face risks posed by hunger and disease in the aftermath of the twin earthquakes, and is therefore appealing for $50 million to provide emergency food assistance to up to 500,000 people over the next 3 months. That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing
Just finished speaking. Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome once again to The Sage. I am Dr. Kechi Obuago, your guide on this journey. The Sage is a journey of discovery, a journey during which we work with you, we talk with you, we discuss with you, and together we uncover hidden treasures, the treasures residing within our people in this country. And we are able to share the excitement and the joy of knowing that we're so richly blessed with the people that make up this wonderful country of ours. So welcome to The Sage once again. I am particularly excited about this episode. It is one in which we focus on something that is so important to the well-being, to the progress, to the identity of our country. Not too many years ago, at least for people as old as myself, in the 60s, agriculture was actually the mainstay of our economy in Nigeria. That approximately 57% of the GDP of Nigeria was from agricultural production and exports. But we all know what happened. With the so-called oil boom in the 70s, the country turned its attention largely to oil as a means of revenue. I think perhaps the recent pandemic has made it more obvious than ever that this is not the way to go. That a strong economy needs of necessity to be built, at least around a diverse area of exports and production. And so we are coming back to recognizing the importance of agriculture in our country, the place that it needs indeed to have, the fact that we need to diversify, particularly encourage the agricultural sector in this diversification. I must applaud the efforts that are ongoing by government and others to indeed do this. And this is evident, from the many resources, from the many facilities that have been recently put in place to support people who want to go into the agricultural sector. There are many examples. Some of them we will show on the screen. A notable one is the recent effort by CBN, where approximately, I believe, 75 billion naira is being devoted to loans and support for people who venture into agriculture. But there's still so much to be done. And that's why we're so excited in this show, to be able to showcase for you and bring you an example. I am particularly excited when it's young people, when I'm able to bring an example that is a young person who shares a deep understanding of the need for a greater emphasis on agriculture. And so is devoting his life, his dreams, his acumen, his brilliance to embarking into an area of agriculture as a business, and who is making good of it, and who is expanding and using that business to support himself and his family. This, again, is a part of our series in support of our efforts to galvanize young entrepreneurs all over the country. You will be inspired, as we were, as I have been, by meeting this remarkable young man. Stay with me. I'll keep you in suspense. We'll meet him in the next segment. Thank you for staying with us. We promise you it will be well worth it. And I did promise to finally unveil a wonderful package. A young Greek entrepreneur, Mr. Eric Ochibo. Eric, you're welcome. You always inspired me. You've inspired me all the time I knew you. But before I ask you to talk a little about yourself, let me just add again to our audience and say that actually this is an area that is ripe in terms of opportunities. Apart from the need of increasing our, as a country, our economic income from agriculture, it's also so important that we should feed ourselves. A country of well over 200 million shouldn't be importing food to any significant extent. We should be able to, given the fact that we have arable land, we have people, we have human resources in plenty, and also given the fact that actually approximately 70% of our people farm, even if many of it is subsistent at the moment, but we have that body of farmers potentially out there. And so it's great to have a young man like you who is able to devote his dreams, his talents, his vision to making farming profitable. And so, Eric, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. It's wonderful. Before we delve into your business, tell us a little about yourself.
All right. Thank you very much, Ma. I am happy to be here. I grew up in Makurdi, Benue State, central Nigeria. And it is known as the food basket of the nation. Mm-hmm. Predominantly, we are farmers in Benue State. So I grew up met my parents farming. Every plot of land where we lived was put into producing one crop or the other. So I've been into agriculture right from under my parents, and I've come to understand it as a way of life. But as I kept growing up, approximately some 5 years, 6 years ago, I heard on television, then the present president of African Development Bank, he was then the Minister of Agriculture in Nigeria, Dr. Kiyomi Adesina, is one of the men I look up to very well. And he said something about fish farming, that Nigeria consume approximately 4 million metric tons of fish per annum, but only 800,000 tons are produced locally. It then means that the gap is either met by importation or smuggling, which was a big problem for us in Africa, in Nigeria. And in fact, across Africa as well. So it got me thinking, and I felt, okay, this is an opportunity I think we can make use of. One, to cut down importation, save some forex for Nigeria, create job for ourselves and for other young people, and again, feed ourselves. Because you cannot be world power if you can't really feed yourself. So I got interested in agriculture, especially in fish farming, when I saw that there was an opportunity and there was also a need to be met.
Did you study agriculture?
No, I didn't study agriculture.
What was your area in the university?
I studied history and international relations in Kogi State University.
It's amazing, at least it's a basis, that allows you to adventure into new areas.
Yes.
Great. So you decided to go on into fish farming?
Yes, so I decided to go into fish farming. After my youth service in 2012, I decided to try agriculture, try fish farming. I never had the basic training, but from what I heard on television, I just felt, okay, get the fish, put in the pond and grow them. So I tried to get information from my peers and people who are little into it. And then they gave me, I was able to gather what I had and ventured into agriculture in 2013, 2014, thereabout. And unfortunately, I invested all my money into it. I made progress, but as time went on, I lost everything.
Wow.
Now I lost everything, and I lost everything largely because I didn't have basic training. I didn't have some form of business training, then agri training as well. I was very devastated. I felt devastated. I felt like perhaps I should abandon it, but I kept the idea.
Hold it there.
Yeah.
When we come back,
Thank you.
we'll see whether Eric gave up when he failed. Stay with us. Welcome back, and thank you for staying with us. So just before we took a break, Eric has started his wonderful fish farming. He failed. Now, don't keep us in suspense. What happened? Did you give up?
I actually packaged my idea and kept it in the cooler and dropped it somewhere else. I was looking at how I could make meaning out of life as a young person. I wanted to be self-employed. I wanted to employ people as well. But I didn't know how I was going to go about it. But God is alive. I attended Mass one day in Luxterra, and an announcement was made that an organization, Conversations for Change, was looking out for young people to groom, to show them the path in business and get started. I got that information and I was excited. But after Mass, I was asking myself, we live in an environment where we hear such things, but they never materialize. So I was challenged. I felt this is one of those political statements we hear in this country, and nothing happens. Perhaps they just elect their family members, their children. And so I was reluctant. That day, the registration was closing at 6 p.m. I started my registration at 5 p.m.
Really?
Yeah, I started my registration at 5 p.m. And I felt, because I was with a friend, I told her, say what happened in church today. So just give it a try. And I decided to try. So I applied quickly online, less than an hour to the closing time. And I was very surprised when they called me that I was shortlisted for the interview.
Wow.
I didn't believe that. I felt, really? Okay. I got dressed, got prepared, kept the dates, tried to rehearse. I brought my idea now out of the cooler and tried to clean it up, and I came up with it. And to cut the long story short, I was shortlisted among the 15 persons out of the so many people that applied. For the first time, I had confidence in the system in Nigeria. For the first time, I believed something good would come out without you knowing anybody, or trying to pay your way through, as it is in many fora. But I got the training. I was trained. It was intensive, and I cannot stop thanking God for those opportunities. After that, they were able to arrange IT form of internship for me, where I studied fish farming firsthand right in the field. And it has not been the same. It was a wonderful idea for me. And after then, I hit the ground running. In fact, from the place where I did the internship, I got a pond where I started immediately. I started with 1,000, then again to 1.5. And shortly before the lockdown, I did a harvest. But I'm expanding now.
Okay,
now I
that's great news.
Now I got my own place somewhere in Kajad Estate in Orozo. I'm about to develop it. At the intro of this program, you mentioned the CBN loan. I've applied for 10 million naira for that in that loan.
Amen to that.
And I'm hoping I'll get it. And if I do get it, I have already secured a place of land where I'll build my ponds, put boreholes, ensure there's water. If I do get it, I intend to really employ a lot of persons and to bridge the gap in fish production in this country. There is money to be made in fish production because the gap is small. Nigeria imports virtually everything, which shouldn't be. Agriculture in Nigeria, according to Akiwumi Adesina, I heard him speaking recently, he said by 2030, agriculture will be worth $1 trillion in Africa.
Wow.
And that is plenty of money for us to make. We don't need to be running abroad. We don't need to run into the desert, go through the ocean just to get to Europe and America to make a living, to achieve our dreams. We can actually make money, create jobs, and live a decent life, which we all deserve. So that's my inspiration, and that's what I'm looking at in agriculture. The opportunity are just vast in rice, in other products, piggery, milk, dairy, and all that. There are huge vacuums that when we mobilize the young force like C4C did and is doing, we can turn around this country in 4 years. Because the energy is there, the experience is there, the ability is there. Like you mentioned in your introductory aspect of this program, you said 57% GDP was the contribution. And we have the technology now, we have more knowledge now. People are better schooled now than it was in the 60s. I can only imagine what we can do if we can really harness young power into agriculture in this country.
Precisely. And we have such a youthful population.
Absolutely.
Many of them without a means of livelihood.
Absolutely.
So that this is a fertile area.
Absolutely.
An area of great need.
Yeah.
But an area where many, many other young people like yourself can make a living, can contribute to growing the country. Let me ask, so for at least that first fish pond you now started and so on, were you able to employ, how did you keep it running?
Okay, when I started, I was able to employ one person, but on a permanent basis. But I had ad hoc staff when it was time for harvest or when I have to do an overhaul of the pond because it would be too difficult for just me and my staff to do. So because we're starting small, we're trying to getting started. I don't have much staff. I just had one for a start. But when it's time to clean the pond, do the weeding, clear the environment and all that, which might be much for just two of us, we just employ some ad hoc staff who will join us do the job. So approximately for the 2 years I have been producing, I've employed like 8 ad hoc staff during harvest times, especially when I have to do overhaul and cleaning. So I employ 8, but after that time, they have to go back because I don't have the funds to keep them going.
I like that, and I like to emphasize that the fact that when young people do business and it is working like yours is working, you actually provide jobs and employment for others, so that it isn't just that Eric Ochibo, is running a successful farming business. It's also that Eric Ochibo is a part of the solution to unemployment and economic empowerment for our people. So that is great. We'll take a break. When we come back, you will tell us, has it all been plain sailing this second time? Any challenges and so on? Stay with us. We'll be back. Welcome back. Thank you as we get to an equally part of this program, the concluding part. We've listened to Eric. It's been wonderful. it's good to see your farm, your fish farm growing. But has it all been easy this second time? Any particular challenges that perhaps you want to share so that others will be on the lookout for that?
Thank you very much, Ma. We'll always have challenges, but the energy we have in us as young people is enough to surmount any challenge we face. Finances will always be one challenge because it may not be too capital intensive, but you need capital to begin and sustain your business, like fish farming. You need capital, which we have difficulty in facing. But thanks to the federal government, they've been providing some form of soft loan for young people in agriculture, so we can take advantage of such facilities and grow our businesses. I've applied, like I said. I hope I'll get it. And another challenge again is inconsistency in government policies. You know, right now the borders are closed and feed can't come inside. We have local feeds, yes, we have foreign feeds, but the quality is clear and different. However, it's affecting the price of feed in the market. And one of the basic inputs in fish farming is the feed. So the price is on the increase. And so if you have a budget for a cycle of 5 months, 6 months, before 3 months, you're running out of budget because the price has increased beyond what you expected at the beginning, at the planning stage, at your planning stage. So you run into far away that you start struggling and trying to see how we can raise funds here and there to buy feed, because the animals, you can't keep them hungry for too long. They can get they get to eat themselves, you know. So when you don't feed them. So one of the challenges we really face is inconsistency in government policy. We really don't understand how long this is going to take. You know, in 2015, we used to have the cassava project, which a lot of young persons went into cassava production. But after the Jonathan administration, we no longer hear about cassava bread, we no longer hear about cassava production and all that. So we will need very constant policies of government so that we can plan long term. So you know where you're going and at what point you make your harvest, you make profits and all that. So besides that, we really don't have much problem in agriculture because it's natural to our environment. Producing food in this country is very natural to our environment. We don't have to put too much energy to do that. But if we have just little support from government and private sector as well, because but for C4C, I would not be able to be sharing this story today. You know, so we have private individuals, private organizations trying to pick the youth out of the streets and give meaning to our ideas, give prospects to what we do. We're able to achieve a lot. We won't be having much of the NSAS issues we have today, you know, if we have young people fully engaged. So besides those challenges, I think fish farming is a very, very lucrative business, and I challenge anybody to come on board.
I hear you, and I do agree with you. You're very convincing. And you think there's a market out there? There's a demand for that fish when you harvest?
Like I said, Nigeria consumes about 3 to 4 million metric tons of fish per annum. That is really huge. And we produce only 800,000 tons. Both the artisanal fishermen and fish farmers put together in the country. Not even up to 1 million tons.
So each time you harvest, you find people out there.
The market is just waiting.
Okay.
The market is just waiting. In fact, my last harvest, people come to the farm to ask me, "Okay, you never ready? Is it not set? Can we come and get from the farm? Can we get from?" I was like, "No, I want 5 months. I want 6 months to grow before I harvest." So the farmers are there. They are the middlemen who process this fish into either dry them or sell them in a joint and all that. The demand is always high. They always don't have enough. And then if you bring 10,000 youths into fish farming today, we may not be able to meet the demand. We may not be able to meet the demand unless we continue to expand and expand. Then we can be able to meet the demand. And exports is another opportunity. A lot of African countries around us here don't have enough. So the market is really huge, and a lot of money could be made from it.
Wow. I mean, that's exciting to know. It's a market. And is there room for investment? Can somebody come and invest into your business now?
Absolutely. I am looking forward to partnering with people, young people, elderly people, whosoever is interested in fish production. Is a vision that I may not be able to meet alone. I won't be able to meet alone. So if we partner together, they say alone you can go fast, but together we can go far. And for us to meet the demand in this country, we really need to go fast. So I'll be looking forward to partnering with anybody who is interested in fish farming, who's interested in meeting the demands of Nigeria, anybody who's interested in making Nigeria a superpower. For you to be a superpower, you need to be able to feed yourself first, produce and consume what you eat. By so doing, we get together the Nigeria we deserve.
Thank you, Eric. That is a beautiful, beautiful closing statement, and leads me on to end by, again, extending Eric's plea and saying that for our good, for the good of our country, for the good of everybody, young person out there, this is a fertile area. Take the courage, venture into agriculture, increase your economic ability, capacity, empower this country. It is doable. Let us make our country what it can be, the best it can be. Thank you so much for listening to us. Eric Ochibo, you're welcome once again.
Thank you very much, ma.
Thank you all. See you in the next episode.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello my people, it's of course another beautiful weekend. I'm your baby girl Queen Efokunta. I'm so hyper today because today is Friday. Yeah, right? Thank God it's Friday, the last day of the week. Weekend is that time where we tend to unwind, do some laundry, meet up with friends, hang out, go for parties, go to church, and of course prepare for the next week that comes in 2 seconds. So here we tend to give you interesting stories, top chatting drama in the entertainment industry. Today I have just a short story, and it's not far from something you've been saying on social media. Today's Friday. As usual, I'm going to be recommending movies to you, and we'll be having a conversation with a comedian who will be joining us pretty soon. So, but first of all, let's talk about what exactly is trending in the entertainment industry. Now, popular media personality Robbie Ekpo and his ex-wife Mayowa Lambe has currently embroiled in a public and legal dispute following revelations about their past relationship and her recent remarriage in the United States. Now, the controversy began after Ekpo's emotional appearance on the Honest Bunch podcast, where he reacted to reports that Lambe had married another man abroad without formally dissolving their marriage. He expressed shock over the developments, maintaining that they were still legally married. Ekpo also recounted how he supported Lambe's relocation overseas and claimed he continued to assist her financially, including allegedly purchasing a flight ticket for her returning to Nigeria. That was during her recent visit to Nigeria. So he further alleged that throughout their 11 years of marriage, Lambe secretly used contraceptives while he sought medical help over fertility concerns. Ekpo also claimed he has evidence that he was sending her money without knowing she was living with another man. He described the situation as painful, stating that he discovered the remarriage through videos and photos circulating on social media. The interview sparked widespread reactions online, with some Nigerians criticizing Lambe, while others called for her side of the story. In response, Lambe, through her lawyer Chinedu Waneli, issued a cease and desist notice to Ekpo. She demanded that he take down all related posts, retract his statement, and issue a public apology within 48 hours. The notice also included a demand for 100 million naira in damages for alleged defamation, warning of legal action if the conditions were not met. So Lambe maintained that their marital relationship had been mutually terminated in May 2025. Now, challenging the notice, Ekpo, through his legal representatives at TAP Legal Services, described the 100 million naira demand as excessive, unfounded, and premature. He insisted that his statements were based on personal experiences and not made with malicious intent, adding that he was prepared to defend himself in court with evidence. Ekpo also revealed plans to petition the United States authorities over alleged marriage fraud, stating that he would submit all relevant evidence as part of his case. So before we say before I say what I have to say, let's take a look at these videos.
10 years of my life, it pained me, Baba. If I had a kid out of wedlock, I would have been justified that, oh, my wife can do whatever she wants to do. If I had a kid out of wedlock, I would have been justified. What did I do but just love? My wife traveled 6 years, and for the small money I was earning, I was sending money to my wife every time. I have receipts here.
You were saying that
I was sending money abroad. I was sending flowers. I had friends in the US, and I would beg them to buy flowers and deliver in her house.
Sure. Now look at your mom.
My wife didn't bother to come back since 2021. I did not see my wife again until last year that I sent her money to buy tickets to come to Nigeria. I went with 2 cars to the airport with my friends. I gave my friends phone so that they will welcome her. I couldn't get a clip of me hugging my wife. You haven't seen your husband in 4 years, and I went to pick you up at the airport and you did not hug me. We got home and she did not kiss me, she did not hug me. I slept in the living room for 2 days. I never get car since I came to Lagos. Last year was the first time I got a car. I bought a Lexus RX 350. I bought it with my hard-earned money when I stopped sending money abroad.
So you were sending money abroad?
I was sending money. I would send money. My wife would call me and tell me the money is too small. How much did they pay me? I would do a gig of 500k. I would send 200k. The receipts are here.
How can you call your wife for
3-4 days and she will not call. She will not call back. She will not pick. Anytime I call her, now when she did inside motor, she got a house and got a male flatmate.
What?
She got a house and got a male flatmate and said, you know how you can sublet your room. But why a male? I was not comfortable with it.
Nobody will be.
But I let it slide, only for me to find out 2 days ago, that the person that she was staying, that she claimed was a flatmate, was sleeping with her.
Is it the same guy she married?
No. I've been in love, but I stupid. I saw a picture of her sitting in a restaurant on a man's leg. Right? It seems like a normal picture. Let me see. Look at the iPad on the table. What do you see?
Let me see.
Zoom in. You can zoom in. Let me help you. Look at the iPad on the table. What do you see?
That's her.
On a man's leg.
So, this is so disheartening. This is very, very disheartening. And you know, when this video was circulating online, people were like, let's hear her own side of the story. Me too, I'm part of that. Let's hear her own side of the story. So I think after a few days, she posted a video where she was dancing to a gospel song. People had to post that and it went viral. And then a few days later, we got to find out that she she petitioned against him over 100 million naira for defamation, right? And he should take down everything that she said about him from social media. Now, the development is that he too has petitioned against her, right? But she said their marriage was what's the word now? Dissolved since last year, May 2025. So if the marriage was dissolved last year, May 2025, maybe that's why she didn't hug you at the airport. But of course, you can't dissolve a marriage when you guys are distant. Both of you have to sign the divorce papers while the both of you are there and there. So the both of them are actually fighting legally. It's more like let's meet in court. It's more like let me see where this will lead to. I would actually want to see where this will lead to. Do you get? Because as we speak, she's already married to somebody else. She is already married to somebody else, and that's what hurts him the most. Because you're married to somebody else and we are still legally married. We are not dissolved. We are still together. But she, in her subconscious, this marriage is over since last year May. It's getting to a year now. It's actually a very long month. It's very disheartening. Let's be very practical. A whole lot of people were like, oh, women, sisterhood is proud of you, brotherhood is proud. I don't think this is about gender now. I don't think it's about gender. This is personality, right? Because I know a whole lot of men who say, this is why I don't want my wife to go abroad. This is why I don't want to take my wife with me abroad. This whole thing has brought a whole lot of comments, even with guys and men in UK, Nigerian men per se, saying that women are actually in relationships for survival. They are also in marriages for survival. A whole lot of statement has been made. A whole lot of content has been made for this particular interview with the Honest Bunch. But let's see how far this is going to go between them, because right now they are fighting legally. Now, R&B singer David is facing serious criminal charges in the United States over the death of a teenage girl whose decomposed body was discovered in his vehicle. Prosecutors allege that the 21-year-old artist born David Burke murdered 14-year-old Celeste Rivers Henderson and dismembered her body, leaving the remains in bags inside his Tesla. Authorities claim the incident occurred in April last year, and her body was later found at a tow yard in September. During the preliminary hearing in Los Angeles, prosecutors revealed that a search of Burke's phone allegedly uncovered a significant amount of illegal explicit material involving minors. they did not clarify whether it was connected to the victim. So investigators believe the teenager had been in a relationship with Berg and allege he killed her to prevent exposure. An autopsy later confirmed she died from multiple injuries, with drugs and alcohol also found in her system. Berg has denied all charges, including murder, sexual abuse of a minor, and mutilation of human remains. He remains in custody as the case proceeds. I don't understand. Why can you deny? Well, it's possible, but I don't know how this is gonna work, right? They found her remaining body in your Tesla. They checked your phone and they found illegal content, illegal things on your phone. Now, you're actually involved with drugs and alcohol for minors, and this young lady, it is alleged that she was your girlfriend, right? So you killed her to prevent exposure, and that wasn't enough. You had to cut her. You have to butcher her body. Even if you did, why didn't you throw everything away? Why did you keep the remain in your car? Now, this happened a year ago because it happened around April, but they got to find out on September, right? But it is now that they are filing against him. So I don't know how he's actually saying, oh, he's not guilty of all charges. It takes a very strong lawyer to help you win this case, because I don't think her family will take this, right? If it's one thing to prevent her from saying that you're into this with minors, because how come you're dating a 14-year-old girl? How old are you? You're 21 and you're dating a 14-year. Are you even up to the age of being in a relationship to start with? And then you're dating a minor of 14-year-old and you're giving her drugs and alcohol for what? Anyways, moving forward, American rapper Kanye West is set to perform in Prague this summer. According to event organizers, Zuzana Rambova, director of the Churchill Arena Racecourse, confirmed that the concert will take place on July 25th, although further details about the show have not been disclosed. Czech media reports indicate that the event is being organized by ENUGU Production, a company reportedly owned by Slovak entrepreneur Hugo Varga. The announcement comes after a previously planned performance by the rapper in Bratislava, Slovakia, was cancelled last year. The cancellation followed controversy surrounding a song he released on May 8, 2025, coinciding with the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II, which sparked public backlash. Now, thousands of people had signed a petition opposing his scheduled appearance at the Slovak festival, leading organizers to call off the event. This is sad. This is going to be the second time that Kanye is shut out from an event. This is actually the second time this month. Anyways, that's all I have for you in the news segment. Coming up next is Movie Train, so stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching eVibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is Movie Train segment where I tend to recommend some interesting movies to you. So first on the list is From. So a town with a hidden secret experiences strange occurrences that intensify at night. Mysterious forces disrupt everyday routines as residents try to preserve stability and community while attempting to comprehend their surroundings. Now, From is set in a seemingly ordinary town with an extraordinary secret. The series follows the residents as they encounter unexplained phenomena that intensify with the onset of night. As everyday life is disrupted by mysterious forces, the inhabitants must navigate unforeseen challenges while trying to understand the hidden nature of their environment. The narrative weaves together multiple personal stories exploring the struggle to maintain order and connection amid an ever-present sense of uncertainty. Now, newsflash, I've not seen this movie, but I actually find it interesting. This is season 4. If you've not watched season 1, 2, 3, I think you need to start afresh, because if you fast forward to season 4, you won't be able to understand it. I like this movie. It's very mysterious. It's not scary, it's not action, it's not romance, but it's quite mysterious. All right, moving forward is The Boys season 5. Now, in The Boys season 5, Homelander consolidates power as president, forcing the team into hiding while Annie Jenris sparks a residence. Billy Butcher, working with Dr. Sameer Shah, hunts for a super killing virus to eradicate votes, while Soldier Boy returns, facing a brutal showdown against Homelander and new threats at Fort Harmony. This one is very, very serious. It was giving Marvel vibe and energy, right? I've not seen this one also. Unfortunately, most of the movies I'm recommending today, I've not seen anyone. So up next is Michael. Now, the film Michael follows the extraordinary life and rise of global music icon Michael Jackson, from his early days as a child star to the Jackson 5, to his transformation into one of the most influential entertainers in history. It traces his journey through fame, beginning in Gray, Indiana, highlighting his breakthrough success, iconic performances, and the creative force behind legendary albums like Off the Wall, Thriller, and Bad. So, the story also explores his struggles with fame, family, pressure, and the challenges that came with global superstardom. Starring his lifestyle nephew, Jaffa Jackson, the film focuses heavily on Michael's artistry, performances, and impact on global pop culture, celebrating his legacy as the king of pop, while offering a dramatic look at the man behind the music. So, newsflash, this movie is streaming in the cinema, not in Nigeria, but in the diaspora. So let's keep our fingers crossed. It's supposed to come down here like this weekend, but let's keep our fingers crossed. I'm sure people are really, really anticipating this, especially Netflix lovers like me and you. So we have lots of movies to see this weekend, and that's all I have for you in the movie train this hour. We're going a short break, very short break. And coming up next is the conversation segment, so stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder. So,
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
That's
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV. Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. This is the conversation segment, and today on the show we've got one of the fast rising voices in Nigerian comedy, Ikebudu Emmanuel, popularly known as Slim Saint, a performer who has been building his name both online and on stage, and is now gearing up for a major comedy show. He's here to talk about the craft, the grind, and why live comedy still delivers a different kind of energy in today's digital world. So join me in welcoming our guest, Slim Saint.
You choke.
Don't be like, what's up? How you doing? How is the preparation for your show going?
Thank God, it's going well. So far, so good. We've been doing our best, and we hope they come on time and have a great show.
So no pressure. I hope 7 is 7.
Yeah, that's how my show. This is my 5th show as a stand-up comedian. So over the years, we've adjusted to timing and all.
So no African time.
No African time. It's meant to even be 6, but it's like red carpet 6. But the major show starts 7.
All right, no wahala till then. So let's start with this, right? What is it about live comedy that makes it feel so different from watching skits or clips online?
There's this feeling it gives. To be very honest, there's this feeling live. There's nothing beats it, you know. There's no sound effect. There's no laugh at the end. You're not fixing anything.
Yeah.
What you give, I think that's the fastest communication, you know. Once you give, you get the feedback immediately. Once you say your jokes, you get the laughter. If it's funny, if it's not, you get it instantly at the spot. So unlike digital comedy online, if you post, you have to edit. You retake it, you do this, then if it's not even funny, you feel they add sound to make it, and then you do it, then people will start laughing and start commenting. But no, stand-up comedy, live comedy is actually one of the hardest crafts. Yeah, because they get your results immediately. You don't have to wait. In 5 minutes, you don't already know. So that's how it works.
So at what point did you realize that, okay, yeah, I want to go into comedy? Because, you know, most of the comedians we know, AY, the rest of Funny Bone, Clint the Drunk, you know, name them. Physically, they look funny. Facially, they look funny. But you're looking like a fine boy. You don't look like somebody that...
I'm not looking like a fine boy. I am.
Oh, shit!
Yes, so please.
Okay, you're a fine boy.
Yes, thank you.
Your face does not attribute a comedian in any form. So at what point did you realize, okay, I want to go into comedy?
First of all, it's not my fault that I look this good, you know. It's a +1 to my brand, because I don't want to look like the joke.
Okay.
You know, that's it. And I think comedy for me started when I was in primary school. I think I was in primary 5. I just realized that I love to make noise. I love to be in noise maker.
Your name is always the names of noise maker.
So I make noise a lot. I go to the other class, primary 5B. We'll go find trouble. They go laugh. They go write my name for another class.
Can you imagine?
So I never knew it was called comedy until you know I was joining drama club, joining all till my SS1. You know, started watching stand-up comedy. I love Sheilo, Ajebo, Elenu, Acapella, you know, Basket Mouth. Those were my goods then, and I was like, I love this stuff. I think I wanted to start it then, but one of my friends discouraged me. He said, bro, you look too good, you know if you do this thing, they don't go laugh. So I waited for like a year.
Yeah.
I was lessons 2. I just told myself, I'm going to do this thing. And I started doing it from there and gained admission to UNN. And it has been all good, all the way.
So your mouth and your voice speaks louder than your facial expression.
Exactly. So the comedy don't pass when person go climb stage, you don't begin
they laugh.
You know.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not all about the face. Some people even book me because of how I look, you know. Yes, now I look worth it, I look branded. Like,
why is pride written all over you, this guy?
Because it's not pride. It's just me telling you how valuable I am, you know.
Yeah.
So people, when I come on stage, they underrate me and I like it. You know, before I go on stage, people are like, okay, for me actually that kind of thing. But when I begin to talk, so it's my mouth that is my office. My mouth is my strength. So once I begin my performance and all, you have to like me and pay attention to me.
True. So do you think digital platforms have made audience easier to access than having them live on a show?
Yeah, because the world is global. The world is digital, if I would say. It's everyone is now using their phones, everyone is now online, everyone is browsing, people are always on their phone, like almost all the time. So obviously people promote their posts, so you get reach, you get people to view your stuff, you get audience online. So I guess, yeah.
But have you ever made a joke that actually glared people up online, and when you came on stage, people didn't find it funny?
I have to think.
You won't claim that say no get anyone.
Any joke when I talk online?
Yes.
Is it stand-up comedy?
Yes, stand-up comedy, the one you made online, and then you came on stage and people did not find it funny?
No. None of them. All my jokes, I did critic, like, you know the way I write my jokes, so they hard before ENUGU funny.
Yes.
I have like team. I have people that I contact, you know. Before I will say this joke, I go guess, I have underground study, I make my research, I do a lot of background check, then publish the joke online. For online people to accept the joke, you go sell offline. But most times it has to sell on offline first. If people laugh like now, if I post it online, definitely people will obviously like it. So I think it's the other way around. Yeah.
Okay, so would you say that social media helped build hype for live shows or reduce it?
Yeah, it helps. Social media is like I said, it's where we do our PR, our ads. So social media is actually helping. Like, this is my show now that I'm planning, this Sunday at Amadu Event Center. I was in Lagos putting the whole PR, pushing the whole show, and I was making the location ENUGU.
So how does that work?
It's as social media now, because you place ad on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and you make the location to be ENUGU. So people that are in ENUGU, you can be in Lagos and be promoting a post in this ENUGU, and people will be viewing it in ENUGU. So when I'm here, people are like, I saw your flyer on my feed, you're having a show in ENUGU. But people in Lagos too might not really get the reach. But because you set the location to be in ENUGU.
Yeah.
So yes, it has helped. It has helped a lot, especially for publicity and ads. Yeah.
So this one is quite personal, right? How do you deal with silence and unresponsive crowd during a live performance? When like you crack a joke and people are not laughing. There was a time we heard that they used to spray tear gas then.
Yes.
When you're not there live, when you're watching it, they're always laughing even when the thing is not funny. So tell us your whole experience, if you have experienced such thing, like you made a joke and people did not respond, they didn't feel like, oh, this is funny.
To be honest, every comedian watching this knows that there's always a bad day at the office as a comedian or as creative or as a worker. There are times where you crack joke, it might not really sit well with the audience. Yes, and you have to just either your hands strong enough to talk something again to find way, maneuver your way to make the joke funny, or you just have a bad day totally. But for me, I just have a way. God just used to help me. I just have a way. Once you are distracting me, I know what to say because I was on a show last week Sunday at the same Amadu, and people were coming in, people were walking in, table. The people that were listening to me got the message that this guy they tried to make these people understand. Say I did stage that kind of thing. So I was saying a lot of things, and people were laughing, and those people now settled and started paying attention to me. So the point there is you just need to know how it works. Like your hand, you guys be confident on stage. You have to be quick on your feet. Because some people might just get thrown off once they see people walking, they distract their performance. But once you are confident, once you are good, you know what you want to do and what you want to say. So,
would you say that reading the room is maybe one of the attributes to give you inspiration on the next joke to crack?
Definitely. Definitely. That's like a cheat code that I do tell people. You don't just come and perform. You come before the show, observe, see what they are laughing to. Okay, understand the environment. Okay, this is what this person said that make them laugh. Okay, do I have a joke relating to this? You know, it makes your work easy. You know, you cannot go to a church setting and start saying vulgar joke. You know, so all those things. Then a lot of underground study that works. You know, you don't just come and just want to go and perform. So you get to a level when you're big, like very big, you just go and they know that this person is always funny, so you just go. But you know, when you're still up and coming, you have to understand the whole thing behind it.
You know, I used to have a problem with some comedians that come off stage and they're literally yapping somebody, right? Yapping people, both dignitaries and non-dignitaries, right? No, I want to understand, you know, that whole reading the room kind of thingy. How on earth do you tend to just pick, because you might be yapping somebody that is going through a lot and the ones you slap on stage, right? So I want to know how you people, because I know there's no script for this. It's not like you're coming up to do a red carpet show or something. This is a talent that flows within. I want to know how you people tend to read the mind of somebody that, okay, I can yap this person and nothing will happen.
It just takes grace of God.
So there's no fear within you that somebody, and I was asked, do they come to you people at the end of the day, like maybe after your performance, and they're like, I don't like that thing you said about me?
That's right. Yeah, sometimes some of them used to come. Sometimes you be smart enough to go and meet them first. Babana joke, that kind of thing. You know, like this my show now, is start funny and reckless.
Yeah.
So we're gonna be saying funny jokes and we're gonna be talking recklessly too. Do you understand? So like my last show in Lagos was my jokes in your head.
Okay.
So I actually put my jokes in their head and people were laughing, you know, and after the show they still had my jokes.
Yeah.
But this one is just funny and reckless. I did the first one and this is the second one in ENUGU. So it's me, like you said, yeah. You talk about things that people might not really find good. You get to pick on them. It just depends on your mindset. It depends on how your charisma is on stage. Yes, so because there are some times where I'll just pick on somebody and the person will some audience that's why it depends. Some audience they are fun. They like when you some when they will throw shit, they will even tackle you before you even tackle them. When you're on stage, they might say, Koya Abusef, walk.
Yeah.
So it destabilizes you mentally, you know. So if you're good, if your hand is strong in this thing, you go guys talk back and make the person the joke because you are in power, you have the mic, you know. So sometimes it's like that, and sometimes you just have to do crowd work. They call it crowd work. You have to do crowd work, do some spontaneous things that will make people laugh too.
Okay, now, do you think live comedy is still the ultimate test for a comedian?
Yes, no.
So you have to host a show, or you must be invited for a live comedy show, so that people
will know that you are funny.
Yeah.
Yes, no.
But I mean, we're in the digital world, like you are great.
The thing is, it's easy. It's understand. Everybody knows this thing. If you are online making a joke,
yes,
it doesn't. It's not 100% that it's going to be funny off stage.
Okay.
Yes, it's one thing people need to understand. But when you are funny offline, like on stage, legit live audience, like you put up a show and people are laughing, you are funny. It's obvious that you are funny, you know, and people will be laughing. Yeah, that's my.
I know you're going to blush.
That's my performance right there.
Yeah. So do you I don't know, is there any most unforgettable moments of you on stage, like maybe the way an audience reacted to your comedy?
Is it a good way or a bad way?
But good and bad.
Yes, good way.
So tell us the story. How did you react to that? How did that make you feel?
A whole lot of times. That happened a whole lot of times. A whole lot of times. There are times, a whole lot of good performances that I have. When I even went for a competition, the Nigeria Spirit Talent Hunt,
yes,
as at 2021, and I won the competition as the second runner-up. You know, when I won the competition, the feeling during the performance, like I performed to like 1,000 people, and you know, the feeling I got, the response, because I have a slang then, he choke, I mean, you know, choke, they say he choke, they say so like, it was, the feeling was different, you know, and when I won the competition, it was mind-blowing. Performances, when I performed at a hotel in Lagos, I think the Stalkers show, and at the bus show too, the feeling, the audience reaction, then Kenny Black show too in the hotel when I performed last year. It was amazing because people were like laughing, and then comedy clubs in Lagos, you know, they laugh, people, the laughter, the feeling it gives, it makes you know that okay, yes, this I'm working, I'm putting in work, and the result is good.
Yeah.
But for the bad parts, I'm trying to think of maybe if I've said something that did not really sit well. I'm not sure.
All right. Now, when you step on stage, when you walk on stage, what changes your mind mentally, especially when you see the crowd?
It's showtime.
You don't fret, you don't feel some kind of maybe an action. And I also want to know, right? Do you people have like strategic steps to your
jokes?
Yeah, jokes. Like, okay, when I go on stage, I'm going to see this joke first. And
why you won't make I expose like my work? But like first question you asked was
yes,
the fear stuff, yeah. When I started comedy, to be honest, I used to be very scared. I used to have stage fright, 100%. I'm never going to deny that. I used to be very scared. I used to, I would wonder what now I want to talk now. We go make these people laugh, and then it was students now. So I was just trying to get to understand the whole algorithm of how stand-up comedy works. But when I left school, and I think my 300 level, 400 level, I started, you know, posting my own shows, appearing at people's shows, performing and making myself, you know, big. Then when I went to Lagos, it was like the best thing I did for myself. I started, you know, going to bigger shows, understanding the whole thing, and my hand was, you know, I was rehearsing, getting, like, writing new sets and all. So when I'm going on stage now, I don't have any fear in me. Like if this was me 4 years ago planning the show, I'll not even be here, because I'll be very scared first off, because I never fix this one, I want to do interview. How? But then like a media tour, and I'm relaxed. God is in control.
Yeah.
But then for the jokes, scripted, if you're doing a show, like this my show now, definitely I have jokes that I've written for ENUGU. Like I said, I just did my show in Lagos, November 23rd. So I wrote a different set, like I performed for 1 hour. It's on YouTube, Slim Effects TV, streaming globally too, and it's a nice set. So I did like 1 hour, 20 minutes set, but doing editing, you have to
cut some things off.
So it was 1 hour, different sets from this ENUGU. Now this ENUGU is funny and reckless. So there's a different joke, so I have how I want to, what I want to tackle, what I want to talk about, and how I'm going to do it, and how I'm going to sign out. So that's how it works. But if you're going for a comedy show, you're a comedian, I just know that this is a Muslim. You guys talk about this very dark man. You guys talk about
very dark man should not come for you.
No, like he's somebody that if you talk about, people you won't laugh, and I have jokes about him. Yeah? Funny jokes, but not insultive. No, very dark man. Then you know, the trending topics. You should have things to talk about them. So then you should have your own jokes too, and your sign out jokes. So, but I don't advise comedians to have it crammed. Like I must say this first joke once I must say it after this one. No, it doesn't work like that sometimes. So you might say the first one. You might say the first one, and maybe someone might distract you. You lose your line of thought, and you can't remember the second one, and get a messed up performance. So it's not always good to cram lapo in comedy. No, you just freestyle, do your thing.
So what does comedy really mean to you? You know, this Nigeria, there's nothing funny. As I'm speaking to you now, nothing is funny in this country, and we tend to have people hosting comedy shows, and I tend to wonder what is funny that you want to come and say on stage. I'll make people laugh, right? So what does comedy really mean to you?
Comedy is life.
How is it life?
Like, I'm happy doing this work. I'm not even going to lie. I'm happy because I keep seeing reasons why I am doing this work. Like, how do I explain it now? When I started, I was seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. But at least now it's clearer, you know, and it's just like I'm a go-getter. So I'm seeing it. I'm like, oh, this is the life I prayed for 2 years ago, and this is like I'm still praying for more. I've not gotten to where I want to be. I mean, you know, but I'm on the right path. So it's a good thing. It's a thing of joy. I'm happy doing it, and not like I don't have other things that I'm doing aside from comedy. But like this is what I tag as, you know, a great job. I know there's nothing funny. I know. That's why I say comedy no really hard. Now you want funny. If I crack joke, you know, laugh. I'll come.
You go crack joke now. You need crack joke now. You need to make both me, producer, director, to laugh. So I mean, your life now, you know, right? This one is life stage.
No, this is not.
But the difference now is that you're sitting down.
That's sit down comedy.
Yes, sit down comedy, not stand up comedy. So we would like you to crack a joke, and then maybe we'll ask you the last question before we let you go. I want to see I will take crack.
No, you're putting that spell moments now.
We don't need cram jokes. We don't need cram jokes.
My jokes are not for this audience here.
I don't understand.
These people that are looking at me.
Bro, crack joke.
Anyway, there's nothing funny in the country, and you and I know there's nothing funny. The person who they follow in footsteps don't go match poison. That's the beginning of the. Who promised to stand by me, don't go sit down, you know.
Yes.
And motivational speakers in ENUGU, they are doing a very bad work. I was on my way to Agbapa which day. Now one guy tell me one motivational quote. And the way it stands now is like this, the other way around, because this morning, 2 birds nearly use 1 stone kill me. One they target my eye, the other one they shout, kill! Yeah, it's a crazy thing, but I'll say that in ENUGU, people are trying. In Lagos, all of them want to say the heart of Lekki. Lekki is heartless now, as I speak to you. It's heartless. And the houses, they don't have lights. I pay for 2 years, lights no in my house. As I speak to you, my room is very dark, man.
I see what you did.
Let me say you know the graduate.
You know, one thing is, even without you cracking a joke, I actually find you funny. I think it's your charisma and all, right? You embody this life of the party kind of energy and vibe.
The Gen Z.
The Gen Z comedy. Okay, so now what makes live comedy irresistible? Is it the fact that you come to meet other people, or just to watch that particular comedian?
All of them.
Everything I just said.
Yeah, all of the above. It works that way, sharp. Like most people just come out to, you know, have a great time. Not like you have anything special. Sometimes comedy is to be honest, I tell people comedy has gone beyond this. You get one guy. That guy now the open pay, they carry on yesterday. So you know
the guy the open pay.
So yeah, please tell them about my show, or should I do it?
You actually talked about your show like several times. I did that in the intro. I forgot to. Yeah. I will be talking about your show that is always in Amadio and all that. This Sunday. Yes. Anyways, the director said I should ask you one question, but I'm not going to ask you.
Why?
He said I should ask you if it was an option for you to go into comedy, or did you feel jump?
That's a very good question. Thank you very much, Mr. Director. The work we are doing behind camera, is it the work you studied in school? Because according to that voice, you'll be like IMT.
What do you mean? I don't know.
First choice university. You're with first class and you're doing directing. No problem. Well,
you had a great time, right?
I studied mass communication.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yeah, UNN, University of Nigeria and Soka. So this is the life I chose. Yeah.
Interesting. We had a great time with you, Slim. Slim Saint. We had a great time with you. I love your charisma, and I would like to see you perform on Sunday. I really want to see more of this whole vibe and pride that is moving.
Pride,
sorry.
it's just oral.
You know yourself.
Oral.
You just know yourself.
We call it oral. Say oral.
Oral.
Good. Please, you guys should come early. 7 p.m. at Amadi Event Center.
All right.
See you all.
Okay, thank you so much.
I really appreciate
we had a great time doing this with you. The show has come to an end. I'm sure you were laughing your mouth out. I don't want to say the other word. So join us same time tomorrow for more interesting stories and conversations like this. Enjoy your weekend. It's gonna be a beautiful week ahead, right? Believe it will happen for you. Follow all our social media platforms, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and of course enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queen Wokonta.
Bye bye.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road. Download the free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. In the headlines, federal government to scrap JSS-SSS separation policy to address the high incidence of school dropouts in the country. Peter Obi urges political class to prioritize Nigeria's survival over 2027 elections. U.S. Supreme Court rejects Trump bid to restrict birthright citizenship in the country. And Iran rejects direct talks with the U.S., casting doubt on peace deal. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The federal government is to abolish the education policy that separates the junior and senior secondary schools across the country. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, who announced the plan in Abuja, said the policy, which requires junior secondary schools, JSS, to operate separately from senior secondary schools, SSS, both physically and administratively, has not achieved its intended objectives. The minister, who spoke at the inauguration of the Universal Basic Education Commission, UBEC, Ministerial Implementation and Monitoring Committee, noted that the policy has brought about a huge enrollment gap between primary and secondary school education levels. According to him, over 20 million children who began their education in primary schools failed to progress to the senior secondary school after dropping out along the way. The minister said the UBEC committee is mandated to ensure that hundreds of smart schools, bilingual schools, and alternative schools funded by UBEC are completed, handed over to states, and open for learning. Alausa noted that despite heavy release of funds by UBEC, many projects remained unfinished, while several completed schools had yet to be handed over to state governments or integrated into their education systems. The federal government, through the World Bank supported Hope Governance Program, has approved the disbursement of $27 million in performance-based grants to states that met key governance and budgeting targets under the initiative. The national coordinator of the Hope Governance Program, Asad Hassan, announced the approval during a retreat for commissioners, permanent secretaries, and directors of budget and planning from the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory in Abuja. The coordinator disclosed that Adamawa, Bayelsa, Borno, Delta, Gombe, Kano, Plateau, Taraba, and Yobe qualified for $500,000 each for adopting harmonized budget guidelines and chart of accounts for local governments. He added that Abia, Bayelsa, Borno, Edo, Ekiti, Enugu, Imo, Jigawa, Kano, Kebbi, Kogi, Nasarawa, Ondo, Plateau, and Yobe would also receive the same amount each for publishing their 2025 citizens' budgets for basic education and primary health care. While Bayelsa, Borno, Kano, Kebbi, and Yobe states qualified for $1.5 million each for adopting comprehensive guidelines for preparing and submitting consolidated work plans for basic education and primary health care budgets. Hassan said the states that failed to qualify either published the required documents after March 31st, 2025 deadline, did not meet the stipulated assessment criteria, or failed to publish the required documents on their official websites. The Lagos State government is appealing for calm and understanding from residents following the flash flooding experienced in many parts of the state over the last 2 weeks. In a statement, the State Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Tokumbo Wahab, said the rainfalls have produced an unusually high volume of water within a short period, overwhelming drainage channels in some locations and resulting in temporary flooding. Wahab said the incident is not peculiar to Lagos, as similar heavy rainfalls also affected other African countries and even North America, resulting in flooding across some cities. The Commissioner assured residents that the Lagos State government remains fully on top of the situation through continuous monitoring of drainage infrastructure, flood-prone locations, and other critical water channels. He said that emergency response agencies have remained on the ground to ensure that flood waters recede as quickly as weather conditions permit, while providing support where necessary. The Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, says it has uploaded the name of its presidential candidate, Peter Obi, to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC portal, after filing an appeal and an application for a stay of execution against the court judgment ordering the party's deregistration. National leader of the NDC, Senator Seraki Dixon, who disclosed this in a statement, said that the party had served the appeal and accompanying application on the INEC chairman and urged the electoral body to act in accordance with the law. Dixon maintained that the NDC remained a duly registered political party, noting that it had participated in all electoral processes and concluded its primary elections under INEC's supervision. The former Bayelsa State governor added that the party remains within the timetable released by INEC, stating that submissions for National Assembly candidates will close on July 11th, while those for governorship and state assembly candidates will end on July 17th. Dixon also appealed to party members to remain calm, saying there was no cause for panic as the reconciliation process had begun following the conclusion of the party's primaries, and assured unsuccessful aspirants that they would be accommodated in the party's campaign structures and committees. The presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, Peter Obi, has challenged Nigeria's political leaders to place the country's mounting security and economic challenges above partisan political calculations. Obi made the remarks after completing his nomination inquiry form at the INEC office in Abuja, an exercise he said prompted him to reflect on the quality of leadership required to address Nigeria's pressing challenges. In a statement by the spokesman of the Peter Obi Media Reach, Idris Zekeri Jr., the former Anambra State Governor said some of the questions contained in the INEC form underscored the need for greater accountability and transparency in the country's electoral process. Obi explained that while completing the INEC form, one of the questions that drew his attention was whether an aspirant had ever been adjudged a lunatic or declared to be of unsound mind. According to him, the question inspired a broader reflection on the state of leadership in the country and whether political leaders were demonstrating the sound judgment required to confront Nigeria's multiple crises. He noted that at a time when insecurity, economic hardship, and other national challenges continue to affect millions of Nigerians, leaders should be concentrating on finding lasting solutions rather than allowing political competition to dominate national discourse. According to him, a leadership committed to the national interest would convene stakeholders across political parties and other critical sectors to collectively address what he described as existential threats confronting the country. As the race for the 2027 general elections gathers momentum, a new movement which is rooting for the re-election of President Bola Tinubu has been unveiled in Abuja. The group known as Renewed Hope for Better Nigeria, during its formal unveiling in Abuja, called on Nigerians to embrace constructive engagement, national unity, and sustained support for the reform agenda of the Tinubu administration. National convener of the movement, Dr. Callistus Anyanwu, said the organization was established by patriotic Nigerians who believe that the Renewed Hope agenda provides a pathway to building a stronger, safer, and more prosperous nation. Anyanwu said the movement is committed to educating Nigerians on the objectives and benefits of government reforms, promoting informed public discourse, and mobilizing grassroots support for policies aimed at advancing national development.
Renewed hope for greater Nigeria was not conceived in the pursuit of political patronage. It was born from the belief that leadership should be judged by performance. Reforms should be judged by results. Public policies should be judged by their impact on the lives of ordinary citizens. Our members and supporters include professionals, farmers, artisans, business owners, academics, traditional leaders, women, youths, members of the diaspora, and grassroots mobilizers, united by one purpose: to promote informed public understanding of reforms that seek to lay the foundation for a stronger, safer, and more prosperous Nigeria.
The group also disclosed plans to embark on nationwide town hall meetings, stakeholder engagements, and public enlightenment campaigns aimed at explaining ongoing reforms, gathering citizens' feedback, and strengthening communication between government and the people. A federal high court in Abuja has granted a 200 million naira bail to Omoyele Sowore, activist and presidential candidate of the African Action Congress. The presiding judge, Mohammed Umar, at the resumed hearing on Tuesday, restored Sowore's bail with fresh conditions, including providing 2 sureties. According to the judge, one of the sureties should be a traditional ruler from Sowore's community, while the second surety must own landed property within the Federal Capital Territory. The judge also ordered Sowore to deposit his passport with the court registrar as part of the bail conditions, pending the determination of the case. The Department of State Services is prosecuting Sowore on a 2-count charge over a social media post in which he allegedly described President Bola Tinubu as a criminal on his X and Facebook accounts. The activist had pleaded not guilty to the charges and was subsequently granted bail on self-recognition. However, on June 16th, the presiding judge revoked Sowore's bail and issued a warrant of arrest against him after the activist failed to attend the day's proceedings on the ground that the letter seeking an adjournment on Sowore's behalf did not provide reasons for his absence from court. Meanwhile, Omoyele Sowore says incarceration will not break his resolve to fight for justice in Nigeria. In a post on his X after his release from Kuje prison on Tuesday, Sowore reiterated his resolve to continue his struggle for justice. He said that prison has never broken the resolve of those who fight for justice, saying that if anything, it only strengthens the determination. Sowore ended the statement with, "The struggle continues. We will never surrender. #Revolution Now. #Sowore 2027. The Federal High Court has issued the Pre-Election Practice Directions 2026 in a move aimed at ensuring the speedy, efficient, and fair determination of pre-election disputes across the country. According to a press statement signed by the Director of Information of the Federal High Court of Nigeria, Dr. Catherine Obi Christopher, the new practice directions were approved by the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Justice John Soho. The statement said the new guidelines are designed to strengthen the handling of pre-election matters, in line with the 1999 Constitution as amended, the Electoral Act 2026, and other applicable laws. It added that the Federal High Court Pre-Election Practice Directions 2026 have formally repealed the 2022 Practice Directions, making the new rules the applicable framework for the conduct of pre-election cases before the court. The court urged members of the bar, political parties, litigants, and the general public to familiarize themselves with the new practice directions, noting that a copy has been made available to guide all stakeholders. The federal government has vowed to launch a formal diplomatic challenge against the Ivorian authorities following the tragic death of a Nigerian citizen, Usama Murtala, in an Abidjan hospital just hours after being released from a year-long detention without trial. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu, disclosed this in a statement posted on her official X handle on Tuesday. According to the minister, 6 young men who traveled from Sokoto to Abidjan for the phone parts business were arrested under what she described as suspicious circumstances and detained at Maka prison without being charged or tried. She said the ministry only became aware of their plight in April 2026 and was surprised to discover that the Nigerian embassy in Abidjan had not been notified of their arrest by the Ivorian authorities, who subjected them to difficult conditions, with one of them, Usama Murtala, falling seriously ill while in custody. The minister regretted that the development ended in tragedy for Murtala, whose health had deteriorated significantly before his release, and was subsequently rushed to hospital by officials of the Nigerian High Commission, where he died. She disclosed that Murtala was buried in Abidjan in accordance with Islamic rites at the request of his family, with his fellow former detainees and Nigerian embassy officials in attendance, after which the 5 surviving Nigerians were brought back to Nigeria. Another batch of 271 Nigerians evacuated from South Africa arrived in Lagos on Tuesday under the federal government's voluntary repatriation program. The Air Peace flight landed at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport shortly before 11 a.m. after departing Johannesburg at about 5 a.m. local time. Officials of the National Emergency Management Agency, the Nigeria Immigration Service, and the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission received the returnees on arrival. The latest evacuation is part of the federal government's ongoing efforts to assist Nigerians who have opted to return home amid rising anti-immigration tensions in South Africa, and comes ahead of a June 30 deadline reportedly issued by vigilante groups and other organizations calling for undocumented migrants to leave the country. Before Tuesday's operation, 328 Nigerians had already been evacuated in 2 batches, made up of the first batch of 262 Nigerians, who returned on June 11th, and a second batch of 66, which arrived in Lagos on June 25th. Still to come, hopes of finding more survivors of Venezuela earthquakes fade. Chinese tycoon sentenced to 30 years in US jail. Stay with us.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
Just finished the thing. Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the view by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Thousands of people marched Tuesday in cities across South Africa to demand the departure of undocumented foreign nationals after weeks of campaign that has sent thousands fleeing. Police were out in force for the nationwide protests, which capped a campaign of demonstrations led by citizen-led vigilante groups that set an unofficial June 30th deadline for foreigners without papers to leave. There were isolated reports of looting, stone throwing, and confrontation, including near Johannesburg, where security forces escorted a handful of foreign nationals away from a mob brandishing large sticks. Crowds of demonstrators moved through the center of the city, South Africa's financial capital, where most shops were shuttered, workers stayed home, and transport hubs were quiet. In the southeastern city of Durban, the Zulu heartland, protesters turned out in traditional warrior attire, carrying spears, whips, and shields, and some draped in leopard skins. At least 2 Mozambicans, an Ethiopian and a Malawian, have been killed in the latest outburst of anti-immigration violence, prompting several African governments, including Nigeria, Malawi, Ghana, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique, to organize voluntary repatriation flights and buses for their citizens. The US Supreme Court has rejected President Donald Trump's historic bid to restrict birthright citizenship. The court, in an eagerly awaited decision on the final day of its term, ruled 6-3 to maintain the right to American citizenship for nearly everyone born on US soil. Trump signed an executive order last year on the first day of his second term in the White House, decreeing that children born to parents in the United States illegally or on temporary visas would not automatically become US citizens. Lower courts blocked the move, ruling that under the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment, nearly everyone born on US soil is an American citizen. In an unprecedented move for a sitting US president, Trump personally attended oral arguments on birthright citizenship at the Supreme Court in April. Trump's bid to end birthright citizenship was part of his wider campaign to restrict immigration, which includes the expulsion of millions of undocumented migrants. The Supreme Court's rejection of Trump's bid to end birthright citizenship is the third major loss for Trump this term. The justices struck down most of his global tariffs in February, and on Monday, they blocked his bid to fire Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. Iran has ruled out direct talks with senior United States envoys, casting fresh doubts over prospects for a lasting peace agreement, as both sides remain divided over the implementation of a fragile ceasefire and the future of Tehran's nuclear program. Iranian officials said on Tuesday that no meetings had been scheduled with President Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, who arrived in Doha for high-level discussions following the recent outbreak of hostilities. Iran insisted that both countries must first resolve outstanding issues surrounding the ceasefire, agreed 2 weeks ago, before discussing more contentious matters, including possible restrictions on its nuclear program. The developments underscore continuing disagreements over key elements of the preliminary framework, which proposes that Iran ease restrictions on shipping through the Strait of Hormuz in return for financial incentives and a 60-day negotiation period aimed at securing a permanent peace agreement. Qatar's Foreign Ministry spokesperson, Majed Al-Ansari, said lower-level technical talks between the two sides were expected to begin, while Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani met the US delegation. Despite the diplomatic uncertainty, oil prices have fallen since the weekend following US strikes on Iranian military facilities and Iran's retaliatory attacks on American military sites in Kuwait and Bahrain. Rescue teams in Venezuela were losing hope on Tuesday of finding more survivors of twin earthquakes that struck the country last week, following hours of grueling work searching for victims beneath the rubble of collapsed buildings. The teams from Ecuador and the US halted operations early on Tuesday in Macuto, a town hardest hit by the June 24th earthquakes, after more than 40 hours of work, when they stopped receiving responses from a mother and her 3 children trapped beneath a 9-story building. Major Jorge Montanaro, leader of the EQ-11 team from Guayaquil, located in Ecuador's Pacific coast, said the days have already passed and that what they will likely find from now is death. According to NASA estimates, some 59,000 buildings were damaged or destroyed by the twin earthquakes, which hit just seconds apart, with magnitudes of 7.2 and 7.5 on June 24th, with widespread devastation. Acting President Delcy Rodriguez says at least 1,750 people have died and thousands have been injured as a result of the earthquakes, with about 16,000 people left homeless. The World Food Programme, an agency of the United Nations, warned that survivors would face risks posed by hunger and disease in the aftermath of the twin earthquakes, and is therefore appealing for $50 million to provide emergency food assistance to up to 500,000 people over the next 3 months. That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to another day news on Signature Television, coming to you from the headquarters of our studios deep down in ENUGU, the coast city, southeast Nigeria. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka, your chief muser, the program We Think and Talk. We are not that when we think and talk, we have stopped you from talking and thinking. The choice is up to you. It's just that here, what we do is to think and talk. And we have selected a few things we want to think and talk about because, like my people say in our parlance here, while I know they finish. So only a few things our brain can carry and things we think we can, manage to talk about, just scratch the surface and then. But the thinking and talking continues at any location you find yourself. So welcome today. Topmost on our agenda today, it's like my father told me, he said, when the mouth does not finish chewing whatever is chewing, the jaw cannot rest. So that's another allusion of what they call the trending issues, trending news, trending matters, everything you call it that's trending. Now, the highest on the point here that concerns a lot of us, especially from this part of Nigeria, is the xenophobia issue in South Africa. You were wondering why is xenophobia a concern for a particular region in Nigeria? Well, it concerns the whole of Africa. It concerns the whole of black race. It concerns anybody who is not a national of South Africa, who finds himself in South Africa doing one thing in the street of South Africa, either business, whether legal or illegal, legitimate or illegitimate, a secret or open. Whatever business you are doing there, once the South Africans look at you and say, hey, you're not supposed to be here, you are gone. And then when they find the worst word to use, they call it xenophobia. And I've been trying to understand, it doesn't join in my mind, what is xenophobia? And if the people who coined the word or they sold it to Africans and they're using it against themselves, we sit down and condemn racism, There's this English language that gets us confused. You have racism, you have xenophobia, you have, whatever you call that is bias. Whatever kind of bias you can have religious bias, political bias, your tribal bias, your color of your skin can become a bias. Anything, the language you speak can become a bias. But from what I understand about xenophobia is that it has to do with color. And then black color against. Sometimes we are reading book, those headlines, things that they call your attention, inspirational quotes, that man against man is human. Now, when it's black against black, what do you call it? It's blackness. The xenophobia issue started like joke so many years back, but each time in every year it will rear its head. We tried to suppress it, but this time in 2026, precisely just in the last 1 month or so, it has become a critical issue that has gone up to the point of diplomatic relations between Nigeria and South Africa. But the fact is that the South Africans have behaved like that big bird, they call it elephant bird in my language, you know, when there is issues, will go and hide his head, the one he believes is most important to him, and the whole of his large elephant bird body will be outside. So when somebody says, I say you're playing ostrich, playing ostrich is what the South African government is doing in the issue of xenophobia, especially when it concerns certain black countries. We are not saying that they should stop the boss of xenophobia for Nigerians to jump out. No. As far as we know, South Africans can go ahead, make xenophobia their second name. Republic of Xenophobia, that's what the latest name they earned when they played in the World Cup, and they missed their first match against Russia. Because most of the countries that we support them said, wow, we can't support the Republic of Xenophobia. If somebody wants to bite you down that side, and he did not care about what comes out of there. You want to bite him in the nose, you want to whether he's having running nose or not. That is the issue I have with my government, the federal government of Nigeria. They are still chewing up the words, deciding. The National Assembly has not decided. The Diaspora Commission has not decided. The Federal Ministry of External Relations in External Affairs have not related. The federal government, headed by our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the Commander of Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Commander of Armed Forces of Nigeria, Jagaban himself, have not decided how we are going to pay back South Africa for what they are doing to Nigeria. They are still reminding South Africa the sacrifices Nigeria has played. Nigeria is the big brother that is even carrying a lot of internal load. And now they're coming with xenophobic load of having to go and care about over 1 million Nigerians who are stranded in South Africa, that they have to spend these scarce resources to bring back home to Nigeria. And I ask the African countries, when you kill your brother and eat him for dinner, when the external force come for you, who will be there to fight the war with you? And what is the essence of African Union? When black African countries will go to a union, sit in the same African Union headquarters in Ethiopia or whatever where it is, and talk about Africa brotherhood or whatever, sing the African national anthem. Kusisikelela Africa. Sweet words. But when it comes to real thinking about how we can talk about how we can exist, even as a nation within a nation, exist as countries within the continent, we have failed. Failed ourselves, failed the generations to come, and for some of the people who lost their life because of xenophobic riots and mob action in the street of South Africa, how will they wake up tomorrow? Some of them are presidents of nations of Africa in the making, and they will lose their relations due to xenophobic attack, mob actions. Africa must go. In certain places, Nigeria had a Ghana must go one time, and they have branded a bag in Nigeria they call Ghana must go. In Nigeria now, that Ghana must go back stands for another thing. That's a story for another day. Thinking and talking lead us from one thing to another. But I'm talking about xenophobia in South Africa. The xenophobia in South Africa, when these children that have lost their relations due to xenophobic attack, some of them will rise tomorrow, become presidents of different countries in Africa. How will they treat South Africa? We sit and perpetuate wickedness, culture of violence, culture of discrimination among ourselves, and we hope that when we sit up and sing in Kosisikelela Africa and everything will be okay. It's according to one popular actor in Nigeria known in the television industry, Chief Chika, alias Zebudaya Okoligwe Mobu, alias 430. He said it's foul. It can never be, because you cannot sow wind and want to reap peace. You will reap wild wind. In all things we do as humans in this life, we sow wind and we hope to reap another thing. We will reap wild wind. That's it. Put anything on this planet, it will multiply. And things you give attention multiply, they grow. South Africans, instead of looking for their problem to sort it, just like every other Africa have their problems, have pushed all their problems to the Africans who have visited their country. And they think that when Nigerians, Malawians, Ugandans, Ethiopians, and all the African countries that find themselves, and they decided to profile their problem. If you see what is coming out of their mouth against South Africa, but I do not blame them. When a man who decides to go sleeping with a widow, bold-heartedly knock on the door, open it, it's because the man knows where the husband of the widow is. That's how they say it in the proverb of bone and silence in my language. So when these African countries, some of them are what I call IYC, we have a time we celebrated International Year of the Child. Some African countries are still children. But when you look at the giant of Africa, no matter how you look at it, Nigeria is still the giant of Africa, no matter how we look at it. Because my father told me, no matter how a cow suffers from diarrhea, when you kill that cow, the meat must fill a small basket. So no matter what diarrhea, economic diarrhea, banditry and terrorism that the people have connived to push onto Nigeria, hardship, internal economic hardship and all, the meat of Nigeria will still fill a bag, they call it a basket, they are long basket that the Igbo people used to carry to the market those days. No matter how a cow suffers from diarrhea, when that cow is killed, the meat must fill the basket, the long basket. So no matter how Africans are looking at Nigeria, whatever we are going through, and they're taking advantage of that to bring profile xenophobic tendency in them, because when you look at me and see a black man, and see a Nigerian who is the evil, you have forgotten that whenever they ask everybody to go to their maternal homes, their maternal uncle home, you will not find anybody at home in Africa. So you have some South Africans in Nigeria. I am not preaching anything. Nigerians are peace-loving, resilient people. In fact, we are always concerned about how we survive. We don't even care how the next man survives. So if the South Africans can survive because they are lazy, and they think it's Nigerians and other African countries that they are problem, they have a lot of things coming to them. Of course, they have pushed Nigerians away from their street. We are going to watch how South African streets, Johannesburg, Pretoria, and all the South African cities will turn to become Dubai overnight. We watch that. But let them know that when a man speaks and talks to a person, the person he talked to, we always remember. But him has the tendency, there is every chance that the person who has spoken will forget. South Africans, Nigeria will remember your talk about xenophobia for quite a long time. And we especially certain Nigerians from certain part of Nigeria, the southeast Nigerians, who have that characteristics of venturing and moving around, seeking green pastures from across, developing economies of the world globally. When they are targeted and are brought back home, we never forget. No matter how you sing Kosisi Kelela and whatever you sing later, because you have spoken bad word. And bad word doesn't spoil. When you clean it up, bad word is show. Ajoku to him. But say a feature say it become very brand new case. That's it. Someday Nigeria might remind South Africa of xenophobia. When it was apartheid, Nigeria stood in gap, sacrificed. Students sacrificed their meals in the schools. A lot of people contributed, even women contributed their widow's mite, and Nigeria put it together to make sure they fought and released the South Africans from the pangs of apartheid. And now what they are being paid for, and targeted especially for Nigeria, is that Nigeria is the worst thing that can happen to South Africa. But I don't blame them. Children who doesn't know what Aya is, which is war, call it Aya. As a proverb of bonus silence. I won't waste much time on xenophobic South Africa and the Republic of South Africa. Let them go and build their xenophobic republic and then stay alone. The second issue that I'm going to talk about today and think about as I talk and think, is malnutrition. Drug abuse has been blamed as the cause of insecurity in Nigeria. And from my little understanding of malnutrition, is one is malnutrition. When you did not feed unbalanced meal for a long time, it brings you a sickness they call kwashiorkor. But kwashiorkor is the acute level of malnutrition. So malnutrition, a lot of people, if you look at me, you know I'm malnourished. Malnourished, that's malnutrition. I've not eaten well, but mine has not gotten to the level of acute kwashiorkor. Yes? So if malnutrition is, and drug abuse is cause of insecurity in Nigeria, what brought malnutrition? Can we be a nation that where we knock on the door, we run around and ask, who is knocking? If we identify malnutrition, which is consequence of hunger, as part of what is fueling insecurity in Nigeria, where is the agbado? Where is the ewa? Where is the lafu? Where is all those things that we had the president Jagaban promised when he was about to ascend to the office? Is it affordable? Can we give it to our youth in a quantum? Because the president at that time promised us that that's all what Nigerian youth need, and they will not even bother about anything when they eat agbado, ewa, and that's okay. But it's like that is not provided. And then even when people cannot even find, people say 3 square meal, that is an anathema in Nigeria. It's an error. It's an irony. It doesn't exist any longer. There's nothing like 3. Of course, 3 can be a square anyway. So it's all believe that it's an absurd thought, concept that that's abstract. It doesn't exist. For a Nigerian now, an average Nigerian does not understand what. So, and most of it is that if those who cannot bear the pangs of hunger, if their owners develop almost getting to the point of becoming kwashiorkorish, and they decide to go into insecurity, which has become big business, who are we to blame? But for them who has decided to follow the level of drug abuse, I will tell you, drug abuse exists in Nigeria. NDLEA bear me witness. Almost all the adults in Nigeria abuse drugs. They are into drug abuse. They use banned substances at our joints everywhere. The kind of odor you see, you notice that it's no more the common cigarette, which they say is dangerous to your health. So what they combine now to smoke, I don't know what we're going to call that. Is that drug abuse? Is it that somebody gets in there and gets abused of drug, he gets into insecurity? we are only looking for excuses for insecurity in Nigeria. The government of Nigeria know. The people in government, the security agencies know that hunger might be part of it. Drug abuse, when you're already armed to go into insecurity, can make you boldly go into it and do it. But it's not solely the cause. Because if we know the cause, why are we still talking? Because a problem known is half solved. But I am saying, what happened to the private mining, those illegal mining sites in northern Nigeria, where we have over 34 mineral resources, some of them say 38, very expensive stones and costly natural resources under our soil that people are mining, causing destabilization of communities, move the communities to, what they call it, refugee camps, and occupy the place, and then mining the resources and taking away, arming people who are hungry, because the politicians within who are conniving with them have weaponized hunger. We are lying on our skin, like any animal lying on the ground is lying on its skin. So no, we are saying even when that thing that smells hit the ceiling fan, everybody is getting the smell, or even is spreading everywhere, touching everybody, directly or indirectly. And it's getting to the point that it's becoming a menace that is bigger than COVID-19. This kind of menace that is gradually encompassing Nigeria. Everybody is talking, looking for who to talk. They will push it to the broadcasters and all to talk. When we know, deep down in us, our leaders, our politicians, our people in high offices, the leaders, the commanders of the security forces in Nigeria, they have over time, within the last 20 years of this happening in Nigeria, they have researched, they know the cause. Hunger is not necessary. A typical Nigerian, only very few can go and do evil because they are hungry. Nigerians are resilient. They believe that one day things will be better. They follow. But when a lot of people are being paid heavily to go and kill their fellow Nigerians, it's no more hunger. It's no more. People with drug can help them. Tramadol and all kinds of banned substances can be. People are even turning to business to be supplying those who have got into insecurity. It's become a Nigerian, you trust them. They make money out of even people's death. And that is it. So who are we going to blame? It's easy to reel out problems. But in Nigeria is where you see everybody in the street at newspaper stand talking about Nigerian problems, but nobody brings solution. So what is, if hunger is part of what is causing insecurity, what is government doing to provide food? When farmers cannot go to the farms, have they made the farmers, when our farmers go to the farm, have they ever asked Nigerians to give them a cup of rice to come for campaign? It's to the advantage. They say that there was this animal that hunters is a good meat for bush meat. They say when the hunter gets any animal, those giant animal that has a swollen scrotum in the bush, it is to his benefit of the hunter. So, mbadadalibi, bulu dinta. So, when we are talking about hunger, they're telling us more, just the turning, but everybody is talking problems. When some people here are the causes of these problems, and they expect us to clap for them, you have told us about problem. What about the solution? So if hunger, NDLEA is there trying their best, but when the big men have proposed that drug tests should be part of admission in a secondary school, when they themselves, some of them are members of National Assembly in high offices, are abusing drugs in the presence of their children. And they talk that when big goat is eating abara leaf, that the small goat are watching the mouth. I think is that our elders, our ancestors do not know their philosophy. When the elders here are abusing drugs, their children, generation of drug users are the ones who will get drug use. And that is it. So don't ask me why should we have drug users who eventually get to the point that they will lose all sense of humanity and then start killing people because there is easy business. Drug users go into music. Drug abusers, most of them are artists. They go into things they use their hand to do. Why is it that drug abuse has hastened insecurity? Because it's big industry sponsored by people who watch this program and they know themselves. In Nigeria, we've been mooring the idea of naming the sponsors. So I say, oh, they even know they are sponsors and they know them, but they cannot name them. As we make our math, we lie on it. The next story I have here is there's a question I saw in the newspaper recently, and they were asking, state police, can Nigeria trust local corps? Can Nigeria trust local corps, the people, if we have state police, can we trust ourselves? And I said, why should somebody ask that kind of question? Because it's state police. The federal police, who are the people who populate our federal police? Are they foreign corps? So why are we asking this? Remember that it's only the juju that the native doctor feels is difficult for him to concoct. That's why the one he asks for the intestine of flies. When he go to a native doctor, he say, go and bring the intestine of a housefly I will use to make juju for you. Just know that that is impossibility. He's asking you to do the impossible. So when we begin to ask, can we, let's go to South Africa, bring them, those ones who are not xenophobic, to come and become our local state police. Why are we doing this to us? Why do we believe that we have failed even before we make attempt to succeed? Why are we laying foundation of failure, looking for excuses why state police cannot work? Go outside, go to Uganda, bring them in, or go to America, that if they will agree to become your state police. Is it not according to my father? I keep quoting my father, may his soul rest in perfect peace and keep resting. Angels of heaven keep singing him to sleep. Because I've quoted him so much in my contents that I do every day. He told me that it is in Kudinamba, is the firewood you gather from a farm that you use to cook in when you are in that farm. I mean, are you going to work in John Holt and go to USC to earn your farm? If Nigerians want state police, the people from the states, no state in Nigeria has a less than population of, let's say an average of 7 million people. And out of that 7 million, you can get unemployed youths that are almost over 70% of that population to make up our state police. If they are motivated and well managed, they can protect their states. Without patriotism, it means you are working for yourself. And if they are training and imbibe that, what are we talking about? Whoever is asking this question, whether we can trust, we cannot trust you. It's you that lack trust. Nigerians can't trust themselves when the chips are down, because what we are fighting now is the dance we are dancing now is the dance of Nchichipwanya. The dance of, so that people will not understand when I say dance of Nchichipwanya. That is the dance of, there's this animal that if you see them at night, their eyes are like fire. You know? That dance of Nchichipwanya is when there's that kind of dance. There's that dance when you get to dance of Nchichipwanya, you know it's no more the greeting, but it's turned to fight. When greeting past ankle level, it's turned to fight. The insecurity in Nigeria has become dance of Nchichipwanya, the dance where you open all your eyes to dance. It's no more those blues and R&B. It is dance of Apanga. Apanga is a masquerade. The dance near my village there, you must dance it like a mad person to make impression before people will realize you are dancing. The insecurity situation in Nigeria now has called for dance of Apanga. We have to dance it. Whether you trust our local corps or you don't trust them, we are going to use our local people to constitute local state policies, and they are going to work well, I guarantee you that. So take your distrust to somewhere. Don't ask question of distrust, because it's only people who do not trust themselves that bring distrust into what we do. So if that will answer their question, let's have the state police tomorrow. And with the emergency fund that the federal government has set aside, which is over 500 trillion or billion, we will have some funds coming for state police to take start. And then that brings to my idea, and something that Amoteku, I keep referring to them, because when you talked about vigilante services in Nigeria that are coming from southwest Nigeria, that has almost taken the shape of state police, is Amoteku. I give it to them anytime. So if people want to study how you can turn a vigilante group that already exists and they dovetail into a state police, go and ask the people who are managing Amoteku in southwest Nigeria. So when that has worked, we can use them to do it. But when you say Amoteku cannot go to monitor elections and all that, it means that you are not training them to learn so that they can dovetail. Because if they see election happen in Ekiti and they see how it works and they walk and see how Nigerian police, the federal police are handling it, how the Nigerian army and all the security forces, DSS are handling it, they are learning, because they say when a blacksmith who doesn't know how to mold a wooden gong, a metal gong, looks at the tail of a kite, he will make a metal gong straight away. So we will have allowed Amoteku to be part of this election in Ekiti so that they will learn how to do election monitoring and security, providing security during elections using a home election. And that's what I think they have done. So removing them means that whenever you constitute state police, you have to teach them how to handle the elections. I don't know how people think about, but when you see politicians defending election, they have all planned it out well. It's not from my mouth. You hear that father is wearing trousers under the kaftan. Then can I go leave me alone? Make I talk what I know about news. So leave them off. The people that have come as strangers, they're the one who we know where the roads have passed, where the tracks have passed, where the talks exist, where they stay to smoke and plan how to rig election. Because they know Amoteku might know that, they have moved them away. That's what I think is my opinion, no. But from the point where you have decided that Amoteku should not be part of election security, from that point, the view is clearer, so I give it to you. But if you had asked me, of course you wouldn't have asked me. Who am I to be asked? So you have taken your decision and moved them away. Next time when we put them in training, we start training on election monitoring. And we put big budgets instead of using practical things that have cropped up to train them. Well, there's the rising cases of violence and abuses and what they call it, against children. Violence, abuses, and what they call it. And recently, the ones I've seen in Southeast Nigeria, and I asked, what has entered into these women that go and take children from other women like them who have carried these children for 9 months in their own, still the same kind of pains, birth pains they pass through, to deliver these children, and you go and collect them to come and help you as housemates, and you turn them into another thing. These housewives can be treated the same way they become an insecurity issue. Can you, if you see the viral video of what I've seen, and I've tried to bring a lot of people to talk about it, and I won't stop talking about it until the women in Nigeria stop using children. They'll hold their own tightly. They'll treat another person's children like it's a trash. That's wickedness. That is wickedness. Look at what a woman did to a child. Look. And you say this woman that 15 years is enough. With such women, I don't know, I don't have power to do it, but if you give me the power to treat this kind of woman, she will not last till tomorrow. Look at a child, innocent child. Whatever you think this child did to deserve this, you deserve worse, because you are a devil, you're Satan. We have been hearing cases, even in ENUGU yesterday, a guest was talking in our studio. They called the guest to say another woman has blinded another girl. And the woman, after blinding the girl, was boasting nothing will happen to her. God. What has entered these women? Are you pushing down all your problem of Nigeria on these children? They are innocent. Look at that. Look at that. Look at this Jezebel incarnate. Did this to a child. But she's married. She has children, beautiful children. She came out when the crowd wanted to beat her. They collected the children from her. And they've gone the end 15 years in Anambra State. That woman, when they were giving her handing over the prison terms, She was crying, my child, she's throwing up, she's not well. I will tell you how wicked some people can be. When they are selfish, insensitive, they have forgotten that what is good for the geese is good for the gander. But that is it, the minor. I will not stop talking about these rising cases of violence. Children are not the problem of Nigeria. If you are suffering from hunger and hardship, please take it easy on these children. They are innocent. They didn't ask you to bring them to this Nigeria. If they have choice, they will have refused to be bettered in Nigeria. So leave them alone, please. Manage your temper, manage your frustration. Don't have it out on children. Look at her. She has her children carrying them about. See beautiful children she has, but look at what she did to a child of a fellow woman. Only God, and this God we call every day, only him we judge and judge well. But you know, every day is for the thief. One day for the owner of the house, her remote has come and she's going to pay heavily. If this will teach lesson to some of the women who are selfish with their children, my pikin, while another that wants owner, my stone, my stick. Shame unto you people. And women, it's the high time now that we begin to review this idea of motherhood that you have used to cover our eyes. Mothers. And I ask, how many women can sacrifice their life for the children? That's a question for another day. But when it comes to celebrating childbirth, everybody claims, if a woman can do this, I'm beginning to doubt whether women are really what they think they are. So let's not overstretch it. You guys have seen this story. We have repeated it here because of how children are to our heart in Signature TV. We won't stop this story. And all the people that perpetuate it, once we get them, we'll play them to the world to see that our women are turning to devils. And they will ask them, they will justify. There's no reason why an innocent child will carry your problem. Take it to the people who have the problem. So, and the last story we have here, my producer is telling me that if we cannot read all the psalms, sing all the psalms and hear all the hymns in one service. Nigeria and the handling of high-profile integrity cases. I've tried to talk about this or discuss it with so many other guests, but I think I will touch it up here before we go. If Nigeria have issue with insecurity, we call international community to come and help us. If Nigeria have anything, if our politicians, our leaders are accused, because it's not an accusation, alleged that they have squandered money and misused public funds, we call London to try them. We have cases, Ibori was tried in London and, served jail sentence there. Diziani Madeke recently was acquitted in London. And I wonder why the offense will be committed in Nigeria and then London will try them for us. Are we not ashamed as a country? And we say we are independent, sovereignty. When we talk, we come with a goal of sovereignty. Who did this to us? Is it that Mwangbe Kamara Akwisi, is it Agoba that is adding or no? I don't understand. Is it something that they are playing on the minds of some of us that don't understand, that did not join? If you commit offense in Nigeria, you go to London for trial. They should have tried them in Nigeria here. If they got an offense, they go to Nigerian prison here, because some of them in high offices have not visited any Nigerian correctional center for once. So if they try to begin to do that, they will now know that there is Egbe and there is Egbe. They will know there is Asorok, there is government house, there are high ministerial offices, air condition, there is SUV that carries it, but they know that when you get to Nigerian Correctional Center, you will know the difference between B and the leg of a nama. The mark of leg of a nama. When a nama march and you write B, you will know the difference. Something has started happening and it become a culture. Because Aluluana Baho in Nigeria become Omenana. When Aluluana, that is the bad evil, takes a long time, it become a culture. Now all Nigerian politicians will be accumulating both the one that belong to them, the one that belong to Nigerian public, and when they go run into one country and they will like to try them. Why was it difficult to Nigerian government was able to bring some people who were agitating. They can even go to Kenya as far as bringing somebody they know to prove that Nigeria is the government. But when somebody has been accused of billions and trillions of dollars in Nigeria and so many facilities that they have been accumulated illegally, the person will run away and they will try it somewhere. I'm not saying anything, I'm not teaching them, but I'm saying it is not joining. Because some young people in Nigeria will think, then we come into offense. If you sneak out of Nigeria, they will try you there. And even if you have to get a jail sentence, you serve there and then return as a hero. Who did this to Nigeria? I keep asking. Well, this is where I'm going to stop because I'm going to continue on this issue of integrity cases, high-profile integrity, because if somebody steals a loaf of bread in Nigeria, they'll give you 12 years and they'll forget it. But when you steal trillions, you can go to London and you will be tried there and be acquitted. Only God will help this country and help you too. God bless you for having been part of this show, and God bless me too for thinking and talking, and all the people who have joined us. Please go to our social media handles, comment, and then share. If you have done it well, tell the world. But if you have not done it well, tell us and we will correct to keep serving you. Thank you for being part of it. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka. Keep with the rest of the program on Signature TV. Don't go away.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello, welcome to Signature TV interview. My name is Obiora Ane, and today we have a chieftain of the opposition People's Democratic Party, PDP, former special advisor to the immediate past president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, on inter-party relations, and currently the national secretary of the People's Democratic Party, PDP Caretaker Committee. Chief Senator Ben Obi, you're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Welcome yourself.
People's Democratic Party, PDP, elective convention is here. How ready is the party to go?
Ready as we can. Things are very much in place. We've done all the basics. But more importantly, we have in place the convention planning committee headed by His Excellency Senator Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, the Governor of Delta State, who has taken charge since the inauguration on Monday. One thing you cannot take away from him is that he's a man of details and a man who has patience to understand whatever people or members want to say to him. But he has a clear mind, a focus of what he wants to do. And it tallied completely with the projections of the caretaker committee that we want to leave a legacy we can fought, and that we want to conduct a convention that neither B nor A will have a reason to complain. Therefore, in terms of preparation for the convention, I guess, and I say without any fear of contradiction, that we are indeed absolutely and totally prepared.
You know, apparently this is a convention for the National Working Committee. What manner of election are we looking forward to here?
Well, the screening committee is going on, and but we have made arrangements for all the elections. There are 21 offices that are going to be vied for. Now, there are quite a number of contestants. And there are some zones that have gone ahead to microzone. In such instances, we may not be having too many problems. But you see, no matter how you microzone, you cannot stop any individual from contesting as long as the office is zoned to his or her own zonal catchment. So all I'm saying is that all arrangements towards going into voting proper on Saturday is being taken care of. If there are people who are willing to step down, all well and good. But even if it is a nomination that is unopposed, you still have to do the needful. So in all of that, the caretaker committee, ably led by Senator Ahmed McAfee, had done a lot of work before the arrival of the convention planning committee, so that they will be coming in and just hit the ground running. And that's the position.
Now, when you say that some zones are micro-zoned, the party ab initio said there's no micro-zoning. So where's the...
The party did not micro-zone. We zoned the presidency to the north. We zoned the chairmanship to the south. But we cannot go and say to southern region, southeast, southwest, south, don't meet. Neither can we say to northeast, northwest, north central, don't meet. So if it suits them and they come back and say, oh, they've been able to put these and these and these and these in place, all well and good. As long as they can interact with their brothers in the northern region or their brothers in the southern region. But as far as the party is concerned, it is a straightforward message.
That means that maybe the chairmanship may be coming from the southwest specifically, or south-south. I had to ask this question because southeast belongs to the south. And so far, nobody from the southeast is making...
Well, nobody has purchased the form for that, so nobody has.
Is it that there's a separate arrangement for the southeast to take any position, for instance?
I will not speak for them. I mean, people just said they wanted to buy forms. It was open to everybody, and they just did not buy.
So how many delegates are we expecting at this convention?
We're expecting a little less than 3,000 delegates. A little less than 3,000 delegates. We're talking, navigating between 2,850, 2,950.
Now, 3,000 delegates. I understand that Anambra State, for instance, and perhaps is it Ondo State, are not sending delegates. What happened?
No, that's not correct. Even if you are in your likelihood event that is an issue, you have statutory delegates. You cannot stop them. And you see, the working committee is supposed to deliberate on the Anambra congresses that just took place. When the other states conducted their congresses, Anambra was preparing for its election. And the chairman of the steering committee, the caretaker committee for Anambra State then, Professor A.B.C. Mosu, wrote to the working committee and requested the working committee to postpone the Anambra congresses in view of the fact that they were going into an election, which made a lot of sense. And at the working committee of the party, it was endorsed and postponed. So Last week, up until yesterday, when they concluded all the congresses in Anambra State, the results have just been coming in, and definitely and naturally, the working committee will review the reports that have been sent in by the panel sent out and then take a position. And if the positions are taken and it's clear, then that's it. Osun State is, we had, the ward went well, local government went well, but then they had problems in terms of the state. And then when the problems continued, it now affected the whole process. So we're using purely for Osun State statutory delegates.
Okay, some of the chairmanship candidates are alleging favoritism, that the parties seem to be favoring certain parts of the South, like the South and stuff. How true is this?
Well, you know, we have tried as much as possible to be open to all of them. I personally enjoy a very mutual relationship with virtually all of them. You know, and here is like a bus stop where they all come to vent their anger and all of that. But I tell you, with all sense of responsibility, that the caretaker committee has been fair to all and sundry. We, as members of the caretaker, took it upon ourselves to say, we will not interfere. We will have nothing, absolutely nothing, to do with any one of them. We would present to them a level playing field. And then we went ahead to reenact, you know, what you would gladly call an MOU. You know, recall what I did in 2015 when the tension in the country was so high, so thick, and the international community, everybody was panicking. And then some of the high commissioners and ambassadors approached me and said, look, you've been doing a few of these things. Why not do something to douse the tension? So I arranged an all-party summit, which President Buhari attended, then General Buhari, with President Jonathan, and I got them to sign an MOU. So we got them this time to sign an MOU, you know, which they gladly embraced. And we went further to say, look, give us 2 persons per zone. So for each aspirant, we have 12 persons that will be assigned to all the sensitive subcommittees and the main committee. So they will be there. Should anything go wrong, so that they can alert their principals. My dear brother, how else and how best can you through transparency? Tomorrow, the list of delegates from each of the states will be made public.
So apparently, the scenario you painted was because perhaps there was apprehension in the country then in 2015. Are you expecting anything untoward in this your convention in terms of?
We don't expect anything, but you see, it's just to make assurance doubly sure, to make them understand that we have no reason to shortchange any aspirant. But you see, in politics, when you say A, B, C, D, somebody has gone through the alphabet to Z. And the next thing is that, oh, it's you who said A to Z. We're used to it. But I just want to use this medium to reassure all the aspirants, all the PDP members. We have no interest in who's going to be the chairman or deputy chairman or national public secretary. We have interest in ensuring that we conduct a free, fair, and transparent election that will produce the right people, qualified, competent, as prescribed by members of the PDP, delegates of the PDP. Fortunately, most of the events that we're talking about will be beamed live. And like I said, the chairman of the planning committee, Governor Dr. Senator Ifeanyi Okowa, sounded the note of warning again and again and again today, cautioning all chairmen of the subcommittees, in fact, including the security. And now he said, this time, we are not going to allow campaign into the square. The deputy senate president will come in with his staff car and one extra vehicle. President Jonathan, ditto. The two former vice presidents, ditto. The chairman of the Care Committee, ditto. All governors, just their vehicles. So we're going to restrict movement, except you have something to do with the convention. You will not be allowed in. Now don't forget, the last convention we did in August was a non-elective convention. It was more or less like a carnival. We wanted to show Nigerians that, look, this PDP is back and bubbling. But this one is an elective convention. It's business, serious business. So it's not a question of carnival or jamboree. No.
That brings me to the fact that some people are alleging financial inducement, a lot of. That was why I had to ask, what form of convention are you doing? It's elective convention, but is it like open ballot system or what? Because it was alleged that at the previous conventions you had, elective conventions, there were a lot of financial inducement.
Well, you see, politics is an expensive venture, okay? There's no question about that. But to sit back here and say to me inducements that I have not seen, I have not had any complaint or petition in my office against any particular person or persons. So this is just, the rumor mill from the beer parlor, as far as I'm concerned. I do not have any petition. I have not received complaints. And I know that the aspirants have been moving from one point to the other. And when aspirants tour to meet delegates, definitely they will say, oh, for your transportation, this or that. So if that's what they are referring to, then we all must plead guilty. All parties must plead guilty if that is the issue. But like I said, nobody has called me or petitioned to me that A has done this or that. So that is, as far as I'm concerned, from the rumor mills.
They're talking about imposition of candidates. I remember vividly that the former president warned the party against imposition. Flashing back to what happened in 2015, it was alleged that it was because of imposition that the PDP lost the seat at the center. Is there anything like imposition here?
Well,
you've heard us say, we did not even bother our heads about time to say, look, or you step down or don't step down. The screening committee has screened them. To the best of my knowledge, nobody has been told to step down or withdraw. So if that is the case, then I think there are about 8 of them. They will go before members of the PDP on Saturday. And then members of the PDP will decide who will be the chairman. Again, our duty is to make sure that the process is crystal clear.
Your party, about weeks ago, alleged machinations to thwart the convention, saying that some group planning parallel convention as it happened about 4 years ago. What do you say about it? Is it?
Well, yeah, we still, even up till this evening, we still receive reports, you know, of people trying to scuttle the convention. We still hear of people in the ruling party trying to scuttle the convention. But I've taken time off to speak with top functionaries of this government to draw their attention to what we hear. And they have assured me that it's not true. And knowing President Buhari, the much I do know him, I do not believe he would allow any functionary of his to dabble in the affairs of the People's Democratic Party. Because in our own time, we made sure that nobody was shortchanged. We made sure that the process at all times was free and fair and transparent. And more importantly, that votes counted. So the least we expect of the ruling party is to do the same.
You've had your non-elective convention, which to a large extent was a huge success. But you recall that the party had some other conventions, the Port Harcourt Convention, the convention in Abuja, and then the Port Harcourt Convention was turned out to be something else. It was like a fiasco. It didn't hold. Now some of your party members had to dissipate, went to some other parties, and then came the final judgment between the former chairman and your own side of the party. What effort are you making to bring back those who have gone out of the party following that issue?
Well, I mean, the conventions in Port Harcourt in 2016, that of May and that of August, they all scuttled by security agencies claiming instructions from above. We are prepared to have our conventions, very colorful manner, rainbow reflections, but that has come and gone. They dragged us in the courts, left, right, and center. But finally, the Supreme Court put paid to all of that. And in the spirit of one family, the national chairman, Senator Ahmed McAfee, declared no victor, no vanquished position for the party. To that extent, We never engaged in any punitive measure against anybody. However, we drew the line. Said, henceforth, no more. Be a good party man. Discipline, internal democracy, respect for the rule of law, constitution of the party must take sway. If you deviate from any of this, then we'll have a problem, or we have a score to settle with you. But fortunately, we have not. We've been receiving various members of the ruling party discussing with us and demanding some easy way to come back to the party and making certain inquiries of what and what. But we have decided that the playing field will remain level. We're not going to favor anybody, and they are just going to be equally as entitled to anything any member of the party is entitled to. And that has been decided by the highest organ of the party, the National Executive Council of the party. So we don't have any qualms. People have been calling from the National Assembly, from various parts of the country, they want to come back. They are welcome. The umbrella is huge enough to accommodate all of them.
And I'm talking about returning. The former vice president just returned to the party. How do you see his coming back?
Very welcome development. I mean, he was one of the founding fathers of the party who contributed immensely to the growth of the party. So for him, and as he did say, he came back home. A good number of them are outside there. Their home is not the APC, their home is the PDP. And we have stretched a hand of friendship and fellowship to them. And we expect that sooner rather than later, they will come back home to their fold.
But the former vice president has always been in and out of the PDP. For instance, the last time he joined the APC, he said he wasn't going to leave the APC for any other party. But here he is now back to the PDP. Are you sure he has come to stay?
Well, politics is quite dynamic, and all politics, they say, is local. You know, it depends on what your people are saying to you, and more importantly, it depends on how you see the possibility of bettering the lot of your people. So that may be responsible. It's not cast in iron. Actually, more so when the political parties these days are not founded on ideological basis. So it's nothing, there's nothing no different really between the parties.
Your party said that the former vice president can attend the upcoming convention, but he cannot vote for candidates of his choice. Why did you take that decision?
No, we didn't take that decision. He has to be a delegate. It's a delegate election. When the election for delegates were conducted in his state, he was not then a member of the party. So you wouldn't, just because he was a former vice president, automatically anoint him a delegate. No, it's just that he's not a delegate.
So the PDP Caretaker Committee Chairman, Senator McCarthy, had said that returnees to the party have equal stake with party faithfuls. Does this suggest that returnees like Atiku may aspire to the presidency or presidential position of on the platform of the party?
You just said what the chairman said, so that's the implication. We're not stopping anybody. We're not stopping anybody from attaining any aspirations of his or hers. It's just that we are saying that we are not going to give any special treatment to anybody.
In other words, he may emerge as the presidential candidate of the PDP.
Why do you want to beat the gun? We're talking about who will be the chairman of the party on Saturday. We've not gone to the issue of who will fly the flag of the party. Why are you in a hurry?
And I had to ask because we know, Nigerians feel that he has his ambition to go through, which is he left the PDP for APC and canvassed and contested for presidential ticket. He didn't get it. He's back now to the PDP. Is he likely to?
He's not the first person. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. The Constitution does not say you cannot do this or do that with regards to that particular issue. So why we bothered about who moves from pillar A to pillar B?
So how do you see the PDP after this weekend's convention? Is it likely to play its active role as the opposition party in the country?
Well, until the elections of 2019, the PDP will be the strong voice of the oppressed, the deprived, the denied, and the marginalized. And we will do that with all sense of responsibility and discipline of what an opposition party should be. Where we find reasons to criticize, we will also make it a duty to provide solutions or advise the ruling party on how best to go. It's not just a question of propaganda like we saw in the days and months before the 2015 election, where everything and anything goes. No, PDP has been in government for 16 years. So the PDP is a matured, it's a matured and very experienced political party with men and women of tested and proven achievements.
Is it largely the reason for the party being very quiet over some things Nigerians consider as anomaly? For instance, the return of Abdul Rashid Maina to...
We had spoken severally. Maybe you did not want to read the PDP. Maybe you have your interest somewhere else. We've spoken severally about it, again and again.
But people are saying that the PDP, we know, has not been very vibrant in attacking and criticizing the issues of governance. Unlike, you rightly said it, before the 2015 election, the APC was all over the place talking about...
The APC has never been in government until now. So for them it was everything and anything goes. But for a party like the PDP that has been in government for 16 years, there are certain things that you, as such a party that is the largest political party in Africa, you have to really measure your utterances and know when it's time to do or say A, B, or C. And I think we have done a good job, even though we're very new to opposition. Not all, individually, some of us have been in opposition most of our political career, but then the party, majority of its members have not been in opposition. So it's it's a new development, but by and large, I must commend so far what the PDP has done.
But the PDP, your party, alleges marginalization, or what that the war against corruption is targeted at the PDP, especially the immediate past administration and its officials, saying that many of them are being goaled because of the fact that they are in opposition.
Well, there are instances which you want to make reference to, and based on that, we had to formally make a complaint to the presidency. The chairman and I went there and had audience with the chief of staff, and we formally submitted a letter condemning that, and told them to do the needful and make sure that PDP members are not just singled out and punished for reasons which all political parties cannot be exonerated for. When you talk about campaign funds, there's no political party that can escape that. There's no political party that can be exonerated. Campaign funds are campaign funds. You know, the difficulty in that is when they say, come and take money for your state.
Campaign funds are alleged to have come from the coffers of the government, because the government is saying that there was monumental corruption, and that there are revelations of monies being recovered and properties being forfeited to the government, properties that were owned by the officials of the past administration.
Well, you work for an organization. You have come now to interview me in my residence. You probably will have put up a voucher, a request going to interview, and the people who are supposed to attend to you will have attended to you. I'm sure you did not ask them the resources they gave to you, where it came from.
Where?
So people, when we go on campaign, people have monies given to them for campaign from the First Republic to the Second Republic to the Third Republic to the Fourth Republic, Fifth, and it will continue. So the truth of the matter is, when I'm pointing this finger at you, Obi, I have these four fingers pointing at myself. And you see, it's a very difficult thing. That's why no success has been recorded in all of this.
But in some other climes, in developed parts of the world, like the United States, which we are emulating their democratic system, campaign funds naturally come from private individuals, corporate organizations, not government coffers and stuff like that.
Well, like you said, in the developed world, and you are talking about this world that is what? What do you call this one? Is it the third world, or the developing world, or what do you call that?
Well, we're emulating the democratic system.
Well, that is now spanning over 250 years. We have just done how many?
10 to 18 years.
We'll get there. We'll get there. But it's important. You see, the PDP is in full alignment with this government to tackle corruption. Quite honestly, I'm saying this now with all sense of seriousness and responsibility. The PDP will align itself fully with this government in tackling corruption. But then we also insist that in doing that, it must not be selective. And we have instances at which we say these are selective cases. And we can't go far if we do that. We can't cover the ground we intend to cover once that is established.
Now let's come to your state, Anambra. You were part of, largely part of the last governorship election in Anambra State. And the PDP was expected to have done marvelously well. But it came distant third in the election. What happened?
Well, I mean, you see, when you come to the politics of Anambra, a lot of people have come to realize that ABGA is like an Igbo party kept there in the wings, that whenever there is a doubt about what to do with the big parties, be it PDP, be it APC, they easily fall back to say, well, this is our own party. However, we try to reorganize the PDP as much as possible. I championed it, you know, and we started well. We started well. But along the line, some of our members felt that the candidate who emerged, one was not an altogether old hand in the PDP, and that it should have been somebody who has been in the party all along, who should fly the flag. But you see, the truth is, we went through the process, and the process produced the candidate. There's no question that the candidate is a very ably qualified candidate, very, very sound candidate. But they thought otherwise, and all attempts between them and the candidates as the aspirants, you know, to reach some understanding and resolutions didn't work out well. And so most of them just went back, coiled back into their shells, and a whole lot of things from that moment went wrong. And the incumbent governor himself, well, it was done quite well in his own way. He's done well. Took the challenge, and they used a lot of things that could easily sway the people. You know, calling on the spirit of Emeko Juku, and you know, at times, a lot of people see that as something that has strong affinity with the Igbo people. So at the end of the whole exercise, it became clear that we shot ourselves on the foot in the PDP because we did not come out fully and wholly to support our candidate. But like they say, all that is history.
There was strong allegation that PDP was involved in vote buying in the Anambra State governorship election.
No, I did not experience that, and you know, you see, I'm an old man now in politics. I'm spending 40 years now in politics. That I should not, just because people say, oh, this happened, I will join the bandwagon and say, oh, they said this, they said that. No, I have to convince myself. I have to say, yes, practically, oh, I saw money changing hands, which I didn't say. So I cannot come and say, oh, they said.
But you were actually in Anambra State during that period, and as observer teams, both local and somehow international, alleged that there were a lot of vote buying and materials exchange hands.
They could have seen that where they went to, but I mean, I'm not sure anybody will be bold enough really to come and start, you know, giving out money in the polling booths where I will go and cast my vote. That wouldn't happen. They could go somewhere else, but I'm only saying that I didn't see what you're talking about. And since I did not see what you are talking about, I cannot give credence to it. I mean, international observers can say whatever they want to say. Maybe they saw what they're saying. I don't know. I wasn't with them. But I'm talking about my own area.
There was a serious voter apathy in the Anambra election, and people alleged that felt that it was because of the threat of the IPOP.
No, that's not true. I mean, that's not true. When the whole thing started, it was quite slow, but midway through, it picked up virtually everywhere. It picked up virtually everywhere. There was a huge presence of the security agencies. So the first thing everybody is, well, let us know what is we're up to. So, but when they realized that it was just all in the interest of everybody being safe, and then people trooped out. You know, and the innovation of going to accredit yourself and vote simultaneously was very useful. So people came out later in the day, and it was.
So what do you say exactly about the IPOP and their role, political role in the Southeast?
No, that was not like that. I mean, the election came and went peacefully. Nobody talked about IPOP. You know, I mean, IPOP has never been a violent organization. You know, they've not been going anywhere. I don't know if they came and attacked them and all that. But for me, I think we have passed that. I believe we have passed that. And when I say so, I think I know what I'm talking about.
Now, you're a member of I want to take you back to the scenario you gave about 2015 and the National Peace Committee, which you are a member. Is that committee still in existence?
Yes, it's still there. But, you know, maybe not doing as much as they should, but it's there.
It was very instrumental in bringing about peace in 2015.
Absolutely.
Looking forward, do you see the committee having any role in 2019?
Well, it depends on how it is managed. I mean, I happen to be the driving force behind it at inception. It was my world-acclaimed Abuja Peace Accord when I brought Kofi Annan, the Commonwealth Secretary, the United Nations Secretary General, and Emeka Anyoko, the Commonwealth Secretary General, to come and officiate at my all-party summit where I drafted the memorandum of understanding between President Jonathan, as he then was, and General Buhari, as he then was, and all other candidates and party chairmen, working hand in gloves with IPAC, Inter-Party Advisory Council, ENUGU of Tahiru Jega, and the security agencies, you know, the international community, the embassies and high commissions. They approached me because the tension was high, and then we needed to douse it. And when I gave them this proposal, United Nations bought into it. And Mr. Ban Ki-moon, who was Secretary of United Nations, then sent his special envoy overseeing ECOWAS, Ambassador Ibn Chambers, to come and see me and to encourage that I follow it through. And that's what they did. And I assured them that it was going to be a huge success. I personally went to General Buhari, as he then was. And the two events I did, I went to him and he came. You know, and, President Jonathan himself did not believe that I would be able to get Kofi Annan to come over and all that. And when they all came, they were amazed. And, oh my goodness, this is something else. So I think when that was done, Mr. Ban Ki-moon now sent me a congratulatory message, thanked me, and then requested that I immediately put together a national peace committee. And as that was on, Bishop Hassan Kuka, having watched my program, you know, the Abuja Peace Accord, felt also the need for a national peace committee to follow up. So he and I worked together and went to John Cardinal Onayekon, who gave his blessings to it. And then we set up the lists from General Abdusalam Abubakar as chairman, Commodore Bituki as deputy, and all the other 23 members. Set the ball rolling. We had so many meetings. He and I were conveners. Matthew Kuka and I were conveners. You know, and, the rest, they say, is history.
Senator Benobi, you accused the ruling APC government of destabilizing what you call the solid foundation the PDP laid for the unity and advancement of Nigeria in 16 years. If you remember, how do you mean? What do you mean by that?
I just want to take you to only one aspect, just one. When we conducted the elections in 2015, that was the first time that the international community came out to say the elections met international standards. Ditto for 2015, which was why it was seamless in the transformation. One thing you cannot deny the PDP government is that we tried to sanitize the electoral process and to make people's votes to count. Now, if you look at the elections conducted so far, you will have cause to worry. However, there was a lot of improvement in the Anambra election, and I pray that they sustain that. Because one of the key indices in our democracy is the electoral process. Once you get it wrong, the whole thing crashes. That's why you can see what happened in 2003, but 1999, 2003, and then that of 2007 became so scandalous. Even President Yaradua, who won the election, came up and said, no, this is unacceptable. And then he set up the Justice Wise panel to review the electoral process and sanitize it. But when President Jonathan took over, he did a lot of work in sanitizing that process, the electoral process. And fortunately, he found a partner in Tahiru Jega. So it was possible and things worked out well.
So would you preview the 2019 election? Would you see, will you foresee the situation where the process will be free, fair, and credible?
Well, I want to pray that it will be. I just said that from the past elections conducted by them, there was some improvement in the Alhambra one. Maybe they have woken up from their slumber to know that the needful has to be done. I mean, what we did in the PDP was not anything, not the rocket science at all. The people who did them. So they have to find a way of trying to identify such people in their own government and in their own cabinet to be able to get them to champion the cause.
Okay. From all indications, President Muhammadu Buhari may run for a second term, run for the 2019 general election. Is he a threat to the PDP?
No. General Buhari, or President Buhari, it was the PDP members who went into the APC to actualize victory for the APC. I hope you remember. But now we are trying to get them to come back so that we will know one who is left. And then we will do the tabulations and know those who are left, what can they achieve. But you see, I belong to the school of thought that insists that there is a time to politic and there is a time to govern. I believe this is still a time to govern. So, and when it is time to govern, all hands must be on deck. Because if we derail, the whole country derails. Now, when the time to politic comes, then I will put up the umbrella, hold the umbrella, and provide shelter with the umbrella for millions of Nigerians.
What do you say about the Nigerian economy? The economy has been in the doldrum, and the APC government says what they inherited from the PDP was next to nothing, that the economy was almost crumbled before they took over power in 2015.
The truth of the matter is that they saw the economic situation, and it was part and parcel of their campaign message. It was in the holistic package of the change mantra, the things they were going to do, revamp the economy. So, I mean, they came into power in 2015, and a couple of months now, it will be 3 years of being in power, and still everything that goes wrong, they say, is the Jonathan administration. And people are tired of hearing all of that. People are wanting to see the change. that you promised them, the change that you promised them, you know. So you gave a promise, fulfill your promise. So it's not a question of if anything goes wrong here, you say, oh, it's Jonathan. It goes wrong there, it's Patience. We want to see your own programs. And it will all be a campaign issue very soon. And these matters will be put on the table there for Nigerians to decide.
Well, on that note, I want to thank you very much, Chief Senator Ben Obi, for talking to Signature TV on Signature TV interview. Thank you very much.
Many thanks indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you, viewers.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Today's edition of Gender Perspectives. This is the program where we explore the issues shaping men and women's lives in today's world. I'm your host, Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. And today we're delving into a topic that touches millions of families across the globe, the realities of single parenthood. What does it truly mean to raise children alone? How do single parents navigate the emotional, financial, and social challenges that come with this journey? And how are boys and girls affected differently by growing up in a single-parent home? We'll be unpacking the facts, the struggles, and the strengths, exploring how society can better support families of all shapes and sizes. But we'll go on a break, and after that, we'll be back.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Before we begin our conversation, let's take a closer look at the facts behind this topic. Now, single parenthood is not just a personal experience. It's a growing social reality that affects families, communities, and children around the world in different ways. Now, from the economic challenges of raising children alone to the emotional resilience of parents who take on both roles, single parenthood reflects both struggle and strength. Now, how are men and women experiencing it differently? And what impacts does it have on the boys and girls growing up in these households? Well, here is our background report on the realities of single parenthood.
Single parenthood has become one of the most significant shifts in modern family life, reshaping how societies view parenting, gender roles, and child development. Across the world, an increasing number of children are being raised by one parent, whether due to divorce, separation, death, or personal choice. While the experience of single parenthood is diverse, its realities reveal both the profound challenges and the remarkable resilience that define these families. Over the past few decades, the structure of the family has evolved dramatically. The traditional two-parent household is no longer the universal norm. In both developed and developing nations, economic pressures, changing cultural attitudes and personal choices have contributed to a steady rise in single-parent families. In many African societies, particularly in Nigeria and other parts of sub-Saharan Africa, single parenthood is often linked to socioeconomic hardship. Studies show that children raised by single mothers face higher risks of malnutrition and limited access to education due to reduced income and social support. In contrast, in more industrialized societies, the challenges may be different, centering on time management, work-life balance, and emotional strain rather than outright poverty. Despite these differences, one truth remains consistent: the experience of single parenthood is shaped heavily by the intersection of economic, social, and emotional factors. The realities of these families cannot be understood without considering the context in which they exist. Single parents bear an immense weight of responsibility. They must balance financial provision, childcare, discipline, education, and emotional support, often without help. Financial strain is perhaps the most visible challenge. With only one income to sustain the household, many single parents find it difficult to meet the rising cost of living, housing, and education. Beyond money, time itself becomes a scarce resource. The demands of employment, domestic chores, and childrearing can leave little room for rest or self-care. Many single parents report high levels of stress and exhaustion, which can in turn affect their mental and physical health. The lack of a co-parent also means there is often no immediate support in moments of crisis, decision-making, or parenting conflict. Adding to these pressures is the weight of social perception. In some communities, single parents, especially single mothers, still face stigma and judgment, viewed as having failed at maintaining a traditional family. This can lead to isolation, shame, or reluctance to seek help, further deepening their emotional burden. The realities of single parenthood extend to children as well. Research suggests that children raised in single-parent households may face challenges related to emotional development, academic performance, and social integration. However, these outcomes are not uniform and depend heavily on the quality of parenting, the presence of supportive networks, and the family's socioeconomic stability. Children may experience feelings of loss, confusion, or divided loyalty, especially in cases of divorce or separation. The absence of one parent can also mean reduced supervision or emotional guidance, particularly during formative years. Studies show that boys and girls may respond differently to single-parent dynamics, boys sometimes exhibiting behavioral challenges, while girls may struggle with emotional regulation or self-esteem. Nonetheless, it is crucial to note that single parenthood itself is not a predictor of poor outcomes. The real determining factors are the conditions surrounding it, such as financial hardship, instability, or parental stress. When these are managed, many children from single-parent families perform just as well academically and socially as their peers from two-parent homes. Although both men and women can be single parents, their experiences often differ. The majority of single-parent families are headed by women, who must simultaneously navigate caregiving and breadwinning. This dual role is complicated by persistent gender wage gaps and limited access to childcare support. For many single mothers, economic vulnerability becomes a defining feature of their reality. Single fathers, though less common, face unique challenges of their own. They may encounter societal expectations that question their nurturing capacity or emotional sensitivity. Some studies suggest that single fathers may receive less community support, yet they often experience fewer stigmas around independence. Their challenges, though less visible, are equally complex, particularly in balancing work and parenting, and in fostering open emotional communication with their children. Despite these challenges, many single-parent families thrive. Research and lived experiences alike reveal that single parents often develop remarkable resilience, adaptability, and emotional strength. They tend to cultivate close, trusting relationships with their children and teach values of independence, empathy, and perseverance. Children from single-parent homes frequently display maturity beyond their years, taking on greater responsibility and learning early lessons about cooperation and resourcefulness. In some cases, single parenthood by choice, especially among educated, financially stable individuals, can represent empowerment and autonomy rather than adversity. Understanding the realities of single parenthood also means acknowledging society's role in shaping them. Governments and communities have the power to reduce many of the hardships single parents face through supportive policies and programs. Financial assistance, childcare subsidies, flexible work schedules, and community-based parenting support can make a profound difference. Educational institutions can also play a part by creating environments that support children from single-parent families, offering counseling, mentorship, and after-school programs that provide stability and guidance. Furthermore, mental health services for single parents can alleviate stress and help them manage emotional well-being effectively. Ultimately, single parenthood is not merely a story of limitation, it is also a story of resilience. When supported by understanding communities and fair social policies, single parents and their children can flourish just as fully as any other family structure. Recognizing and discussing these realities openly is the first step toward building societies that value all forms of family life.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox. It's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Now that we've heard the background report on the realities faced by single parents, it's time to hear from someone who can shed further light on this important topic. Now joining us today is Mr. Onyekachuku Asadu. He's the Executive Director, Building Boys Academy. Welcome to the program. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Uche. It's a pleasure being here. My first time on Signature TV.
It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now, first of all, let's talk about what single parenthood is, looking at our society today and also the environment that we find ourselves in. So what does that mean to be a single parent?
Okay, single parenting, is about we all know who a parent is. One male or female adult, having to shoulder the responsibility of raising children. And I deliberately said adult because of course, a minor or cannot be saddled with that responsibility. So when a male, or female adult, due to circumstances, different circumstances, has to shoulder the responsibility of the burden of raising children on their own, that is single parenting.
So what would you say are some of the common reasons that parents become, we find families having single parent households?
Okay, there are different, there are many reasons. One could be, the most natural one could be the death of a husband or wife, in this case, where maybe the head of the family dies. It could also be where there is a separation in a marital union, and then one parent has to take custody of raising the children. There could also be maybe separation because of the justice system. Maybe a father or a mother committed a crime or is found culpable in a crime and is sentenced to jail for a long period of time. You could also factor that on that, because at that point, due to solitary confinement, the other parents cannot be involved in raising the children. We also have, I think I've mentioned cases of divorce. Then we also have cases where maybe because of juvenile tendencies, a young girl gets pregnant, and the young man denies the pregnancy or feels that he doesn't want to be responsible, for that pregnancy, and then this young lady is shouldered with the responsibility. Then, in very recent times, I've also seen a few men who just stumbled on an orphan, found a baby somewhere, hidden somewhere, and picks that baby up and says, you know what, I'm going to take care of the welfare of this child. You can also tell that him as a single parent. So these are the circumstances under which single parenting, or the things that can actually lead to one becoming a single parent.
Now we find that there seems to be this perception of single parents in our society. So what are some of those perceptions? Because women have peculiar ones and men have peculiar ones. Yes. So can you just shed light on that?
Okay, so what do you mean by perception? Is it how people see?
Yeah, how people see them, how people perceive them, how people look at them and all of that.
Well, I think those who take the larger portion of perception on negative side are the women, because usually women are seen to be the ones who are nurturers of the children, so it's very rare to find a woman abandon her children, so people always look at single mothers as the first idea when someone says I'm a single mother is, okay, maybe you had an affair with someone and then you got pregnant, that means you are irresponsible, right? Which for me is very, very wrong. Other perceptions are also where maybe like in my own case, I remember my mom, when my father died when I was 12, and my mother had to face the option. Some of my uncles came with the idea of, since it will be difficult for you to raise kids alone, why don't you leave them with us? My mother said no, and then they started pushing all kinds of narratives that she's been that she doesn't want to take care of. She doesn't want, that who knows whether she'll be able to take care of the children, and all of that. That's also another kind of perception where a woman doesn't want to let go of her children to relatives. And of course, in the case of a young lady who gets pregnant, maybe she's in school, and sometimes there's this perception. I've had a few people I know who got pregnant either when we were in school or got pregnant at a very young age. It wasn't expected, and then sometimes when men come to them for marriage and they say, I have a son, I have a daughter, I have children, there's this there's this shock, like why would you so then that's for the ladies. Then for the men, it's not very common. Men are seen to bear a lot of burdens. There are many single fathers, like I said, who don't like showing it. So there's this there's more like they are seen as weak. If a man is known to have custody of his children, as by virtue of being a single parent, they are seen as being weak. They are seen as men who cannot because that's why if a man stays born with the children, he's seen as someone that doesn't have a say. Meanwhile, you don't know the story behind what happened. And like I said, these things are very rare, and because men who are single parents don't want to be seen like that. They kind of want to shield themselves from the public in that regard. So the burden is borne more by the women, than the men in this regard.
Now, Mr. Asadu, you were talking about the peculiar or the way people perceive both male single parents and female single parents. But what about their struggles? What are those things that they have to deal with on a daily basis? What are the realities of being a single parent?
Okay, in my work with a lot of parents, let me just break it down, male and female, right? So they have some similarities, but when it comes to the females, like I said, you have stigma. Okay, this lady is a woman, and people that don't know her well, tend to cast certain aspersions on her without knowing her enough to know what exactly she's going through. So you have financial challenges, economic challenges, particularly if she's not properly educated or doesn't have, and because she has the burden of these children, if she wants to grow her career, depending on the industry she is in, it may be difficult or challenging. If she doesn't have a support system. I've seen women who, despite their being single mothers of 3, 4, 5 children, are still able to break the ceiling because they had support system. So you can also see a lack of a support system, maybe an understanding family members, friends who are willing to support her with babysitting, with creating a safe space for the children, so that she can also face her work. We also have the being should I use the word ostracized, isolated from joining certain groups. So we have let's say some churches. So if a woman comes and says, I am a single mother, she's not married to a man, some female groups in the church will say, no, you can't be a member because we don't know, there's no evidence that you are married to this man. So if the man is not, if she was not a widow, any other thing can be seen as, okay, she doesn't represent what we stand for. So that way you're isolating the woman, so there's this stigma, against her, even in religious circles, which for me shouldn't be so. If a woman can present herself to a house of faith and say, you know what, I want to give myself in serving God here, but look at where I'm coming from. I think that the church should be able to look at it critically and say, no matter what you are, we still think that you can still bring so, because nobody knows. She can even be a resource person. In the event that a woman loses her husband in that group, she can play a role as a resource person, right? We also have, I think I've mentioned that social expectations in terms of how society treats the woman, how they perceive her, how they treat even the children themselves. What is the attitude to children who, when the mom comes and says, I'm a single parent at school, how do teachers treat? Do they support them, or do they make comments that can actually affect the mindset of the children? Then for the males aspect, one of the challenges is when it comes to custody and access. So sometimes it's seen as almost a taboo. If a man says, I live alone with my children, I'm a single parent, because of the cultural things associated with it. And then we also have, we also have the judicial system. If maybe in a case where because sometimes judges can be very connected to their cases personally. So if a judge is biased, maybe there's someone else who wants to take custody of the children from the man, and in this case the judge doesn't feel comfortable with the man without looking at the facts, it can affect the man as well negatively. We also have emotional challenges, because it's not really easy raising children, particularly when they are coming up. Then of course you have the financial challenges too, because the man now has to think. And then in this part of the world where women are seen as helpers in terms of keeping the home, and you have little children, it can be very difficult for a man who is not used to keeping a home to handle that. So imagine a man who, he's been the one moving up and down, providing, and then the wife dies, or the wife says, I don't want to marry again, or runs away, and then leaves the kids with the man. It's going to be horrible. It's going to be very difficult for him if he doesn't have a support system. So for me, these are the major things that happen when it comes to the challenges that single parents face. And then the children too, if the kids are not adults and they don't understand what happened, sometimes some children actually go, become mentally ill because one parent is not there. So imagine the burden on the parent that decided to stay back. Sometimes the children get bullied at school, for the period my dad wasn't around, because before my father died, my parents were separated. So for the period that they were not around, I was bullied, and it affected my self-esteem. If any people that know me 15, 20 years ago, if they see me on TV, they are always shocked, because this wasn't who I was. I had so much low self-esteem. I used to have fear. I used to be so scared. So imagine a boy who has prepared for an examination, is smart, and even after writing the exam, still feels that he didn't do well, before seeing the results, So it can also affect the children in terms of academic performance, in terms of being bullied, in terms of making friends. He can be ostracized from certain friends just because his parents are single parents. So these are some of the challenges that we see.
That's quite a lot. Yeah. Now we've unpacked how men and women, the challenges they face differently.
Yes. Yeah.
And you've also made mention of some of the challenges children generally face. But would you say that there are peculiarities in the challenges faced by boys and girls?
Okay. That's children in those
yes,
settings.
Children from single parent homes, but boys their own challenges peculiarly different from what girls face, or would you say it's the same generally?
Okay, just like boys and girls are different, their needs are different. Okay, so it comes with different stages of development. So if the children, for example, are infants, or let me say they are toddlers and pre-adolescents, the major thing they will face, particularly when they've been exposed to school and church, is being bullied, whether they are boys or girls. Being bullied by friends. Okay, your daddy is not here, your mom is not here, where is your daddy? Just taunting the child for no reason. It can also lead to depression. People don't know that children get depressed, but it is true. Children also we've seen children I've had boys who are suicidal. Boys who are not yet teenagers, but they are suicidal partly because their father was not even there. Not because their parents are single parents, but because the father is not even available. Either he's always traveling for work and doesn't make out time to be present in the son's life. So try to push it to when that boy does not have a present father in his life. He'll be bullied by people. He'll be, there will be this selection, this way of you don't belong to our group because your dad is not there. And again, in terms of development, now this is across both boys and girls. So if you look at the boys' side, where the boy doesn't have a dad, or the girl doesn't have a mom, when it comes to things like puberty, for example, the boy will struggle. If he doesn't have a mentor in his life, he will struggle with someone that will help him navigate that time, because it can be very crazy for them, and then for the girls too, having to go through puberty, menstruation, understanding how a woman's cycle works and everything. If her mother is not there to hold her by the hand, it can become a problem. In terms of provision, material provision, maybe a child has been used to. I've had one or two friends whose parents were well to do and then they just died, and it affected them at school. It affected they have all of a sudden they lost their friends, just because their parents died. So there are differences, quite alright, but it depends on the stage of development as they grow older. So that's my take on that.
Now, would you say that as a people, as Nigerians, since we are Nigerians and these are environments, do you say that we do much when it comes to giving proper support systems to single parents and also children from single parent homes? Okay,
well, to be honest, in this part of the world, we have very wonderful laws, but we don't practice them. So for me, in this part of the world, the most powerful support systems I've seen are family support systems or friends. I've not seen a case where government, comes in. For example, we have a Ministry of Children Affairs in ENUGU, Children, Gender and Social Development. So even though it's not tagged family, by reason of the kind of work they are supposed to be doing, they are supposed to be the ones connecting to families. For example, I was talking to a friend of mine in Ireland who has twin girls, and one of the girls has a mental, like she's not, I think she's autistic, I can't remember anymore. But she told me that even after giving birth and they were able to diagnose the twin that is struggling mentally, she goes for clinics where they train them on how to take care of the children. They provide services, they provide play, they provide a lot of support. So, see what the government can do. So, we have policies in place quite all right. But in terms of strong support, which is why we're Africans proudly too, the family has always played all the families I know where they are single parents, it's only been the family. I have a very particular case of a man. He's a professor, and he has about 2 boys. I was fortunate to mentor one of the boys who just finished his school certificate examinations. And in this case now, the man, because of his job, gets to travel a lot. Now the boy is a teenager, he can take care of himself quite all right. But I've noticed that when the man is not around, some family members come in. His sisters who are married, sometimes he sends the boy to spend time with the families of the sisters who are, well married, so that he can have an idea of what a family is all about. He can appreciate family, because one of the things that come out from a child who has been raised by a single parent and has those challenges is that sometimes they resent marriage, they resent real love, they resent having a stable, healthy relationship. It becomes a problem. Some even become toxic. So if they don't undergo healing as a result of the loss of a parent, whether by death or by separation, if they don't undergo therapy, if they don't even, I dare say, undergo experiences in faith, even the Christian faith, which provides services that can restore hope and restore, healing, it be a very big problem for that child. Yes. So for me, the truth is that we have practical laws in place, but when it comes to implementation, is a problem. However, in Africa, in Nigeria, in Eastern Nigeria, across all the families I've seen, the single parents or single parent families I've noticed, we are backed up by family and friends. Yeah.
Right. Now, you've mentioned a case of a man that has family support, but I'd also like you to share any experience that you've had when you've related with a single parent, and what peculiarities about their situation struck you the most. That would be nice to share.
Okay. One thing that being a single parent does to you is that it makes you resilient, because you are now wearing 2 hats. It's no longer about the case of the man now. I'm the man and there's a woman. No, now you are wearing 2 hats. So you are thinking as a man, you are thinking as a woman. So it makes you peculiar. It makes you think on your feet, because you know that you can't be hanging around with for example, a single man who is married and has adolescent children can't be hanging out with his friends in the bar. He can't do that. He can't. It's a risk he can't afford to take. And he will be a bad father even if he has friends or family that will help him. He will be a bad father not to get involved. So it's more like you are doing the job of 2 people. You are taking up their responsibilities and their roles. And that peculiarity is that, I mentioned resilience now, is that you have to be able to overcome the stigma. You have to be able to tell yourself, what, no matter what people say about me, so your self-esteem matters a lot. So every single parent I've worked with, they have a very high level of self-esteem. I've noticed it. Very high. Yes, the ones I've worked with now.
Okay.
Now, it doesn't mean that they did not didn't come from a bad place. Some did. But over time, they just developed it. There are some who still stay stuck. But like I said, when they have a good support system, it's easy for them. So I've met some single parents who, I didn't know they were single parents until I got close to them. You would never see it. They would never show, they never talked about it. Unless maybe you ask questions or you just got to know, or maybe your child just tells you, my dad died several years ago, or my mom walked out on us, So it comes as a surprise to you, but for them it's really nothing. What other peculiarity? People always think that single parents don't have time for relationships. That's not true. They do, but the problem is that, sometimes because of the stigma, they tend to just lock up. But many of them are willing, because they know that when it comes to the family, the way it has been designed by nature, it should be the man, the woman, and the children. You know, so what they are looking for is a partner that will understand their situation, a partner that will provide support, a partner that will be able to say, you know what, let me help you take some of the burden. You know, and a partner that will be invested in the children, because the children have to struggle with getting used to someone else who is in love with their parents and who is taking the place of the parent that has left. You know, so these are some of the peculiarities that come with being a single parent. Yeah.
Right. Now, from you mentioned, you know, about introducing a new person in the place of maybe a new husband or a new wife, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Now, that leads me to ask about the relationship between single parents and their children, because while the parents are battling with their own issues, the children are also battling with their own issues. So how would you say that this affects the relationship between the parents and the children?
Okay, I mean, it affects them in many ways. But you know, like I said, one thing I've noticed is that it goes with the growth of the children. You know, so if a woman had if a parent lost the spouse, for example, and the kids are very small, you know, it affects the children in terms of not getting used to seeing their father or their mother. And sometimes some kids can go out of hand. Some can even start blaming the parents, you know, because they don't know what they are doing. They don't even know what they are saying. They are still very young. They are saying that, so they don't understand, you know. So that way the kids are affected. Another way it affects them is that they find themselves getting, you know, having to get closer to that single parent. You know, they now build their world around that parent. I have a boy. He just got admission to the university. I know the history of the family, and you notice that the boy is very close to the mom. Like, you know, like if the dad was there, he wouldn't be close to the mom. But now he's more, you know, any little thing he talks about the mom. Everything is the mom. My mom this, my mom that. So how does it affect them? As they grow older, when it comes to making choices with the opposite sex in terms of relationships, it becomes a problem because they find it difficult to detach themselves. A lot of young men I know who had single moms as parents, either as widows or by separation or by unwanted pregnancy, they are very attached to their mothers, very attached, and so they find it difficult to detach themselves. And this is also where the parents has a role to play. As the boy is getting older, or the girl, you need to find a way to teach that child independence. That, look, I'm not the only person here. There are other people that you're going to meet in your life. A time will come when you will build your own life, your own family. You can. I know a young man who is 35. He's still living with the mom. He's working, and he's very attached to the mom. Like, they are so close. You know, he does everything. And one day I said, look, you're gonna, and he has not been able to do well in relationships. He's a cool guy. He's a nice person, but he just can't commit because he's so attached to the mom. And no reasonable girl, you know, who wants to build something with her man would just, you know, no matter how good she is, how selfless, you know, would want this guy to any little thing. He wants to make a decision, he has to call the mother for everything.
Is she a single parent?
The mom is a single parent.
Okay.
She's in her 60s now. You understand? They live here in ENUGU. So that's the flip side. You know, and that thing is that the parents, if the single parent has been so good, you know, the child or the children get used to comparing their parents with other people. So a young girl, I've had a friend who told me that, you know, she wasn't going to get married until she meets a man that is exactly like her dad. Her father was there right from the very beginning. He didn't leave them. And I give him all the credit, right? But the truth is that he failed to prepare them to see that, look, a time will come when you're going to have to start life with someone else. You know, so you imagine the lady telling you that she can't marry. She's working, she's a professional, pretty, everything, but she can't settle down. Men are coming right, left, right, and center, but she just can't settle down with one just because they don't fit the, you know, they don't fit into what her father is or who her father is. So it's a psychological problem. Truly, it is.
And a lot of people go through this.
Go through it without even saying it. You understand? So it also affects you know, even the mental health of children in a way. you know, because you see a child, if the single parent has not been a very good single parent, you see them. So imagine a single parent who doesn't know how to raise their children, right? You know, you see this child looking for comfort elsewhere, because my mom is not, either they are not feeding them well, or they're not taking care of them, or they are not they don't provide them with love, and then they keep blaming the father that ran away or the father that died. Meanwhile, this person has run away. You are there in the picture. What are you doing to, you know, give this child a safe space where they can thrive and grow? If many parents, single parents around you have been able to find a way out, then what are you doing? You know, so I think I'll just stop here for now.
I mean, there are a lot of things that I really want you to expand more.
Yeah,
but,
okay.
Yeah, but let's just go to, there is this idea that children from single parent homes are disadvantaged.
Okay.
Why is that? Yeah,
that's the stigma. I faced it when I was in primary school. I had this classmate. He's a popular actor. I won't mention his name, but he used to. In fact, the father was the one that came to my rescue. The dad used to take us. You know, he knew about my mom, my family, and he would insist on taking me to school and bringing me back. And somehow, I don't know. You know, boys. You know, the boys just felt, I don't know, for no reason, they just started taunting me, bullying. You know, but the man will always call me, a medical doctor. He will come and say, look, don't let these things affect you. The fact that your father is not here doesn't mean that you're not meant to be someone great, or you're not meant to be a dad. He said, one day you're going to be a dad. And if you don't learn to toughen up and you don't learn to be responsible, then what will you tell your children? You know, and those words really helped me, you know, and it helped me to kind of build a shell, you know, around all those things I passed through. You know, so when it comes to things like that, it becomes, for the child, it becomes an avenue to either make up his mind to say, you know what, I'm going to go through this without letting people decide for me. Because the truth is that being a single parent, really, you are a human being, right? And life can happen to anybody. You know, anybody would have had to pass through that challenge, okay? So being a single parent should not necessarily make you lose sight of the fact that God has blessed you with children, okay? It is now for you to find an opportunity where, how can I help these children? And for example, my mom, when I was a teenager and I was growing up, I was very fortunate to be attached to, I just admired seeing families, you know, men in church. Then you see a man, wife and children. So I started looking for those men who are very responsible, and I have a very charismatic personality. You know, I know how to relate to people. So imagine a young boy of 10 looking for a 40-year-old man, asking him hard questions and just warming his way into the family. And the man is coming with this brand, tell the wife, I just made this new friend in church. So you know him, right? Okay, please, I would like him to spend time with us. And that's how I got to learn how to be a man.
Right. Now that leads me to ask one final question before we end this conversation.
Okay.
How can young people better be prepared for the realities of parenting, whether single, because you just said life can happen to anyone.
Anybody, yeah.
Yeah, so how can young people better be prepared to face the realities of parenting, either as a single parent or as a partner parent? Yes.
Okay.
And what would you say to any single parent that is watching now?
Okay, this is 2 in 1 question. So let me start with the young people. You know, as a young person, it doesn't matter what you've gone through or what you see in your family right now. If your parents are single parents, first of all, appreciate them for providing a space for you to thrive and grow. What has happened. They might have made their mistakes in the case of separation or whatever, but you don't have to put the blame on them. If you're a young person, don't wait till you get married before you start preparing for parenting. There are thousands of free opportunities online, you know, to learn about parenting. If you're a young man who wants to be a good father, there are books on parenting. There are materials on being a good parent, being a good dad. There are videos, there are free conferences you can get online. All you need is your data, you know, where you can learn how to be a better parent. When you find someone that you want to start a relationship with, I always recommend that you spend time talking about parenting, because there you get to find out what that person thinks about being family. You know, many young people have a thwarted idea of what family is all about. So it's not about sitting down to take the person to a fine place to eat. Have you sat down to examine what is the person's mindset about family? What is the person's mindset about finance? What is the person's mindset about school? What is the person's mindset about, keeping children in a safe space, or just leaving children to people that you don't know to take care of? This is a very, very critical, in parenting. And you must also be mature enough. Being a parent requires maturity. It also requires multitasking. It also requires being prepared for any emergency. At any point in time, you can just be going home now thinking that everything is well, and then your son comes with a bob on his head, and you just have to take him to the hospital. So being a parent requires sacrifice. I always say, if you know that you don't want to make sacrifices, please don't marry, don't be a parent. If you want to do it the right way, don't marry, don't be a parent, because anything can happen. And for the single parents who are watching, my advice would be very simple. Love yourself. That's the first thing I want to say. Don't keep dwelling on what has happened. If you've done your best, let's say the person is still alive, you've done your best to reach out to get them to take responsibility, by all means, and they don't want to do anything about it, leave them alone. Do your part, work hard, look for friends and family and a strong support system who can give you all the support that you need to keep your children while you also pursue, because you need to build yourself, so you can be able to take care of your children, provide for them. Look for resources. There are programs that are done online and even physically for single parents. I don't think we have anything for single dads, but I know there are programs for single men. If you're a single dad and you are struggling, reach out. Look for people in your church, in your community, who can provide necessary support. There's a mistake some single dads make. When a wife dies, or when the one leaves and doesn't want to come back, or something else happens to that person, the next thing people are telling him is go and marry. That's wrong, because the choice of getting married after the first person has left is a dicey one. It can affect the children. It can affect how everything works. So work on yourself. Work on your self-esteem. Spend time with your children. Build that bond. Don't outsource your role. And I'm saying this to single dads now, because single dads have that problem more. Don't make the mistake of outsourcing your role as a single father to people to take care of your children. Use the opportunity, every opportunity you can, to spend time with them. And then look for responsible men who can counsel you, who can provide support, so that you can take hold of your authentic manhood, and at the same time be able to get all the love you can, because a time will come when those children will grow up and they will leave, and it's the memories you leave them with that will make them remember you or not. So that's my take on that.
That's a very lovely advice. Thank you so much for that, and thank you for joining us, Mr. Onyekachukwu Asado.
Thank you. Always a pleasure
to have you.
Thank you.
And we'll go on a very short break. Gender Perspectives continues right after now.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Welcome back. As we continue our conversation, it's important to address some of the common misconceptions surrounding single parenthood. There are many myths out there that can unfairly shape public opinion and add to the challenges single parents face. We'll take a moment to explore some of the most persistent myths about single parenthood and the truth that can help us better understand and support these families.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
As we've seen today, the realities of single parenthood are complex. They are shaped by economic pressures, emotional strength, and evolving family structures. Yet, through it all, one truth stands firm, which is families come in different forms, and each deserves respect and support. Now, as a society, it's up to all of us to replace judgments with understanding and to build systems that support and not stigmatize those raising children alone. Well, that brings us to the end of today's edition of Gender Perspectives. A very big thank you to our guests for sharing their insights and to you for joining the conversation. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thank you for watching.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they see.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
At 30 Government Secondary School, Peggy Community in Kuje Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory, students, parents, teachers, community leaders and government officials gathered for a sensitization program aimed at educating children on their rights and how to report abuse. The program, organized by the National Human Rights Commission, focused on empowering children to understand and protect their rights against abuse, violence and exploitation. Representing the Executive Secretary of the Commission, Tony Ojukwu-san, the Director of Women and Children Department, Ngozi Okorie, said despite existing local and international laws protecting children, many still face violence, neglect, early marriage, female genital mutilation and exclusion from decisions affecting their lives. She noted that protecting children requires collective action from families, schools, religious institutions and communities.
Every child has the right to survival. Every child has the right to protection, education, participation and dignity. Yet, we know that in practice, these rights are often violated through neglect, through violence, child labor, early marriage, female genital mutilation, infanticide, and exclusion from decisions that affect the children.
Okorie also encouraged children to speak up whenever their rights are violated, stressing that children must not only know their rights, but also understand safe channels for reporting abuse. She said the Commission remains committed to promoting and protecting the rights of children across the country through community engagement and sensitization programs.
When children understand their rights, they can speak up safely and demand respect. When parents and teachers understand, they become protectors, not barriers. When traditional and religious leaders lend their voice, harmful practices lose.
Disconnected.
When the whole community faces shared standards, accountability becomes real.
Chairman of the School-Based Management Committee, Taufik Kadir, said many children in rural communities still lack basic awareness about their rights because they have little exposure beyond their immediate environment. According to him, formal education alone is not enough to equip children with the knowledge needed to protect themselves from abuse and exploitation.
We have villages surrounding us here. Some of these archaic and old traditional practices still happen, whereby the child rights is being violated. That is why, if you heard my speech, I was talking about 2.0. We had one when the Child Rights Act was passed, Child Rights Bill now formed into Act when it was passed. I invited the National Human Rights Commission to come and educate the students what their rights are and the channels of reportage where they can make reports and where they can feel safe in making such reports. So these children, some of them, you'll be shocked, have not left this community ever since they've been given birth to. So they don't know what happens in the outside world there. So we try to bring whatever government brings to protect the children into the community so that they can benefit from it.
Kadir revealed that some children in the community are prevented by guardians from completing their education in order to keep them in domestic servitude, describing the situation as only a fraction of the challenges many children face silently. He called for stronger community support systems and continuous sensitization to ensure children feel safe enough to report abuse. In Abuja, Chimize Zadima reporting for Signature Television.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Let the righteous take over the air. Let the righteous take over the world. Let the righteous take over the earth. Let the righteous take over this wicked world. Let the workers of iniquity be chased out of creation. Oh Lord, your righteousness. Oh Jah, your righteousness. Let the righteous take over the earth. Let the righteous take over the world. Let the righteous take over this wicked world. Let the workers of iniquity be chased out of creation. Oh Lord, your righteousness. Honorable the house is the one. Oh righteousness. The way the kids are going, anything might happen now. Unrighteous people, they turn it in upside down. Unrighteous people, they turn it in upside down. Oh, what a great confusion in this time and generation. Oh Lord, what a great confusion. Oh Jah, say what a tribulation. I did Christ time, I'm begging Jah, the Most High, to come change this world once again. Let the righteous people take over the earth. Let the water take over the sea. The birds in the sky take over the trees, over the earth. Oh, righteousness, over the world, oh, righteousness, over the earth, over the world, oh, righteousness, oh, righteousness.
We say Rastafari.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. Well,
that's Jack Fashak.
Yes, a phenomenon.
I mean, the guy never changes.
Yes, and that voice, you could only liken it to one of the artists of blessed memory, Robert Nestor, otherwise known as
Bob Marley. Great, man. What a wonderful night. What a wonderful night.
I'm feeling irie, as the Jamaicans.
We have to. Majak Fashek.
Yes, sir. The rainmaker himself.
Yeah, brother. Good to have you.
The prisoner of conscience. Yeah. Welcome.
Please.
Yes, one love.
Hey.
It's so nice to have you in our studios this evening, and with such lovely music. It's been a long journey up to this point.
Thanks to the Honorable EJ, for inviting me.
Yeah.
To see the brothers, what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know one question I've been dying to ask Majek. Majek, how does it feel to be Majek Fashek?
Yeah, it's not easy to be Majek Fashek. You have to go through pain, trials and tribulation. And when you go through trials and tribulation, you stamp in, like, you know, Rastafari, like you say, Rasta man.
Yes.
You know, there's no easy way out. You must go through trials and tribulation.
Tell us a little bit about some of these trials and tribulations that you have gone through, that have made you Majek Fashe.
Yeah, you have to go through pain, trials and tribulation. EJ know, you know, EJ brought me first from America, honorable.
Yeah.
You know, what's the name of your brother?
Mahmoud
and
Obiora.
You see, the trials and tribulation is going through temptations of life, you know what I'm saying? Keeping the family, you know, keeping your wife, the children, make everything right, and going through the trials of life. You know, you see, as a messenger, I'm a messenger of the Most High God. You know, it's not an easy business. You know what I'm saying? You know, sometimes you got to be in pain. For example, let me explain to you.
Yes.
I will explain. Okay, you talk about leadership. Leadership is not a child's play. For example, the president he doesn't sleep. Our president.
Yes.
Yeah, even the governors, the people in the government, many people don't understand the game. They never sleep. They work very hard. So they are going through trials and tribulation. Even if they are making money or anything. For example, President Buhari has to work his ass every day, dealing with the governors and the senators and stuff like that.
And also even in the international community.
International community, you see. So most of the presidents, they use cocaine. But I don't know why he uses cocaine, you know. My brother. So this president use drug, you know, say, to stay awake.
The pressure from the office.
The pressure from the office.
Because if they don't, you think that they will go to sleep, they will fall asleep.
They will fall asleep. So some of them use drug. But I don't know whether President Buhari uses drug anyway.
I don't think so.
Our president does not. Yes. So most certainly does not.
He doesn't use that.
Yes.
So
he's a military man, ex-military man.
Ex-military man.
There's a training in that regard.
You see, I was talking about trials and tribulation. So trials and tribulation, you know what I'm talking about right now. Leadership is a pain. Trials.
So you see yourself like a leader?
Yeah, I'm a leader of the Prisoners of Conscience, movement of Jah people.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, so you see our slogan, like I was talking about Brother Captain Osa and EJ, even at Chief Ayiri. See?
Yeah, these people have. We'll talk about them shortly. And
exactly. So
what they try to do
I have a program which I'm trying to convince them to do for the Nigerian people. So, you know, Obasanjo is my friend, Obasanjo.
Yeah.
I met Obasanjo at the United Nations in New York. You know, you talk about the Operation Feed the Nation.
Yes, OFN.
OFN.
Yes.
So when I saw Obasanjo, I explained the Operation Feed the Poor. Okay, so you can see that our country, we rely too much on oil and gas. So we're trying to diversify a situation where agriculture will rise. Yes. Because, you know, the poor man doesn't need too much thing. He just need to have normal
His meals, three meals a day,
exactly.
A roof over his head, and some clothes on his body.
Take care of his wife and kids.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So our government must try not to underestimate the poor. Because if you can see from the background of all these great men, most of them were from the ghetto. I don't want to mention names. They came from the poor background.
That's correct.
And become somebody. So what I'm saying is that right now, Nigeria situation, I pay for them. I'm supposed to be in the States, but I pay my dues in the States because I stay almost 25 years in America. So going to America will not solve my problem right now.
Okay.
And so I decided to stay back home.
Yeah. You said earlier on that you are a messenger of Jah.
Yeah, Rastafari.
What is the message directly from you to Jah people that you are trying to deliver to Jah people?
Good. The message I'm trying, is the pain I feel in my heart, where at least the poverty situation, the poor will have hope. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's always been my head, and for the rich to respect the poor, because they were poor before.
Before becoming rich.
Before becoming rich. So, but who's going to do this situation? It's the government. You know what I'm saying? This is the capital where I was invited by Honorable. So, the capital, we're in Abuja, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, cheap, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So my pain, because I have a song called The Ghetto. Bob Marley said, the greatest man in this world before was once a baby before.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So they have to address, like I live in Lagos. In Lagos is not easy at all, because almost the same thing Fela was talking about. Every day my people decide boss.
Suffering and smiling.
Suffering and smiling, that's what's going on in Nigeria right now. Suffering and smiling. So the president must address it. And the government parasitas or the government officials must address it very well. This suffering and smiling can bring revolution. And Nigeria don't need revolution, we don't need Biafra war. You can see the Boko Haram, they're trying to create a revolution, which is not going to work. So may God eliminate them from our society.
Amen to that.
Okay, Magic, let's go.
Magic is talking politics. So we thought it was going to be an evening of.
But Magic, let's go back to, you said something about being young and being poor, and then becoming rich and growing up.
Yeah.
Tell us about Magic growing up. Did you ever dream that you'd be a name everybody can, relate to all over the world? Go to the United States, make an impact in Nigeria, and I remember those days of Send Down the Rain. I mean, it was a craze all over Nigeria. Did you ever dream that such a day will come?
It's in the hands of God. It was God that made me who I am, but I pray, I fast. Before I could get Send Down the Rain, I fasted.
Really?
Yeah, I do dry fasting.
Dry fasting? For how many days?
7 days.
7 days.
Oh, before you played Send Down the Rain?
There's a spiritual side.
It's a spiritual sound. It's spiritual music. See, in Nigeria, at that time, there was draft in Nigeria.
Okay, yes.
When I was young, I was very disciplined, in the sense that I would refer to the young musicians. For example, I'm doing a new song with I'm releasing a song with Two-Face.
Oh, okay.
Holy Spirit.
Mm-hmm. So you were in the studio with him today?
Exactly. Holy Spirit. Two-Face loved that song. Two-Face said, Two-Face is a very good brother, respects me. He said I'm part of his inspiration, that I inspire him.
Yes.
Man, so,
a lot of Nigerians.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is that I will, that is...
You say you fasted for 7 days.
Yeah.
To get the inspiration.
And you were disciplined at that time?
I was disciplined.
Yeah, so...
I don't like woman.
At that time?
At that time, I don't like woman, but I like woman as small.
So the song brought the rain.
Exactly.
And ended the drought.
The fasting.
Yes, the fasting.
Yeah, it's not easy to fast.
It's not.
The American of fasting, you have the white fasting, natural fasting. The dry fasting is the fasting without water or food.
Mm-hmm. Was that the one you did?
Yeah, man.
7 days.
Well, about 4 days.
Okay.
Right.
So, you didn't complete the 7 days. But obviously.
I'm not Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
You know, Jesus Christ fasted for 40 days.
Yeah, yes. 40 nights.
Rabbi?
Yes.
Muhammad did do that. Muhammad passed through.
No, well,
Moses.
Yes.
It was Moses that fasted.
Yeah.
Elijah.
No, all those prophets were all used to fasting.
Yeah.
Yes. But what I'm saying is that God obviously answered your prayer.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Because it became a hit. The drought ended.
Yeah, the drought ended.
Yes.
That's why I became the rainmaker.
Yes.
Yeah, the Nigerian press gave me rainmaker. It was the press I didn't give myself that name.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I can't make rain.
Obviously.
Only God can make rain.
Yes.
So the coincidence and the spiritual coincidence was very, very symbolic. But it didn't come easy. I was disciplined when I was young. So the same thing I would tell Nigerian musicians, young boys, we should be disciplined. All these ones, they are shaking hands on television. They are corrupting the children. I'm not happy.
The musical videos.
That's why me and Two-Face were trying to do Holy Spirit so that I can change that whole concept of shaking hands on television.
Yeah. They should send a message.
Exactly. So it's too much. How can you be having party when there's no party?
You know, because
that's a people's paradise.
Yes. Pimpers paradise.
Yeah, but what she be laughing when there's no joke.
Yes, that's what it was saying.
That's what these young boys are doing.
That's what they're doing now.
Yeah, people's paradise. They are smart. They are happy when there's not happiness. There's poverty in Nigeria. Nigerians are suffering. I been to Lagos. Now Abuja they enjoy. Abuja be like Loldo.
They're suffering in Lagos.
Yeah,
there is.
Big time.
Magic. Almost all your songs, because now that you're talking about the message and every song of yours had a message.
Yes, sir.
Holy Spirit. Name it. It had a message.
Several.
I mean, what inspires those messages?
I told you.
Religion and politics.
It's God Almighty. Yeah, you have to be in the spiritual part. Because the spiritual controls the material. Forever and ever, the material must bow to the spiritual. You know you are spiritual. Yes. My brother, yeah, everybody's spiritual. Don't see Buhari spiritual.
Yes.
That's why he took it from good luck to Duranta. He did his meditation.
Yes.
And Duranta was a little bit careless. I don't know, but I don't want to politics.
Okay, my mother, I think we'll take a break. We'll take a break. Bring in some people that know Majek so well, like forever, to talk about Majek. But before,
there's still so much to talk about. But for our viewers, we are not done with Majek yet.
No, not
there's
at all.
There's still so much to talk about Majek. We're going to bring him back. We just want to talk to some other persons. We're going to bring Majek back.
But I thought he was going to the bandstand while we are bringing them in.
Well, yes, we can. Yeah, we can.
Majek, you do another song for us.
I think we should hold that back.
Yeah, hold it back.
We should hold it back for later on.
Yes, exactly.
Before we close the show.
Yeah.
We can end with that. But Majek is going to do this. The song I love so much. The remake of.
Redemption song.
Yes, Redemption song.
Yeah,
Majek is going to definitely do that for us. And I'm sure another song as well. So 2 songs are coming up from Majek Fashek. And of course, songs that a lot of people like and love so much. So at this point in time, we will welcome into the studios Honorable E.J. Agbonaima, and of course, Mr. Femi Osunde. We're going to be talking to them shortly. We'll take a short break and don't go away.
what do you have for him? Fanny Kayode was with us for a while.
What happened?
I think he came on a journey and discovered that we were too transparent for him.
A banking license was cancelled in one day, and a license was cancelled in one day.
When I was retrenched, it became worse. Sometimes to even find food to give to the children was hell.
Don't tell us you want a nation that will be the most powerful black nation on the earth. We all want it. How are we going to get there?
O&M Late Show and O&M Sunday Show with Obiora Ilo and Mahmoudia Koga. Tuesdays, Fridays, 11 p.m. and on Sunday, 2 p.m.
You're still watching the O&M Late Show, and tonight we have a wonderful guest, big guest, Majek Fashek in the house. But there are a couple of people that have known Majek for so many years. They've been Majek through the highs and through the lows. And we have EJ Agboenima, a regular face on our show.
Honorable Member, House of Reps. And Mr. Femi Osunde.
My brother, how are you doing? Recap today. How's everything?
Welcome.
You're welcome.
How you guys doing? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome. Visit. Mr. Femi Osunde, a businessman, is Managing Director of CMES Nigeria Limited. Welcome to our studios.
Thank you very much.
On this special day that we have a very special guest, one of Nigeria's internationally acclaimed superstar, Majek Fashek. And, you know,
one of Nigeria's biggest exports.
Yes.
EJ, you've known Majek. You were there with him at the very high point. You've been with him at the low point. You've been with him as he tries to, you know, pick the pieces of his life and move on. Tell us about Majek Fashek that you know.
Well, like he rightly said, with God, all things are possible. All things with God. But with you and I, with we here on earth, many things are also possible, positively. Helping the downtrodden. When you see your brother or sister going down, try to do whatever you can to raise him or her up. Not PhD, I call it PhD, pull him down syndrome. Majek Fashek, today, a lot of people will wonder what happened. It does happen. It has happened to many people, even in America that I lived for almost 27 years. And he lived there for many years with his children and his family, that people worship him. You know, looking at all, you're talking about Alan Record, you know, Mango, Bob Marley, record label, Sony, they were all running after him, begging him. He was signed. He had a major contract. But unfortunately, when you want to look at all international artists that are popular or those that are living and dead, you will see they might have passed through one things or the other in terms of going down and rising up again. Some goes down and never rise up.
Yes.
In terms of, you know, they engage, because at the point start taking, you know, drug, drinking. Look at Whitney Houston. Look at Michael Jackson, for instance. Jimi Hendrix. Name it. And look at Bob Marley. You know, they were always trying to get high. It is part of the entertainment world. If you go to Hollywood, you will understand that that is the game of the day. But when Majek got to America, America played a very, I would say, positive role in terms of try to help him, because he became a superstar, untouchable. When you watch him on some of the programs, you see thousands of American, black, white, red, yellow. You see them coming out, trooping out just to watch Majek. They just want to get hold of his garment and all that. But what happened? That is what I don't know. But today I am happy What is important, it is not how far, it is how well. That Majek is back, and I'm happy to thank those who supported, people like Captain Osa Okumbo, my brother, my friend, Ayuri from Delta. And God also used me. When I saw the situation, I went to New York. When I was told what he was going through, I brought him to Houston to stay, you know. And at the time, I brought him back to Nigeria. So I think Nigerians have someone that the world treasure. Bob Marley is no longer here. Lucky Dube is not here. This is the living legend, still living. And we must do everything to protect this young man, to support him. And I'm happy what Two-Face is doing. Just left studio today, doing a very wonderful collaboration about Holy Spirit, the song.
Holy Spirit.
Once you hear that music, it thrills you. It's very spiritual. So Majek is back on track, and I'm happy that I have to thank all Nigerians who have been praying for him
and supporting
him, and the media also have done well in letting him know that he's loved by all.
And giving him a second chance.
Yeah, second chance, you can call it.
I know you are from Edo State. Yes. Majek, of course. A lot of people don't know that it's just his mother that is from Edo State. But he has identified more with his Benin roots than, you know, the Yoruba side of him. So the brotherly love, you are from Edo State, and a lot of people from Edo State, you know, always look at Majek Fashek as a brother, as one of their own, you know. And so tell us, Zasunde, how, you know, people from your state, you people plan to sustain this rehabilitation of Majek Fashek to ensure that he rises again and become the superstar.
Not rising again, he's already back.
He's
back.
He's on track.
He has risen.
I will tell you this. You said Majek Fashek claims Edo State and all that. You know, mother is supreme.
Identifies more.
Mother is supreme.
Okay.
So when you were born, you're born into the arm of your mother.
That's true.
And you follow your mother when you were crawling. Even when you grow up, you're still following your mother. So you can see the trend. Majek Fashek, it's a national and international commodity, but we claim him as one of our own, and we're working very seriously with our brother, the Honorable, to provide a soft landing for Majek in Nigeria, to make sure that he gets back on track and you know, get his career path on the way.
Well defined, you know, for him. Are there some immediate things that you know, we are looking at? Some programs and some kind of arrangement that will facilitate, you know, a quick journey back to the very top.
Those programs and the plans and everything that we've got is still under wraps. You know, we don't want to reveal them, but it's being spearheaded by EJ and some notable people, including myself. You know, we are putting things together. You will soon start seeing what is being planned.
Okay. How well is, I mean, there's been a lot of rehabilitation. How well is Majek cooperating with this program? Because Nigerians are looking forward to a sustainable program that will keep their darling Majek, you know, on the superstar, you know, road, and no going back again. How, I mean, those of you that are close to him, how is he cooperating with that program?
To be honest to you, Majek is a very humble. He's a humble person, and he's down to earth, and that's what keeps me always want to, you know, do whatever it takes to, you know, be there for him. He's full of humility and respectful, and he's not materialistic. Today, if it was someone else, Majek probably would be a billionaire. People have used it, made millions, even in America. Today, there's no city in America that they don't play Majek's music on radio. And he's still receiving royalty. But where does the money go to? It goes to all those agents, ventures, collecting the money without him benefiting from it, up till tomorrow. And his record, his music are selling on social media. Just look at how much, if you go to eBay, how much people are buying, look at the trend. So the man that they are talking about have nothing to show. But that is why today, by God's grace, we have a lot of people who have found, said, no, look at what my brother did, Two-Face. He told me, Majek, he's his mentor. And look, I was happy when I saw on television, channels, interview, I was inspired that there's hope. There's hope. And I believe that there's a greater hope for the nation, and something good can come out of Nigeria. And Majek Fashek, like you rightly said, instead of oil, this is
African
Bob Marley that can make life for himself. And I want to also thank you for the wonderful support, and the AIT and the O&M and yourself, and my brother, Akua. Also Akua he play music. I don't know if you know that. So he's also a musician. I love music.
Okay.
Sometimes we have to give back to people. That's what we're out here for.
I think our band should be giving us some soft music with some Majek Fashek instrumentals while we wait to bring back Majek, talk to him again, and then some live performance from the Rainmaker himself, So, but EJ, want to thank you so much for everything that you're doing. Yes.
Yeah, I also have to thank my brother,
Femi Osunde.
Femi Osube, who also have been. He's a businessman, but find time, just to
love the art,
to give back,
to help a brother,
so that is what life is all about.
But we also like to use this opportunity to say thank you to some people who have been there for Majek, who've helped in no small measure. Captain Hosa Kumbo, Chief Ayiri Mami from Warri, who of course found it within himself to ensure that Majek went to the last rehabilitation.
And not only that, Two-Face, P-Square, and many of them out there. My brother, this day,
it's your first time on the program.
Thank you very
so you get to go home with a mug. EJ is a regular here. He has this mug, so he's not getting another one today. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think we'll go back to the band while we invite Majek to come back into the studio. We'll just take some instrumentals.
Yeah.
He wants to come on stage with his guitar, but he said it has to be on wire.
So, the band jamming.
I wish we should just.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Send down the rain instrumentals there. But we're back with Majek again in the studios, and Majek, we have the pleasure of listening to you do a redemption song.
God is great.
Yes.
Songs of freedom.
Songs of freedom.
It's all I ever had.
Yes. It's a very spiritual song.
So let's go.
Songs of freedom. It was originally written by the master.
Himself.
Master Bob Marley.
Yeah.
See, one good thing you know about EJ know the family of Bob Marley. I was very lucky. I've been to Jamaica.
Yeah.
I saw Bob Marley bedroom. Many people don't know that. Bob Marley is like Elijah. I'm Elisha.
Okay.
I have the double portion. You see, Elijah told Elisha, he said, Elijah said, because Elisha was the servant of Elijah.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the Bible, you see. Okay. Now Elisha was a true follower and very faithful servant to Elijah the prophet. You know what I'm saying? He make sure all the abracadabra, all the juju Elijah they do. That's what juju did. So when Elijah told Elisha, he said, God is going to take me very soon to the heavens. Then Elijah said, Father, how are you going to just go? What's my blessing? How are you going to bless me?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm talking mysticism right now.
Yeah.
This is not courtism. This is mysticism.
Yeah.
Well, courtism is a court. Mysticism is mysticism.
So Elijah blessed him.
Elijah said, no, Elijah didn't bless him.
Yeah.
Elijah told him, when the Lord take me, if you see me, when the chariots of fire take me to the heavens, you will have a double portion of my power. And that's what happened to me and Bob Marley. People don't know. Whether anybody like that, I already stepped into Bob Marley's show. I've done Bob Marley's work already. So I'm trying to be Majek.
Yeah.
Because I have a double portion. I've been in America, I've been on David Letterman.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton go to David Letterman.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you know David Letterman?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Good Morning America. So I entered Bob Marley's show a long time ago. But I'm trying to be Majek Pashek.
Okay.
So which means I have a double portion of Elijah. I saw the bedroom of Bob Marley.
So let's hear this.
Oh, pirates, yes, they rob by. So that to the merchant ships. On the battling speed, but my hands was made strong by the hands of the Almighty. We forward in the generation. Triumphantly. Let's go, everybody, let's go.
Won't you help me sing another song of freedom? 'Cause all I ever heard, redemption songs. Redemption songs.
Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None better shape can free a woman. Have no fear for atomic energy. 'Cause none of them can store that time. So how long shall they kill our prophets? Why we stand sad and look? Some say just a patch of pain. We've got to read the book.
Won't you help me sing another song of freedom? 'Cause all I ever heard, redemption songs, redemption songs.
Sing on with me, children.
Come on.
So Magic, what are we going to see now? You know, you rose up, you fell, you have risen again.
What's that? Stumble, you don't fall.
Okay, you stumble.
I stumble.
But Magic,
I grumble.
Magic, what went wrong? You know, a lot of people
brother,
stay
leave
camp
it
put
to me.
together. What happened to
And
you?
what happened to me? Forget all this rehab. You see, EJ, they took me to rehab, Captain Osa. It's not rehab. It's a mystical shit. It's a spiritual problem. You know, so my brother is a chief priest. He's a priest. He's my uncle. No matter what, you know what I'm saying? You know, he spent money on me. You know, I don't care about much, you know. When Captain Usa took me to rehab, spent a lot of money. Nobody knew how Captain Usa did it. He an idiot. You know, I don't respect Ayuri. I used to have brother. It's an underground system. So rehab, I have spiritual problem because I read the books I'm not supposed to read.
Wow.
You
write the books I'm not supposed to read.
But I hope you're not going to read them again.
I'm not reading them again. That's why I'm advising all the brothers that are reading some mystical books. It's just read only Bible.
Yeah.
Okay.
All the only Bible. That's
I'll stop there.
Stop on the Bible. On the Bible. Bible is a good book. I don't know about Quran, but Bible.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know. See, books Sometimes I read many books, you know what I'm saying? You know, see, rehab cannot solve my problem. You know, it's only God that can heal me.
Yeah.
So I get my healing from Jesus Christ. I'm the warrior of Jesus Christ. You can see the pastors, they are trying. You see right now, in the 90s, you have the, in the 90s, Nigeria was not very civilized like that. You know, are you listening, my brother?
Yes, I'm with you.
You know, but I must respect the pastors. In the 90s, in the 80s, 90s, Nigeria was still in darkness. But right now, as you can see...
They brought people out from the darkness.
Darkness, the pastors, the prophets, they brought back light to Nigeria. So, people that don't have hope...
Now have hope.
Hope. Now everybody's leaning onto the Bible. It's now the Bible, we are waiting for the Muslims to change their ways and stop terrorism. You can't, because Islam means peace, according to our President Obama. It's our president, it's our leader, you know what I'm saying? He's caucus, inner caucus.
Yes.
I read their books, inner caucus.
Don't read it again, man.
I won't read it again.
Don't read it again.
So,
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, President Tinubu justifies why he approved NYSC reforms. UNN Faculty of Health Sciences and Technology advocates innovation to transform health science education. Over 900 arrested during South African anti-migration protests. And US and Iran enter technical talks to secure peace deal shipping restart. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu says the recent reforms approved by the federal government for the National Youth Service Corps are aimed at equipping young Nigerians with practical skills and preparing them for national development. The statement posted on his X handle on Wednesday, Tinubu stated that changes which were approved on Monday at the Federal Executive Council were the most consequential reforms of the NYSC since its establishment in 1973, aimed at creating meaningful opportunities for young people. He said although the NYSC had served the cause of national unity for more than 5 decades, the country's changing realities required a new approach. The president said reforms would make the scheme safer by introducing risk-based deployment, particularly for security-challenged states, as the deployment would prioritize indigents, residents, graduates of institutions in affected states, and those from neighboring states within the same geopolitical zones. He added that orientation camps will be assessed under a national grading and certification framework, while states were required to meet minimum operational standards. Tinubu commended the Minister of Youth Development, the Special Advisor on Policy and Coordination, the Federal Ministry of Education, and members of the Reform Committee for their contributions to the initiative, and directed the Ministry of Youth Development and that of Justice to begin the process of amending the NYSC Act and its subsidiary regulations to give legal backing to the reforms. The federal government is to abolish the education policy that separates the junior and senior secondary schools across the country. The Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, who announced the plan in Abuja, said a policy which requires junior secondary schools to operate separately from senior secondary schools, both physically and administratively, has not achieved its intended objectives. The minister, who spoke at the inauguration of the Universal Basic Education Commission Ministerial Implementation and Monitoring Committee, noted that the policy has brought about a huge enrollment gap between primary and secondary school education levels. According to him, over 20 million children who began their education in primary schools failed to progress to the senior secondary school after dropping out along the way. The minister said the UBEC committee is mandated to ensure that hundreds of smart schools, bilingual schools, and alternative schools funded by UBEC are completed, handed over to states, and opened for learning. Alausa noted that despite heavy release of funds by UBEC, many projects remained unfinished, while several completed schools had yet to be handed over to state governments or integrated into their education systems. The Nigerian Union of Teachers in Oyo State has suspended a strike by its members in public schools in the state, directing teachers to resume work on Thursday. In a statement jointly signed by the union's Oyo State Chairman Hassan Fatai and Secretary Olukayode Salami on Wednesday, the union said the suspension followed a directive from its national leadership after reviewing the security situation and appeals from the Oyo State government and other key stakeholders. According to the statement, the decision was taken in the collective interest of teachers, learners, and the general public after the government assured the union that sustained efforts were underway to secure the safe release of the abducted victims and strengthen security around schools and surrounding communities. The union commended its members, as well as the All Nigeria Confederation of Principals of Secondary Schools and the Association of Primary School Head Teachers of Nigeria, for their discipline, solidarity, and compliance throughout the period of industrial action. It urged teachers to remain vigilant, obey the law, and promptly report any security threats within their schools and communities to the appropriate authorities. Scores of people were reportedly killed in an early morning attack at Sai community in Ambaji Council Ward, Kasinala local government area of Benue State. Sources from the affected community said the assailant invaded the community at about 2 a.m. on Wednesday and killed several residents. One of the residents who spoke to journalists in condition of anonymity said that several bodies had been recovered, while many injured victims had been taken to a hospital in Kasinala for treatment. The Benue State Governor Hyacinth Alia has condemned the attack and urged security agencies to deploy additional personnel to the area. A statement which was issued by the governor's chief press secretary, Tessa Kula, Alia said a prompt deployment of security personnel would help prevent further attacks. The governor extended his condolences to the families of those who lost their loved ones in the attack and urged residents of Kasinala and the state not to be discouraged, and assured them of his administration's commitment to protecting life and property of citizens. The Faculty of Health Sciences and Technology at the University of Nigeria has stressed the need to embrace emerging technologies in transforming health education, research, and clinical practice in the country. This was highlighted at the 5th International Scientific Conference of the faculty held at its conference hall, University of Nigeria, ENUGU campus, where experts spoke on a place of innovation as a driving force behind the future of healthcare. Correspondent Christopher Lely was at the event.
The Faculty of Health Sciences and Technology, University of Nigeria, in collaboration with its Alumni Association, convened its 5th International Scientific Conference under the theme Harnessing Emerging Technologies to Transform Health Science Education, Research and Clinical Practice. Delivering the keynote lecture, the guest lecturer and renowned medical laboratory scientist and researcher, Dr. ENUGU, highlighted current advances in molecular diagnostics, stressing the need to integrate the innovations and automated systems into healthcare delivery. Chukwuka urged universities to provide students with hands-on exposure to modern diagnostic equipment to ensure that they graduate with practical competencies alongside theoretical knowledge.
It may not be typhoid, but it may be cross-reaction from other infective organisms. That's why somebody may have WIDA 160, and the doctor will say the patient does not suffer typhoid fever. But we give the patient antibiotics and the patient will recover. Because everything is not typhoid. There's cross-reaction. Other bacteria in the system cross-react with that wider test and give a positive result. And the same drugs used for typhoid, when given to that patient, will treat other cross-reactions. But in molecular system, if it is not typhoid, it is not typhoid.
Representing the Provost of the College of Medicine, the Deputy Provost, Professor Kajetan Onyedum, applauded the faculty for sustaining the conference over the years and acknowledged the remarkable progress recorded under its current leadership.
I want to sincerely appreciate the efforts of the faculty for doing this at this particular austere times. We all know the economic situation of this country. On behalf of the Provost of the College of Medicine, I want to say that the college is happy for what is happening in health sciences.
Chairman of the conference, Professor Christopher Eke, called for stronger collaboration among academics and researchers, expressing confidence that knowledge sharing and teamwork would further strengthen the faculty's contributions to the university and the nation's healthcare system.
Over the course of this conference, I encourage you to share your knowledge generously. You should also network. I guess there may be some international speakers and also some participants that may have come from other universities to see what is happening in the rest of Nigeria.
Earlier, while declaring the conference open, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nigeria, Professor Simon Otuaya, who was represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of administration, Professor Josephat Umomeri, described the conference as a vital platform for intellectual exchange, innovation and collaboration. He commended the Dean for sustaining an academic culture that promotes research excellence, noting that scientific inquiry remains the bedrock of national development and technological advancement.
The world today faces numerous health challenges that require evidence-based solutions. Conferences such as this provide a unique platform for researchers, clinicians, educators, policymakers, and industry experts to exchange ideas, present groundbreaking findings, and build partnerships capable of addressing these emerging challenges.
Dean of the Faculty, Professor Charles Ezema, who will be bowing out on July 31st after his 2-year tenure, expressed appreciation to the university administration, faculty members, alumni, and partners for their support during his tenure, which he said was instrumental to the achievements recorded by the faculty.
We deemed it necessary to appreciate those that worked with us, the heads of department, the university management, and some outsiders, philanthropists that have donated to support the faculty, especially the new faculty building.
A major highlight of the event was the presentation of awards to the Dean, Professor Charles Ezema, and some outstanding lecturers and staff of the faculty, as well as some guests, including the president of Signature TV, Vin Martin Obiora Ilo, who was represented by the Chief Operating Officer, Barikuma Ado, for his consistent philanthropic support to the faculty.
On behalf of the Faculty of Health Sciences and Technology, I give this award of honor to you, Mbedike Vin Martin Obiora Ilo, President CEO of Signature TV, for your consistent philanthropic support to this land.
As healthcare continues to evolve through technology, stakeholders say sustained investment in research, innovation, and practical training is critical to producing professionals equipped for quality healthcare. In Enugu, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
Former Minister of Science and Technology Uchenna Naji was on Wednesday arrested at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, shortly after arriving from Enugu aboard a chartered flight. The arrest follows an ongoing investigation by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission for interrogation over allegations that a former minister forged his academic certificate forgery, and also authorized the commission to declare him wanted through national newspapers, social media platforms, and other media channels. According to court filings, the ICPC sought the ex parte order after Naji allegedly failed to honor several invitations extended to him for questioning in connection with the investigation. The presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, Peter Obi, says it will curb abuse in government and halt the decline in the quality of lives of Nigerians if elected president. Obi will share his vision for the country in an X post on Wednesday, said his proposed roadmap is aimed at addressing governance challenges and placing the country on a path of unity, peace, and prosperity. Said that as presidential candidate of the NDC, he will, in the coming weeks and months, provide insights into the roadmap that will be anchored on unity, inclusion, social justice, equity, and the freedom of every citizen to pursue lawful dreams. Identified education and healthcare reforms as central components of the agenda, describing human capital development as critical to national progress. The NDC presidential candidate said his administration will establish a task force to tackle the problem of out-of-school children and place greater emphasis on technical and vocational education and training to support industrialization. He also harped on the need to address a shortage of skilled labor, saying a scenario where unemployment remains high while Nigerian entrepreneurs establish businesses abroad due to a lack of skilled workers must be confronted decisively. The federal government, through the World Bank-supported Hope Governance Program, has approved the disbursement of $27 million in performance-based grants to states that met key governance and budgeting targets under the initiative. The national coordinator of the Hope Governance Program, Asad Hassan, announced approval during a retreat for commissioners, permanent secretaries, and directors of budget and planning from the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory in Abuja. The coordinator disclosed that Adamawa, Bayelsa, Borno, Delta, Gombe, Kano, Plateau, Taraba, and Yobe qualified for $500,000 each for adopting harmonized budget guidelines and charts of accounts for local governments. He added that Abia, Bayelsa, Borno, Edo, Ekiti, Enugu, Imo, Jigawa, Kano, Kebbi, Kogi, Nasarawa, Ondo, Plateau, and Yobe would also receive the same amount each for publishing their 2025 citizens' budgets for basic education and primary health care, while Bayelsa, Borno, Kano, Kebbi, and Yobe states qualified for $1.5 million each for adopting comprehensive guidelines for preparing and submitting consolidated work plans for basic education and primary health care budgets. Hassan said the states that failed to qualify either published the required documents after the March 31st, 2025 deadline, did not meet the stipulated assessment criteria, or failed to publish the required documents. The Lagos State government is appealing for calm and understanding from residents following the flash flooding experienced in many parts of the state over the last 2 weeks. In a statement, the State Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Wahab, said the rainfalls have produced an unusually high volume of water within a short period, overwhelming drainage channels in some locations and resulted in temporary flooding. Wahab said the incident is not peculiar to Lagos, as similar heavy rainfalls also affected other African countries and even North America, resulting in flooding across some cities. Commissioner assured residents that the Lagos State government remains fully on top of the situation through continuous monitoring of drainage infrastructure, flood-prone locations, and other critical water channels. He said that emergency response agencies have remained on the ground to ensure that floodwaters recede as quickly as weather conditions permit, while providing support where necessary. The Abuja Division of the Court of Appeal has reserved judgment in 2 separate appeals over the timetable for the conduct of the 2027 elections released by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Justice Adebukola Bankole, who led a panel that heard the appeals, said a date of the judgment will be communicated to parties in appeal. 2 political parties, Youth Party of Nigeria YPN and Social Democratic Party SDP, have approached the Federal High Court in Abuja to nullify the timetable released for the elections by INEC. But Justice Muhammad Umaru granted the relief sought in the suit by YPN and nullified the election guidelines released by INEC. Justice James Omotosho in the suit filed by SDP granted some reliefs in favor of the party and some others in favor of the electoral umpire. Not satisfied with the 2 judgments, INEC approached the Court of Appeal to set aside the judgments of Justice Omaru and parts of the judgment of Justice Omotosho, which limits its power regarding elections. Alex Izinga, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, who led 2 other sons from INEC to argue the appeals, contended that INEC has the power as provided by the law under the provisions of the 1999 Constitution and Electoral Act to issue guidelines. The federal government says it will seek compensation from South Africa for Nigerians who were forced to abandon their businesses and other valuable properties to return home from renewed anti-immigrant tensions in the country. Acting Nigerian High Commissioner to South Africa, Temitope Ajayi, who appeared on live television programs, said the government had already begun compiling records of businesses and properties left behind by the returnees. Added that information will form the basis of discussions with South African authorities on possible compensation. Ajayi maintained that the majority of Nigerians living in South Africa were legal residents and that most of them entered the country through legal immigration channels, but that delays in processing of immigration documents by South Africa's Home Office had left many foreign nationals stranded despite having initially migrated legally. Meanwhile, spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kimebi Ebimfa, has assured that evacuation of Nigerians would continue and that the federal government would continue to engage Pretoria to ensure the protection of Nigerians in the country. He advised Nigerians still awaiting evacuation to remain calm and security conscious and avoid routes and areas dominated by protesters, adding that they should be in contact with the Nigerian High Commission for necessary updates. Still to come, 120 dead in latest Sudan cholera outbreak, WHO. Ebola outbreak could cost Africa $3.6 billion, says UN. Stay with us.
We are local.
The international community is observing every
When the meat market is in chaos, people are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
South African police arrested more than 900 people during nationwide anti-migrant protests on Tuesday that were mostly peaceful but at times turned violent, with shops looted, police said on Wednesday. Deputy National Police Commissioner Tebelo Mosikili told the press conference that of the 120 marches, 108 were peaceful, while 12 required police intervention, and that reasons for the arrest range from immigration violations to public violence. harboring undocumented migrants and robbery. Police said in a separate statement that one person was shot dead late on Tuesday in Johannesburg's Alexandra Township, where residents were looting informal corner shops known as spaza shops owned by foreign nationals. Police reinforcement were deployed across 5 of the country's 9 provinces overnight, while soldiers were sent to Johannesburg's inner city, Hillbrow neighborhood, where 2 people were injured in a shooting. In the port city of Durban, police opened an inquest over the death of a foreign national who allegedly jumped from the 8th floor of a building on the eve of a protest, believing he was being targeted. Tuesday's marches were organized to mark a deadline which was set by an anti-immigrant movement for undocumented migrants to leave South Africa for the months of unrest that have drawn international criticism. The World Health Organization said on Wednesday that a cholera outbreak in Sudan has killed 120 people, with another 1,102 suspected cases since May in isolated war zones. More than 3 years of war between Sudan's army and the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces have decimated the country's healthcare system. Sudan's rainy season is set to surge in the coming weeks, during which cholera cases balloon as millions lack access to clean water and the rains further impede access. The Sudanese government declared the latest outbreak this week in a flashpoint West Kordofan state, the dividing line between army and paramilitary zones of control. Constant deadly drone strikes launched by both sides have made commercial and aid access to the Kordofan region increasingly dangerous and brought hundreds of thousands to the brink of starvation. The WHO said the outbreak appears to be spreading, following reports of close to 300 suspected cases and 3 deaths in neighboring North Kordofan, where the United Nations has warned the RSF is preparing to mount a deadly ground assault on state capital El Obeid. And elsewhere, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the deadly Ebola outbreak is threatening tens of thousands of jobs and could cost Africa up to $3.6 billion. United Nations Development Programme said the epidemic was sparking a far-reaching socioeconomic crisis which could push 985,000 more people into poverty. UNDP said in a statement that the poverty shock, which would proportionately affect women, will primarily impact the DR Congo and its neighbors, notably Uganda, Rwanda, and South Sudan. It warned that while the immediate public health threat is severe and requires containment measures such as quarantine, some of the broader restrictions on travel and trade are inadvertently devastating local economies and informal livelihoods. UNDP said that even under a baseline scenario where the virus is successfully contained in the DRC and Uganda, which has seen 20 confirmed cases, the economic damage will be severe. The World Body is recommending direct cash transfers to the most vulnerable, shifting from border closures to targeted screening, and setting up emergency financing mechanisms to ensure maternal, reproductive, and infant health care services can continue during the crisis. United States and Iran held indirect technical talks in Doha on Wednesday as they seek to agree on the flow of shipping through the Straits of Hormuz and secure a lasting ceasefire. The talks are based on a 14-point interim accord signed last month that was meant to halt the war that began with U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran in February and reopen the Straits while setting up 60 days of negotiations for a permanent peace deal. U.S. and Iran have sparred publicly over the meaning of the interim pact, leading to a tit-for-tat military strikes over the past week and leaving little sign of progress on more complex issues, including on Iran's nuclear program. According to 2 senior Iranian sources, Iran is determined to win international recognition of its control over the Straits and its ability to levy fees on ships entering or leaving the Gulf, even if it has to do so by force. Traffic has partially resumed through the waterway, which handled 1/5 of the global oil and liquefied natural gas trade before the war. Iranian officials said the indirect talks mediated by Qatar and Pakistan began on Tuesday night and were continuing on Wednesday. At least 6 people were killed in a fire in a 10-story apartment tower that housed about 200 in the Belgian city of Antwerp on Wednesday. Rescuers lowered residents from the side of the building by rope. Survivors said they were trapped inside until police and firefighters arrived shortly after the blaze started in the morning. Police told local media that at least 6 people had been killed, but said it was still too early to give a figure for the number of injured. Several fire brigades from different districts were on site, as were ambulances and other emergency crews. Belgium's Prime Minister Bart de Wever, a former mayor of Antwerp, said on X that his thoughts were with the victims. Belgium has experienced a series of severe blazes in the past weeks, including one in a warehouse in Brussels. Sports now. A 19-year-old woman is among 3 people to have died from suffocation during World Cup celebrations in Mexico City on Tuesday. 48-year-old woman and a 44-year-old man also died after crowds descended on the city for the country's 2-0 victory over Ecuador. More than 1 million people took to the streets, mainly around the Angel of Independence Monument in downtown to mark the country's first World Cup knockout win since 1986. City Mayor Clara Brugada expressed her condolences to the victims' families and pledged support in the coming days. Health authorities said emergency services treated 3 unconscious people at different locations before transporting them to hospital. In a social media post after the deaths were announced, Mayor Brugada urged fans to always celebrate with responsibility, care, and empathy. That's it on Global News. I am Barikumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.